Let me.
I just knocked.
All right, and then is it sharing chat? Share chat is signed. Cool. Oh snap! I'll start you in a minute, Kenside. Thank you for the Subareno 44 months, my guy. You sweet bastard, you. It's a long time. It's almost 4 years, buddy. Quick mas. Quick mas. Ba-da-ba-ba. Foxy's ha ha ha. She did vote for you. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Who voted for me? Who is she? Oh, okay, yeah, because we're sharing chat. Never mind. Adoy, doy, doy. Gosh, I'm such a goofus. I didn't vote for you. My mom didn't vote for you either. She's a centrist. Yeah. Well, she can just watch our show and slowly start realizing that centrists are terrible. If anything worse. If anything worse. Well, before we jump into it, is there anything going on personally or any sort of projects that you have in the works that you wanted to talk about before we kind of jump into the news part or sweet. Honestly, not really a whole lot. Possibly going to be working on some stuff. I'm going to try to get my brother on to talk about some of the immigration stuff that's been going on and what to expect over the next 4 years and kind of bring a little bit of a historical context to a lot of the modern positions that we have now. Um, kind of a how do we arrive to this point? Because one thing that you'll hear, regardless if somebody's a centrist or if they consider themselves left leaning, is I don't understand how things have gotten to this point or how did we get here. And it was very deliberate. It was something that was drawn out over time. So I think having him come in, just being the historian that he is, he would do a great job of kind of painting the lens that I want to get across.
Great. Agreed. So what's Foxy says, so what's on today's schedule? Do you wanna give it away?
You know what? I'll let you go ahead and do it. I'll let you kind of give a
Start it
rundown and
off.
then we'll jump into it. Mm?
All right. So today's show, you guys, is super exciting. We're gonna nitpick on a couple of Trump's cabinet picks. We were talking earlier, we're starting to figure out the strategy that Trump has for it. We're gonna talk about the people, some of their history, whether or not we think that they're good or bad, our own opinions on everything. So today is Trump's cabinet picks, and the crazy people that he decided to have around him when he becomes president. You want to add to that, or is that good?
Yeah, I'll add a little bit to that. I think too, the fun thing about examining a lot of these picks that he's made, um, it's going to be fun going into it just because you have a lot of the pro-Trump rhetoric that comes out that, oh, peaceful dove candidate. He is somebody that is very anti-interventionism. He's not going to do war. He's a lot of shit that if anybody who actually pays attention to politics understands that that's not true, and if anything, it's the complete opposite. A lot of these picks are people that aren't necessarily household names. They're people that are in the political orbit who are kind of bottom feeders. I guess the best way of thinking of a lot of these picks and a lot of the people we're going to be talking about aren't the sharks in the water, more so than the fish that kind of swim underneath the sharks and feed off of the scraps and the remains of it. And I think that was done for a particular reason. Um,
Right.
and this was something that I talked with Jimmy about before the show,
Mhm.
was just the fact that I think ultimately you have Donald Trump who sees that because of all of the legal trouble that he's facing and some of the backlash from a lot of the like more establishment type political figures, this is his last grasp. This is his last ditch effort of ensuring that he gets to hold on to power and do things to ensure that him or his family doesn't have to face any sort of legal scrutiny going forward in their lives.
Mm.
And a lot of his picks are kind of suffering the same thing. And we'll go through that a little bit, and we'll also just kind of show how Trump is somewhat adopting the Putin method of ensuring that there are conflicting ideologies within the government itself that allows insulation from issues and allows, kind of what we've seen before in his first term, where he passes off the blame and projects a lot of the failure onto the people who were basically just following orders, right? But in his mind, they didn't do it the correct way.
I agree.
Oh,
I
Jimmy,
can't
thank you
wait.
for the fucking 14-month sub, by the way.
Yes, you're welcome. I sorry, I pulled it
Appreciate it.
up to watch it and I noticed I'm like prepaid until I think January, so you're good.
Hell yeah. Don't forget to support your local leftists. So
That's
just
right.
to, give people an idea really quick. The headline speaks for itself. Howard Lutnick, Wall Street billionaire staffing Trump's cabinet, hosted a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton's presidential bid in 2016. And there's two reasons why I kind of wanted start off the show with this article specifically is one, showing especially that Donald Trump is not the outsider candidate that he poses himself as or that any of his followers will try to have you believe. Um, he's just like any other typical moderate candidate. And if anything, Trump probably wanted to be a liberal. If Obama had not humiliated him to the level that he did, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump would have ran as a liberal. And you want to know the very fucked up thing? Donald Trump on the Democratic ticket, he probably would have fucking won by more votes. He probably would have been like a consecutive two-term president, right?
Yeah.
Um, but he wasn't because of his own petty grievances. Because let's be honest, right? Like a lot of the stuff that historically is associated with Trump, whether it be the discrimination stuff that was happening in the apartments that he owned, whether it be the bounty that he put out on the Central Park Five, whether it be the comments that he made about Native Americans when he was upset that his, casino was failing. Which, by the way, how the fuck are you successful businessman if you can't run a casino that makes money? That
You.
just doesn't make sense.
Thank
That's
you.
absolutely fucking stupid.
Yep.
Um,
You know how beautiful it was to see the Trump Tower being destroyed?
yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, a second plane has hit the tower. Um, the second reason I wanted to show the headline for the article was also just highlighting the fact that Hillary Clinton, um, this guy was also for Hillary Clinton, and just showing again when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to even domestic policy, anything having to do with austerity, bipartisanship will be had. Democrats and Republicans will always be able to come together when it comes to making sure that people's material conditions do not improve. So they will agree that people should not have access to raising the minimum wage. People should not have access to universal health care. People should not have these things. Um,
Hmm?
with that being said, we have an article that Jimmy wanted to bring up. It just kind of does a quick little deep dive into all the different picks.
Who is
Let's
this
start.
trumpet dude? Nobody important.
No, nobody that is worth trying to make as if there's some new phenomena. And that's another thing too. Just before we go into this article, that kind of pisses me off, especially about the political climate that we have now, is that a lot of people try to pretend that a candidate like Trump is something new, bizarre, different, thinks differently, but it's not. Trump is literally the grievances of the Republican Party and just basically neoliberals in general personified.
Yep.
He's just all of their grievances personified all into one. And I think that's also kind of what pisses off a lot of Democrats is that, he's snarky, he's stuck up, he has money, comes from an educated background but isn't really educated, which I think also like liberals especially that kind of rubs them the wrong way because that is also them, right? They'll sit there and act as if they understand things about civil liberties, but then they'll turn around and try to equate the slavery of Irish people to chattel slavery that people from Africa were subjected to here in the Americas, right?
Yup.
So it's never coming from a place of actual good faith.
Mm-hmm.
So Tom Hammond, Border Star he's going to be coming in, and the thing about Tom Hammond, he wasn't just somebody that operated under Trump in his first term. Tom Hammond was also somebody that was part of the Obama team and he was in charge of ICE when we
Yep.
started seeing a lot of the reports coming out of them going into schools, going into churches, going into businesses and literally ripping people from them. And that's where you started seeing a lot of the public backlash, if you will, of wait a minute, like deportations of people who are just working, who are my neighbor, my friend, people that I sit next to at work. That's kind of messed up. That's not right. And the irony of the American voter is that they all witnessed that, but then they turned around, and those were the same people who voted for Trump because of his border policy. And time again, they fall for this idea or this notion that, you know, when they speak about people who are here illegally and that they're only going to get rid of the criminals, in their mind, that person just being here, undocumented work visa or not, is here illegally. They are a criminal just for existing, and they don't think about that part of the process. They go, oh, well, because he works at such and does such and such, they're not going to take him away or take her away. And then they do. And they're like, wait a minute, that's fucked up. I don't like that. We should get rid of it. And then the person gets rid of it. Things don't improve in their lives. And then they're going, wait a minute, this guy's talking about we need to close the borders. We need to do that. It's just
Mm-hmm.
constant betrayal of one's own ideals.
Yep.
Trump cracking down on people illegally in the country, essential element of his campaign, promising mass deportations. Hammond 62 on Monday said he would prioritize deporting immigrants illegally in the U.S. who pose safety and security threats, as well as those working at job sites.
Yeah.
But the issue is, go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is the guy that when we say that Obama had more deportations than Trump did, this was the guy that was running it. Like that's what people need to remember that this was the guy that was responsible for all of these deportations. He was the guy that was running this. Like if we're worried about actual deportations, like this is the guy that's going to do this. He's the
Yeah.
perfect one for it.
Well, and I mean, he's gotten plenty of practice,
Exactly.
especially working with Obama, who was the deporter in chief. And Obama
Yeah,
deported more people than Donald Trump did.
then Trump, right.
And obviously, people will say, "Oh, well, Obama had 2 terms." That is correct. But even in Obama's first term, he outpaced Donald Trump.
Right.
And even Joe Biden deported more people than Donald Trump, and they apprehended more people at the border than Donald Trump. Which, because a lot of the retort that you'll hear from what we consider normies is, "Oh, well, what about the people who didn't get caught? It's like, well, you fucking moron. If you actually analyze the data that is in front of you the way that you're supposed to, you'll say, oh, they apprehended more people. That means they caught more people. That means less people got in without them noticing because they were caught and they were apprehended. That's what the word means.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
just
Yo.
little caveats like that.
Yep.
I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add before it goes into the UN ambassador pick.
No, no, that was it.
Elise Stefanik, UN ambassador, Republican Congresswoman, staunch Trump supporter, ambassador to the United Nations, and we're gonna have videos that are gonna kind of go deeper into some of this. So I'm not going to necessarily go off on a rant or a tangent. I'll just read some of the quick quirks that this has.
Yep.
Stefanik, 40, U.S. Representative from New York and House Republican Conference Chair, took a leadership position in the House of Representatives 2021 when she was elected to replace then Representative Liz Cheney. Hey, everybody's favorite moderate, Liz Cheney. You know what I mean? The uniter, the grand uniter, that girl, Slay Queen.
Hmm.
Was ousted for criticizing Trump's false claim of election fraud. Stefanik arrived in the UN after bold promises by Trump to end the Russia-Ukraine war and Israel's war in Gaza. Now, it's interesting because they say put an end, but they don't really understand, or not understand, but they don't really explain, rather, what that end is going to look like. And as we'll show today, they have a very specific idea of what an end looks like
Right.
in these
I
conflicts.
love the verbiage right there. Put an end to the Russia-Ukraine war, so an equal war, and an Israelis war in Gaza, as in like this is our guys' war in this place. Like the yeah, I love the verbiage. Ugh.
Resume in chat. Scandinavia wonders if you guys need help. America
Yes,
looks like they are working on a self-destruction mission. Like, do you guys hate your own country that much?
yes,
Wondering if this is just a huge joke. Um,
yes. All of it,
Jimmy
yes.
says yes. I
Oh,
think it's a little bit more layered than that, but I
I,
think ultimately people people don't really understand um what it is that they vote for, and that's by design. And I think, jokes aside, because I do want to make a joke just about how stupid things are. All
please.
jokes aside, it is important to focus on messaging that allows for the forgiveness and understanding that some people just either don't have the time or they don't have somebody who's patient enough to try to explain these things to them. Because ultimately, if you operate from a leftist perspective, you have the fundamental belief that people are not inherently evil, that people are good, that there is chance for redemption, right? That's why we don't believe in things like uh, corporal punishment, capital punishment, anything of those natures, because we think that rehabilitation is important. That's not to say that there aren't some people who cannot be rehabilitated. There are some criminals that cannot be reached, so to say, and that's a whole different argument. But speaking in generalities, which in politics people often do, more times than not, people are good.
Hmm.
And you have to allow the chance for growth, right? Like, it's one thing to hold somebody responsible for things that they've said in the past if they continue that kind of behavior. If they continue to espouse those same talking points.
Hmm.
Hold on.
Yep. Nope.
Jimmy, go
Go
ahead and
for it.
take over.
Yep, you got it. So, and even to add to that too, like a lot of these voters that voted for Trump, I watched a video recently, and they had asked some Trump voters, if you were to move out of this country and be forced to another country, what would be the best ones to go to? And the top two for them were Argentina and Poland. So if you think about it, Argentina right now, they have this really Trumpian president. I think their inflation has gone up like 200%. The entire economy is just crashing. I think they're in like a worse depression than our 1920s Great Depression right now. And then their second one that they chose was Poland. And Poland, I mean, yes, it has a lot of really bad social problems like rights for minorities and immigrants and things, but they have social programs. The reason why Poland is doing so well is because of social programs. So I think that they don't understand the rhetoric, the manipulation tactics, the things like that that are coming out from a lot of these politicians and from the media is definitely confusing a lot of the voters because like I was just saying, the reason why they're voting for Trump, could be comparative to the reason why they would think that Argentina and Poland are the best countries to live in next to America, but getting it in the wrong way. They see Argentina, they see that leader guy, that crazy Trumpian dude, and they're like, I like that guy. And then they see Poland
Yeah,
and they're like, oh,
he's
that's a,
spitting.
yeah. They see Poland and they see a bunch of white people doing really well and, living really well. And they're just not understanding the, underlying things that are what they're liking about those two places.
Well,
So
isn't
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna ask, doesn't Poland have that very strict immigration policy where it's basically a green
Yeah.
light to shoot anybody that's trying to immigrate into the country?
Yeah, so that's what I was saying is even though some of their social policies, including immigration, minorities, LGBTQ, is not very good, their social programs are absolutely
Yeah.
amazing. And
And
that was number one on the list of Trump voters. If they had to move to another country, what would it be? Poland was first.
yeah. Well, and I think if anything that just kind of highlights where exactly
The mentality of
neoliberal
American
politics.
voters. Right.
Well, yeah, well, just, neoliberal politics in general, where it's gotten us, because it's not just an American thing. If it was just an American thing, we wouldn't see the rise of fascism like we're seeing throughout Europe and the United Kingdom. I mean, it's a
Right.
global phenomenon, and the issue is that liberals, especially, have ensured throughout the past 40, 50 years that anybody who is even remotely close to the lens of socialism, let alone communism, gets not only removed from the table, but ostracized and, you know, basically thrown like the McCarthy esque, you're a communist, Red Scare type propaganda at them. What happened to Bernie Sanders in 2016 is a great example. Numerous other candidates, even something like the Squad, which a lot of people can have their squabbles with different people who were in the Squad, but I think we can all admit ultimately when it comes to uh, certain social issues, there are a few members within the Squad that do a good job of speaking for their base, speaking for the people that vote for them, their constituents.
Hmm. I agree. I absolutely
It's
agree.
kind
And
of a
they,
no-brainer. Oh, go ahead.
yep. No, go ahead.
I was just reading chat. It's kind of a no-brainer that he should not be president. So America just looks stupid to the rest of the world. It
Hmm.
actually becomes dangerous. Well, and the problem is, again, it's not just an American problem. It is a global one. And not just for the reason that I was speaking of, but also because a lot of countries kind of look towards America when it comes to like, okay, what should be our plan for the next 5 to 10 years? Where should we start shifting
Right.
politically? And as we start seeing a rise in fascism, the liberal response to that is, oh, we need to fold to the center. We need to meet in the middle, and we need to try to negotiate. And what ends up happening is they just keep going further and further to the right, and there is no left retort, and ultimately they're able to hold power and able to do things that were, once deemed completely unthinkable or unimaginable within 5, 10 years because the whole thing has been normalized. I mean, if you think about this for a second, Donald Trump came out and admitted that he was planning on doing concentration camps and deporting up to 20 million people. And people heard that, and their first immediate response was not, that's fucking crazy.
Right.
That's insane. That's
Right.
dangerous.
Even Hitler only started with only deporting 2 million. Trump is 10 timesing that.
10 times seen that, and also he has been focused a lot more on the dehumanization and just overall the violent rhetoric that has been geared specifically for immigrants. Um, in 2016, obviously, he was he was still very nationalistic, but he was still soft and tried using dog whistles, right? That's why a lot of people who were, who consider themselves moderates, people, neoliberals alike, were trying to say to people that were from the left, saying, okay, this guy's fucking fascist. Like, he wants to be Hitler 2.0. Like, this guy's fucking dangerous. And the response was, he didn't say he's a Nazi. He doesn't wear a fucking armband with the swastika. He isn't saying that he's going to execute or put them in concentration camps or anything like that. He's just saying we need a solution to it, right? We just need a solution to the problem. He's just suggesting maybe we should start talking about a solution. That was 2016.
Mhm.
Now you fast forward to this previous campaign. The solution was deporting everyone who's here now and using the United States military to both remove those who were already within the United States and use the military at the border to keep people from getting in. Now, why would you bring up using the military to stop people from getting in unless you specifically are using them as a means of, threatening posture?
Yup. Norway's
Norway's being
being
very.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. No.
Norway's
You read
being
it.
very okay. Norway's being very clear that we don't support the direction America is taking, which is great. I saw a couple of white countries that are definitely at least saying they're going to be there for the women. So I mean, I hope it's not, I personally think that Gaza and Yemen and countries in Africa definitely need more help than we do. But yeah, the at least the saying that we got your back kind of thing definitely is nice to hear. But like you were saying though too, like that other countries are kind of following suit to America. I mean, just keep your eyes on like the main white countries, England, Australia, and Canada. I mean, just over the last couple of years, we're starting to notice like England is trying to get rid of NHS. Australia is just absolutely neglecting and ignoring their indigenous people, and same with Canada. Canada just had the protect women thing because there was this whole movement about protecting indigenous women because so many of them were coming up missing and nobody was doing anything about it. And so it's just they follow suit with us, and it is very scary to see the path that we're going down and to see how they're gonna follow. Because I do watch those countries. I mean, I was shocked to find out like how much Australia is racist as shit. I would have never expected it. But you start doing the history and research and you start to see like they're just following us pretty much. They're just behind us like 10 years or something. That's it.
Well, they've closed the gap a little bit in that regard,
Yeah.
and I think too. Uh, I think Australia is definitely going to be one of America's allies that we start hearing about a lot more. I think there's going to be a lot more trade that's going to be happening between the United States and Australia because right now, specifically in Australia, there has been growing resentment towards China because China has a very large, ownership over them when it comes to trade deficits. And because of that, throughout the years, the Australian government has been leasing out land and all sorts of uh, property and things of that nature to China. And it's been pissing off a lot of people that live in Australia because, there's ports and there's bays and all sorts of shit that are being taken up and being, developed by corporations that aren't from Australia. And I think the mixture of that with already the imported Islamophobia that Australia has been taking in basically since post 2000, since 9/11, basically. Um,
We fucking our East
they're kind
Coast
of
gets
right.
hit and Australia's like, "Never forget."
Yeah. No, and I think too, like, they've been priming for this, and America has been slowly but surely trying to ensure that allies of the past that played a big role in certain situations that we start going towards them because we are going to isolate ourselves. And I think unfortunately one of the outcomes from that is um, China is going to basically be able to outcompete and rule the global market, which is going to make the lives of the average American very, very tough and not what they're used to.
Yeah,
My criticism isn't like, oh fuck, man, China's gonna be doing good. Like, no, I'm not like rooting against China or for China. It's just ultimately the people who are going to pay the most is just the average person, the worker.
right.
So that's more so my problem
Yeah.
where I sit
And also, America's never experienced what it's like to, well, at least the generations that are alive right now
at.
have not experienced our country as not a world dominating leader. And that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to pan out with China. Because, yeah, they're definitely going to run the market and everything to see how that's gonna, because I like to look at it from like a big, large perspective of like, the Ottoman Empire, that was the world was ran by, Middle East and then, Spain and then the whites. So now it's been the whites for a really long time. Like what, when China starts becoming the world dominating leader, like how is that going to look? How is, and how mad are the white
well,
people gonna get from that?
the one thing I'll say, because I want to make sure it's understood by people who are watching, it's we are not anti China in any shape or
No, I'm
form.
excited to see it.
I'm excited in the sense where a lot of what they've been doing is, rebuilding infrastructure, building roads, things of that nature. That's
Yeah.
not to ignore war crimes that they're committing. That's not to ignore the abuses that they are committing to their own people and to
But
people that
it's
are, not of the perfect, Chinese
right.
ethnicity.
Like the good versus bad is equal on all of these on all the levels, whether it's China, Russia, America. But China's doing the infrastructure work that America refuses. The American imperialism and expansion is bomb the shit out of this country and then tell them, hey, we'll rebuild you, but rebuild you in a capitalistic society to where nobody that's a regular person is going to benefit. China's out there rebuilding roads, helping communities. Like I'm really
Improving literacy rates. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm excited to see because a lot of us lefties and progressives and shit like that want to see what a world with even a smidgen of communism and socialism, what that would look like. And China's kind of this BRICS coalition is giving that right now. It's slowly but surely, and we're seeing it. And I'm kind of enthralled and excited to see a colonialism type thing but with the betterment of the regular people instead of bombing the shit out of them and forcing them to obey you, which is what we've been doing.
yeah. No, and the thing is, just to quickly wrap it up and get back to
Yeah.
the picks. The funny thing is, people always try to paint this picture like, oh well, so they've tried doing socialism, they've tried doing communism, it just didn't work, ha ha ha. But then you actually start looking into history and you start realizing, you know, America has things like the Monroe Doctrine. You start looking at the way that the United States treated Panama. You start looking at the way the United States basically supported, funded, trained, and had the coup happen down in Chile, and had Augusto Pinochet um, commit basically atrocities and murder and execute Salvador Allende, who had done a very good job of giving land back to those who were indigenous to the area, improving literacy, improving conditions, improving health conditions, you name it. Um, but Pinochet was somebody who supported capitalism. He was somebody that was willing to privatize a lot of the industries that the United States was interested in.
Mhm.
So we've never seen communism or socialism be able to function without the attempted dismantlement of it from the outside and from within the inside, right? I think the closest we've ever gotten to that, maybe, the Soviet Union, um, what Castro
FDR,
did in Cuba,
maybe a bit of
um,
FDR.
somewhat FDR, yeah, but he like even what he did was radical at the time. So like
Yeah.
I guess to avoid like a revisionist sake, like it was very progressive, but excuse me. That was because FDR understood the only way that you can actually make a counterbalance to fascism is by economic socialism.
Right. The situation that he was in, being a part of the world wars and shit like that too, that definitely helped the outlook of what he did back then too. Because I mean, in the thick of all of that too, I mean, you know, you just had a war, you're getting ready to go into another one. You know, you have a motivation, you know what to build, and but you're also, you know, losing a lot of people. So
Excuse
giving
me.
them those socialist policies that help benefit people actually show that the, you know, socialistic policies actually do work for the people, but we didn't take it like that, and he only did that because he needed to save and protect the people that he needed for cannon fodder. So I get that part,
Mhm. Yeah. Um,
but still, yeah.
to go back to the Trump pick, sorry about
Yeah.
the detour there, folks. That's going to happen quite a bit on this show. We like to try to keep it free flowing. We like to keep a nice little flow. Good
USA,
flow.
USA.
USA, USA, USA.
You
I'm
guys,
not a robot or an alien.
I just
I'm
gotta
just a
say,
dude.
you guys are awesome.
You guys are awesome. This
Awesome.
I'm bringing the goth back in politics.
I am
Oh,
not a robot.
I'm making sure that even if you block someone on Twitter, you can still look at them because it's totally not me stalking my ex. Because I'm a weirdo. Fucking Elon Musk, dude. What a
Yeah,
fucking.
I'm telling you, we gotta watch Grandma's Boy. We gotta do a movie night and watch Grandma's Boy. So I've gotta see the boss of the game video. He is
Yeah,
so Elon Musk.
I am not a robot.
Do not hate me. You
Do
do
not
not
hate
see me.
me. Yeah, fucking.
Fucking
Oh my
Elon.
god, dude.
That's our world.
We got Led Zeppelin.
Yes.
Is I'm just gonna call him Led Zeppelin. I don't give a
Yep.
fuck what his actual name is. He doesn't get to have the pleasure of me saying his name.
Yep.
Trump announced on Monday he appointed Zeppelin, a former congressman from New York State, as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. Zeppelin, 44, staunch Trump ally, served in Congress from 2015 to 2023. In 2022, he lost the New York governor's race to Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul. Trump has promised to overhaul U.S. energy policy with the aim of maximizing the country's already record high oil and gas production by rolling back regulations and speeding up permitting. So, two different things about this. But before I get into that, Jimmy, is there anything that you wanted to add about Mr. Led Zeppelin?
No, no, no. Go for it. Go for it. I'm trying to pull up my
So,
stuff about him.
and we have more stuff. I just want to say, I think it's really interesting because he's going to be the guy that is he was a pick by Trump to kind of appeal as like a moderate, and I have something that kind of goes into the reasoning for that. But also, it's really interesting too, hearing so much about how America needs to drill more. We have so much oil, and we just need to drill. We don't get to drill enough, and Biden didn't allow for enough permits, and this, that, and the third. But even in this article right here, the country's already record high oil and gas production. We're already fucking doing the damn thing. We're already hitting record marks,
Mhm.
and our environment is paying the price for it. But the response is rolling back regulations. So, how things contaminate people's water, contaminate the land, if it poisons any food sources for different animals that people might hunt. These are things that are going to start happening under the um, Trump agency. And just for those watching and understand too, we're not saying any of this as if things would be like sunshine and rainbows under a Kamala Harris regime, because ultimately, when it came to a lot of things, they'd be the same. Uh, I think really the best way of trying to explain the choice when it comes to president of the United States is: do you want accelerated fascism, or do you want fascism that's kind of like slow and steady, and um, it has a fucking rainbow sticker slapped on it?
Right.
You know what I mean? And the profile picture is blacked out, the black square. Like, is that what? Those are the two choices that you get presented.
Yep. I
The
just have to
defense
say
secretary.
the Led
Oh,
Zeppelin guy looks like what did I say? The Trump's old press secretary.
oh yeah, fucking God damn it! Why can't I remember his name right now?
I know I always want to say Pritzker or something like that. It's not
No,
that.
Pritzker's the chubby governor from Illinois.
Trump's sec wait, press secretary. Oh God, what was it?
Sean Spicer. Sean
Spice.
Spicer. That's who it was.
Yes.
Yeah, Spicer. That's
Yes.
who it was.
Tell me he does not look like that fool. Like they look the fucking same. That's a trip to me.
You want diarrhea, solid crap. Yeah, exactly. Kayla just even typed it in Sean Spicer. Thanks, Kayla. Appreciate you, girl.
Thank you.
Um, oh God.
Res,
You know
though,
what? Let's
we do need you though. You need to like Res Scandinavia needs you. Like when you said, "Do you need our help?" Like I imagined I'm Mini Me and you're Dr. Evil and you're like, "Come here, Mini Me," like, come and like give you a hug. Like I'm Mini Me and I'm going over to you, Res. So please just come and take us and protect us, please. That's all I'm asking. Thank you. I just want to say that really quick.
yeah. And I just want to say that please let me move there too.
Right?
I don't want to live in America.
I agree.
I want to live in a fucking, you know what? I want to live in an area where the left like is actually able to like go out there and do some shit. Cause like that's one thing about the left in Europe that's pretty fucking kick ass.
Ugh,
Like especially like in like to give
France.
an example, France,
Yep.
right? The left in France don't fuck around.
Ugh.
Like when they were having their protests and shit, they were dumping cow shit and pig shit and all sorts of stuff in the yards of all these rich fuckers. Like they were making it hard for these motherfuckers to just exist in peace.
Yep.
And that's the stuff that I'm about. And if you want to get mad at me about that, you want to call me a tanky or whatever, then by all means, if that makes you fucking feel better, whatever. I
Hmm.
still see you as an ally if you're a leftist, if you're for human basic and civil rights. But yeah,
Yep.
I love seeing just how far they were able to go, and not just that, how quickly they organize.
God,
That's
yes.
one thing that needs to get studied and amplified and done in the United States.
Hmm.
Just the way that they organize, uh,
Yep. Well,
it's definitely a more unified left
you know
for
that
sure.
the French are the creators of nationalism, right? They invented it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they during the
Mhm.
French Revolution when they were killing off a lot of I mean they're the guys that we look up to. I mean a lot of these, ooh-woo communist people talk about guillotining the rich. The French Revolution, that's what they were fucking doing back then. I mean these yellow vest movements, the umbrella movements, like these motherfuckers do not fuck around. Like the French are insane when it comes to fighting for their rights. They like I said, they're the inventors of nationalism. They were like, after the French Revolution, they were to get people because they were like, hey, we killed off all the rich people. We're all good. We need to stop. And the people killed that person off that was telling them to stop. And so somebody else had to be like, hey, y'all, like just to get them to stop. Doing a revolution still the regular people. This guy said, "Hey, you guys fucking did it. We're only people in the world that can do it is French." And that's where the nationalism term and the movement of that came about. It was like only the French could have revolutions like that. And we got to
Mhm.
I swear to God, Americans got to study this shit. Like
Well,
this is
that
God.
was also done specifically too because uh, they weren't wanting to bring up the Bolsheviks, or they didn't want to bring up the revolutions that were happening in places like Haiti as well.
Yeah,
Because there was a lot of racist and class sentiment uh, that were involved with those movements, and they were specifically so for a reason, right? But yeah, no,
right.
I agree with what you're saying, and
Yeah, side note
it is
too,
important to bring that up.
side note too, distraction really quick. Speaking of Haitians, like, I've been
Yeah.
thinking about this recently, like, the evolution of slavery and racism, like, we went from slavery to racism. Now it seems like this, like, little minute microscope of racism has gone to, like, I if you noticed it, it went like, uh, 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 what we did to Haiti, obviously, what we've been doing to Haiti, and then, like, the whole eating the cats and dogs, and then now, like, a couple of airplanes have, like, bullet holes in them, so now there's, like, a 30-day ban from anybody that's American traveling to Haiti. Like, just, like, the evolution of racism. It went from, like, just flat out slavery to flat out racism to nitpicking at racism, and now they just don't even call out the racism, they call them, like, Haitians now, and saying that you can't go to Haiti, not saying like, "Nope, sorry, y'all are black and you eat cats and dogs and you're not allowed to go to this country anymore." Like, the evolution of it is just absolutely wild to me. I've been noticing that recently with the bringing up of Haiti a lot, which is crazy.
Mhm. Well, I mean, Haiti's always been a place that gets brought up, and specifically, anytime that you'll see somebody from the right side of the political spectrum bring it up, is because it's a weak point for Democrats, specifically the Clintons, and that was something that was brought up a lot during the 2016 campaign, where Trump and Republicans alike brought up the fact that the Clinton Foundation decimated and completely fucked over Haiti. The coups that the United States Department of Defense and CIA were
Mhm.
responsible for played a big role in a lot of the poverty and a lot of the lack of aid being distributed to where it needed to go to. So there
Yeah.
was already there's it's
Yeah,
it's been
we coot them not too long ago. That's why there's these, like, fighting factions out there all over, like, gang,
well the
factions and
guy
shit.
no
Uh,
100%
Barbecue
and
or
the guy
something out there is his name?
well he was one of the leaders of one of the gangs, but
Yeah.
the most recent leader who got assassinated was somebody that was put into place by the American government. He was somebody that was basically brought in by the United States government and said like, "Hey, we're going to put you in power. We're going to protect you. We're going to support you. You just do what the fuck we tell you to do."
Yeah, I remember covering it on my
And
last show, like, a couple of years ago.
yeah, and then funny enough, guess who was responsible for trying to organize the fucking coup to kill him and overthrow him? That ended up working. The United
Trump.
States government, the same government that fucking put him in. So uh, again, I hate
Right.
doing like
The
the
foreign
hypocrisy
policy,
game
though.
because it's
But that's the crazy thing is that our foreign policy did that to Haiti over the last however many years. Obviously, you said at least since Clinton, so since the 90s.
no, it's been since no what Haiti, basically the Caribbean islands and Latin America in general, since like the late 1800s, early 1900s, all the way to today, the United States has interfered, manipulated, and orchestrated different parts of the government throughout Latin America.
Right.
That is why they're absolutely fucking hated by certain people.
But it's so crazy as you can see this imperialism and the way that we work in our country is like what we've done to Haiti for so long. And they had to come here because their country is not safe for them. And they get here and we say they're eating our cats and dogs. Like we're just demonizing and otherizing them. And it's just I see it and it's crazy. So yeah, sidetracked. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. So here's everybody's piece of shit misogynist Jesse Waters and the five.
Yes,
Um,
these guys are discussing the new Trump's cabinet pick. I kind of wanted to just show the mentality of the right media and how they're seeing these people and how they're taking it and what they're calling the left.
I fucking
Hello,
hate
everyone. I'm
Jesse
Dana
Waters. He
Perino,
is such
along
a
with Judge
garbage
Shapiro,
piece of
Harold Ford
shit.
Jr., Jesse
Is
Waters,
that
and
the one
Greg
on the
Gutfeld.
left?
5 o'clock in New York City, and this is
That's Jesse.
Oh, the
That
guy in the
guy's a
middle.
piece of fucking shit. He's such a piece of shit.
Okay,
I
good.
hate him so much. I
He's the
hate him
reason why
so
I posted
much.
this video because
He
some of the
is
shit he says.
garbage.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and also, here's some lore. Here's some lore. Here's some tea. I may or may not know somebody who is getting married to this lady's son.
That's
Don't say
right.
nothing. but yes.
Yep. Why does the guy on the right look like Sean Spicer and Led Zeppelin? Like, what's up with these thumb-looking motherfuckers?
Dude, he's a guy that like he's there for the old hacky uncle that's there for Thanksgiving that your
Okay.
parents tell you not to talk to
Is he
or
gay?
start conversations with.
Is he
I
gay?
mean, I mean,
I'm getting
I
gaydar from
mean,
him.
I mean,
Hey, I'm
I
cl
I'm not saying yes or no. I'm not saying yes or no. And even if he was, that's not like uh, you know, a pejorative.
No,
Okay?
no, no. I'm just getting
Not a
total
pejorative.
gaydar vibes from that shirt. I'm here for it.
Okay, let's check out what this fucking garbage panel of fuckwits have to
Yes.
say.
Yes. He's deep in the closet. Okay, Kayla, thank you.
Yeah, that dude's definitely got some
President-elect Donald Trump
demons
in
that he's trying
Washington
to
today
exercise.
and making waves
Okay.
as he rapidly fills out his cabinet. In the past couple of hours, he's announced that Marco Rubio will be Secretary of State. Tulsi Gabbard will
Hi,
serve
I'm
as his
replaceable
Director of
blonde
National
woman.
Intelligence, and the
Right? They
Florida
all look the
Congressman Matt
same.
Gaetz to be his Attorney General. That just came out. It comes off a whirlwind day for the incoming president, who had a
Okay,
joint meeting with.
quick thing though. Look at this image.
Whew.
Look at this image. The
Right.
fire burns bright when
Yeah.
it's darkest.
We were talking about this yesterday. Like, that's not a fucking fireplace. That is a bonfire. Why is that shit so big?
Yo, because they're fucking throwing spells. They're casting spells and throwing what they write down into the fire. Dude, fucking Dark Brandon has activated. Dark Brandon, look at he's touching through. It's activating. That's why Trump is like, oh no,
I am a
because
witch
Dark
and I
Brandon
approve this
Trump,
message.
he's going through. He's getting it. He's
Get
about
it.
that life.
Hey, I'm a
But
witch and I approve this message.
it's just funny because if you're a Democrat, okay,
Uh,
which I
Wait,
I, I
look
think
at look at Biden's other hand. That was the position my hands were stuck in when I did too much drugs one time.
yeah, well that dude's fucking zooted up, man. That dude is fucking zooted the fuck up.
Okay, and I couldn't see the Trump's other hand. I didn't know if that was the bottom of his tie or if he was wearing a ring pop on his pinky finger. I
No.
really wish it was a ring pop. You know how amazing that would have been if there was a ring pop on his finger. Oh,
He's got a napkin that he folded to look like a chicken in his
USA.
shorts and joggers. USA,
USA.
USA, USA. But no, I don't think anybody in here is a Democrat, and if you are, my apologies. But if you're a Democrat, this image makes you sick to your stomach. And why does it make a Democrat sick to their stomach? Because for how long has this guy right here in the Democratic Party said that this guy right here is Hitler? Said that this guy right here is going to destroy America. Said that this guy here is going to be responsible for bad things. And here he is just saying, you know what? Good luck. Have fun. I'm not doing shit. I'm not going to pass any executive orders in my last 30 days. I'm not going to do anything to try to protect my constituents, the people who did come out to vote, the people that we supposedly appreciate. We're not going to do anything for them. We're just going to fucking bend over and take it up the ass. We're the Democratic Party. I approve this message. That's literally what this image says. And I just wanted to get that point across because we need to be able to start operating without having to explain that both the Democratic and Republican Party are the same. When it comes to foreign policy, they are the same. When it comes to response to domestic issues, they are the same. They don't want to help people, they want to help corporations. There
Mhm.
is no the only difference between the two is that Republicans come out and they use anger and they use fucking hatred and ignorance as a means for people to be motivated to vote. As
Mhm.
to where liberals, centrists, moderates, supposedly, what they use is the idea of individualism because that's essentially a fundamental basic of liberalism, right? The individual, how the individual affects the many,
Yep.
becomes the majority. So
Yep.
that's what they focus on, and they focus on individual rights. And that's why I always say, and that's why I said that line to you before, Jimmy, scratch liberal, you'll get a fascist. And it's ultimately because every single time throughout history, when push comes to shove, when a decision has to get made of are you going to go to the left or the right, they always pick going to the right.
Yep, absolutely. They sure as fuck do. I don't feel
I
smart
just
because all this stuff you're talking about, I just can't understand how you keep up with all this. And I get passionate and cry for nothing because I hate when beings are wronged. Yeah, no, I agree. It's hard to keep up with everything. Uh, Keeping it funny, I think that the reason why we're able to keep up with everything is unchecked ADHD and trauma. I think that
yeah.
constantly on during your whole life being on a constant fight or flight at all times, you learn to be a constructive fight or flight person. So you're always on your toes every moment of every day, but you're still able to go along with every day. So yeah, that's pretty much how we're able to keep up with all this, unfortunately.
Mm, no. And the thing is too, I think people should realize, don't feel bad if trying to keep up with things politically is overwhelming for you,
Yeah.
right? Like that's a normal response that shows that you actually have a heart. Because a lot of this shit is depressing, right? If you believe in, basic human rights and you look at the political landscape that we are, that we have to deal with today, it is very demoralizing and it kind of takes the wind out of your sails. So I 100% get that. Like Jimmy said, I think one of the easiest ways to get through it is just trying to find ways to laugh about it,
Yeah.
and then ultimately, just find people that respect you enough to where you can talk about it. Because I am a big advocate in having friends who don't believe the same thing as you,
Hmm.
but to a certain extent. Um, if you have a friend that thinks if someone is because someone's a woman that they don't have rights to bodily autonomy, if they don't support sex workers because they think someone who's a sex worker is just a slut or whatever word that they try to use, like that's a shitty person and you should not talk to them. Like they're just they're going to be stuck in their ways.
Yep.
Maybe one day they'll become a better person and they can maybe convince you that hey, I've changed, and that's for you to decide. But you stay away from those people. Like those are the kind of people you don't want around. But if they say things along the lines like, yeah, i think um I think my tax money should go to some stupid ass fucking random program compared to something else that's just stupid and random. That's whatever.
Hmm.
Disagreeing on like fiscal things or small things, that's one thing. I think it's stupid to hold a grudge against somebody for that reason. But when it comes to like a humanistic type thing, or a humanistic level rather, that's where you should draw the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you like you can be friends with those type of people. Like you were using an example of a person who thinks that women shouldn't have bodily autonomy, things like that. Like using that as an example, like you can be friends with that person, but I'm telling you now, after a certain amount of time of their joking belittlements of
Mm.
women and their bodies and what they would do to women, you're just not going to want to be friends with them anymore because those are the kind of people that you're not there's it's that shit is so kind of ingrained into their head that it's part of their personality, and you can't expect to change somebody like that. And I don't think personally, just using even the bodily autonomy in women as an example, I don't think personally it's women's fucking responsibility to change these people. So I don't think it's anybody's responsibility to change anyone. I think it's those people's responsibility to change themselves by listening. And if they're not willing to listen, then all you're doing as their friend is taking the belittlement of either what you are or of somebody that you know or love is and allowing that person to do it.
Fucking spit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've had to recently deal with that. So, you
Snapping my
know,
fingers right now.
that's right. As a vegan, I know this topic well. For real, girl, as a woman, man, hanging out in the entertainment sex industry. Woo, girl. Woo, girl.
Well,
It's
and
bad.
And and that's one of many perfect examples, right? Because if it comes out that a woman who streams does OnlyFans or whatever the case is, it's used as a way to not just dehumanize them, but also to remove any sort of voice or any sort of concern that that person has, right? It's just another way to dismiss that person and be
Right.
like, well, their opinion doesn't matter because they're
They're this.
XYZ.
Yep.
And I think I think one of the big things that we need to see from a new political party or a new political movement is not just the um, support for people who are sex workers and in the sex industry, but the advocacy and overall, like a lot more activism for them. I think
Absolutely.
there needs to be a lot more protections when it comes to porn. I think if an actress decides that they want that stuff removed, it should be done.
Hmm.
Consent is important, regardless if it's uh, consent to have sex, regardless if it's consent to record, whatever. It's important and it's something that should be respected.
Absolutely. Yeah, because a lot of these girls, I mean, when you get into the business of that, when you're in the big business, like, the hustlers and the playboys and all of that stuff, you're completely protected. Every time you're on set, everything is protected. But if you're out there as an OnlyFans girl, it's the wild, wild west, and anything could happen. I have met girls who were paid to go to Saudi Arabia to hang out with one of the princes for a week and came back fucking bruised up and just fucked up. She got beat up a lot. It's a wild, wild west out there. And if they just legalized it and regulated all of it, these girls would be so much more protected. It's the same like with abortions. Girls in porn. Girls are still going to go out there, just like abortions. Girls are still going to go out there and get abortions. Would you rather have them do it safely, or you rather have them do it in a back alley with a coat hanger? Girls are still going
Yeah.
to make porn. Would you rather have them do it at home where they're protected and guys can't take advantage of them online and they can make their money? Or would you rather have them have stalkers and guys find out where they live and murder them? It's
Well, and and can I just say this from a male perspective when it comes to the abortion argument? I think too another great way of framing it is, do you think only rich people should have access to abortions or should everybody have access to abortions? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to, right?
Yep.
Like before Roe v. Wade was even a thing, that's basically what was happening and why there was a push for it to have to go to the Supreme Court for them to uphold and you know basically instate it as federal mandate. So uh, again, I think if you present it in a way where it's like, yeah, like do you think the average person and everybody, regardless of like where you're coming from, should be able to do this thing? Or do you just think rich people should have another thing that they have access to that we don't?
Yep. I agree.
Because because here the funny thing is there is resentment against the elite class from both Democrats and Republicans, even though 9 times out of 10 they will vote for somebody who basically represents the elite in the interest of the elite that will uphold the system, right? Even with people being upset at it. But when you speak to that frustration and you point out those discrepancies, that's when you can start motivating the base. That's when you can start getting people interested and actually be a lot more open to listening to what you have to say because you're
Hmm.
speaking of something that matters to them.
Yep.
And always make sure that you speak to people that way without having to compromise your values
Yep.
because that's another problem too.
Yep.
President Biden in the Oval Office. And here's that historic moment.
Mm.
Mr. President,
Look at just two besties. Oh man, look at they're smiling, they're loving it.
Yeah.
Fire burns bright in the dark.
Transition. Thank you very much. And
It
politics is
burns.
tough.
It's bad.
Politics is tough,
In many cases, not a very
Ivanka's
nice
telling me,
world, but it is a
you
nice world
gotta
today.
do some
Appreciate it very
whippets.
much.
That meeting lasting about 2 hours. So, what was said behind closed doors? Well, Donald Trump revealing to the New York Post that he and Biden both really enjoyed seeing each other and adding this. We really had a really good meeting. I
It was
asked for
fun.
his
We had
views,
ice
and he gave them
cream,
to me.
ordered some
Also,
pizza.
we talked very much about the Middle East. Likewise, I
Talked
wanted
about
to
how
know his
great the
views on
50s
where
and 60s
we
were.
are and what he thinks. And he responded, a very cordial, very
We're
nice
not
and substantive
going
meeting.
back.
But hey,
We're
welcome to
not
all that pressure
going
democracy.
back. Say it with me. USA. USA.
What's even more sad is like you see these two old ass white dudes right here, and behind them is like Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. And the first thing I think of is I'm pretty sure those guys are not much older than those motherfuckers. Like I'm pretty sure they were like kids when fucking Abraham Lincoln was president. Fuck. 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 Sorry, it was a joke.
USA. What is funny is it's like I just can't take offense when people try to belittle those
People
that
that
do
do
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. Like you
Like
hustle like a
yes,
mofo to get your money, but I took a picture and have your day's salary. Sorry, but the only thing I'm hustling is my clit. Fucking A, dude. I'm serious.
tell them,
Like don't
tell
get
them.
mad because I have pretty feet and I make $1,000 a day, motherfucker, on a foot picture. Like, don't get mad. Go get your feet
Well,
fixed. Like, fuck you.
well, well, and also you tell those people this is a system that you keep saying is fucking great, and the system's telling me that I am more valuable than you. So
Yep.
how about you shut the fuck up, peasant?
Yep.
I am the ruler. I make more than you.
I'm
You are
more
my
valuable.
bitch.
Yep.
I am more valuable. Yeah, I'm a
Absolutely.
job creator, motherfucker. Okay, so you shut the fuck up. All right, because both Fox News and CNN is gonna tell you the job creator is the guy,
That's
not
right.
you,
That's right. That's right. That's exactly what
not
I think too.
you.
Anybody that ever
No,
belittled anyone that I knew or myself in the sex industry, I just used to tell them, just don't be mad that I make more money than you on a daily basis. Just
you know
fuck you.
this so far tonight has made me realize we really do need to do an episode that kind of like debunks and goes against a lot of the manosphere stuff and a lot of like the red pill type mindset that you see on the internet
Yeah.
from men that are, in the demographic of 18 to 35.
Please, 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 please. That
Yeah.
is my alley right there. Oh my God, I love that shit.
Yeah. And cuz I could talk about this shit all the time. Like as a man, I've seen, the chauvinistic Western bravado and just the overall mentality of the alpha male and just overall the fragility of, maleness, maledom. I don't know the correct
Mm-hmm.
terminology because when you actually remove a lot of things like the male mind is a very fragile one, and funny enough a lot more men are sensitive than women are.
Yep.
When you actually kind of remove some of the posturing that gets done.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
one thing to keep in mind.
As someone who has been the desire of those kinds of men, it's so interesting to see the way that they treat everybody else, whether it be girls or guys or young boys, just everybody else. When you are the desired person or the desired type of those kinds of guys, yeah, the way that you see the difference, how they treat everybody else is just it's shocking, and it's grotesque, and it's very interesting. I cannot wait to get into that. I love that shit.
Stuff. Well, Corinne Jean-Pierre had this to say about that.
A lot was said on the campaign trail, like Trump
Look
is
at
a
that
dangerous
bald
threat to our
motherfucker.
country and our democracy.
Look
Yeah,
at
they're
that bald
Was there an apology
motherfucker.
today?
They're just everywhere.
I'm sorry?
Was there an apology from
Apology
from
from
Signed
President
bald
Biden
at
for
birth.
the words, some of the
So
words
you,
used?
the president is going to always
I fucking love her
feel
hair. I've
obligated
always
to
loved
be
curly hair,
honest
and
with the
she's got
American
that
people.
perfect ringlets.
What he
Oh,
says still
I'm jealous.
stands.
Harold, it's great to have you back around the
Glad to be
table.
back.
Just sell your soul.
And we haven't had a chance
For
to hear
real.
from you this week on the 5 yet, so let's
I've
get
tried to
turn
perm.
the floor over
My
to you.
hair's too thick and
So
heavy.
congratulations again
Can't
to the
perm it.
president. I thought today's meeting was full of both substance and pageantry. It's one of those meetings that picture there is something that says to the world that as harsh and as the former president acknowledged, president-elect acknowledges, politics can be, as rough and tumble as it can be rhetorically.
Yo, that image is a
that-
perfect
that
description.
leaders
We
of
are
the
all in the
respective parties
background
can
right
come
now.
together and
We are all in the
give a-
fire right
not
now.
only transfer power,
That
but
pain
each
in
of
your
them
ass
conversing
you've
with
been
one another
feeling,
about,
that's not your
things
sciatica,
that they're
that's your
thinking about,
that's
and the
us
current
in
president
the
sharing with this
fucking
president
seventh
some of the
ring of
things on
hell.
his mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do
Yep.
believe that President Trump, I heard it
It's
said earlier, I
definitely
was on a
saying
show with
1,000 words without
11
saying
o'clock show this
anything. That
morning,
is a
and John
fucking
Roberts made a really, really good
fire
point. I
right
think a point that
there.
some probably have made, but I hadn't thought about it quite as clearly
It's
as,
like
until he
burning
said
so
it.
hard that you almost
That
think
the
you're
4
watching
years
it on 2
away
times
from
the
the Oval
speed.
Office for President Trump
Yeah. No, Joe
will likely
Biden's
make
old.
him a
His
better
old
president,
bones need to be
a more
warm.
productive president, because he
That fire,
understands what
though.
he's getting into. He has a clarity of purpose, clarity of mind.
I know
Obviously,
one
as
thing.
we
I'll
see
be
now
so
with some of
happy,
the
so happy
announcements
when I
about
finally
picks
do
for
have gender
serious
affirmation
important
surgery.
and important
It's gonna
jobs in
make me so
administration.
happy. And I'm
But
looking
I was
forward to the
pleased with
day
this
that
today,
you're
and I'm
finally
hopeful
able
that
to do that.
those in
Kayla.
Same.
Congress watch this and realize
Same.
that we got a lot of things that they campaign on, including
I know you've
taxes
been
and
wanting it
making the
for
country,
many, many
our
years. I'll be
borders
happy
safe
when you
and
can finally
communities
get it
safer
done,
from crime.
get it going.
And President Trump wants to do those things. He's going to need partners in Congress to do it. And now that the Senate has a majority leader in John Thune, they'll hit the ground running.
Judge, for all these people who want to go to the airport and leave the country because they were afraid that there wouldn't be a peaceful transition of power,
Yeah.
this looks pretty optimistic.
You know, I think that Americans should look at this image that we're seeing and think about this day as a very serious day and appreciate the fact that it reflects a smooth transition.
You know what's
of power.
crazy that I
You
didn't
know,
find
Trump
out till
was
this
told
year
everything
was
from a
that
threat to
Judge
democracy
Janine
if he were
is
elected,
Lebanese.
You know, it would be, the end of
Really?
America as we knew it.
Yup.
There were people trying to kill him.
Now, was
He
she
got
born there, or is
shot,
that just her
and he came
heritage?
in as a
I
gentleman.
believe she was born there.
Donald
Oh
Trump.
my
I have to
God.
double check.
is
Let me
because
double
he's
check,
more
but I know
serious
that's
now. I'm not sure
definitely
what the reason
at
is.
base
I
minimum
think
her heritage.
President-elect Donald Trump, understands
Interesting.
that he has a job to do, and he's not going to waste his time, getting involved in the little tit for tats that we may have seen during the first term. And we
Okay,
know
so she
that
was
already
born here
because
in the
there was so
United
much
States.
said by people on
Okay.
MSNBC and CNN. He
So
didn't
she
even
won't have too much of
respond
a
to any
connection
them.
with
So
Lebanon
he
with
is
all
very
that going on
focused,
over
and I
there.
think he was very gracious, given how the man on his right said that he was a threat to democracy and that he was Hitler and a fascist.
He is
I don't know that
73
many
years
people who could
old.
actually have sat there with a smile and said,
Trump?
politics is tough, but today is a great day. And
Trump
what I
is?
think is also interesting, I'll
No,
just end
she
on this,
is.
that
She is?
Joe Biden
Yeah, she's
apparently
73.
gave a letter to
Jesus
President-elect
Christ.
Trump.
Look at her. She's the
and,
same age as like Trump and Biden right there.
She was the
Yeah.
one who I think could have a lot of bad feelings.
Oh,
She felt that
Joe,
was
it's gonna
thrown
be
out,
great.
and then,
We're gonna do
they
great
blamed
things,
Joe
believe me.
afterwards, and she was sitting next to Kamala on Veterans Day. They didn't even look at each other. It'll be interesting to see and hear what she has. when she's out of the
73.
White House
Yeah, if she
to
writes
say.
another book, indeed. One of the first things
Now I'm all
President
looking
Trump
at her
did,
face like, all
Jesse, was
right,
go to the House
forehead
Republicans,
doesn't
thank Speaker
move.
Johnson, say,
What else has she got
Speaker
done?
Johnson's the guy.
Hey,
Let's not have any of these
hey.
shenanigans.
I'm a
or
girl.
any
I'm
of
a
these
girl.
fights, like
No,
Trump
I'm
I-
was
just
saying.
I'm
look,
doing it out
She's
of
got a
research
limited time
purposes
frame
for
to
my
get a lot done.
future.
Yeah, so it's Mike Johnson and Thune, they're in.
Who's
so
your
that's
doctor?
The team. But wow, I
Right.
have to
Who's
say
her
something
doctor? Her
nice about
forehead is
Joe Biden, and I don't
amazing.
know why I'm feeling this
No,
way. Maybe
crow's
because
feet?
Greg's
Oh, here we
wearing
go.
animal skins, or the
Here we
stock
go.
market's roaring, or I know every single member of the cabinet. Some of them even owe me money.
Yeah.
But Biden was
That's
gracious
got to
to
be
them,
a bad sign, right?
and the country needed that.
Yeah.
And I
If
don't know why he chose this
dude, if Jesse fucking Waters is friends and hangs out with everybody who's on the Donald
Cabinet
Trump
pick.
cabinet, we are fucked.
That's what I thought when I watched this video last night. That was one of the reasons.
Yo.
That part right there was one of the reasons why I
Dude.
posted it.
Dude, just fucking, you know what? That Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight's gonna be happening this week. Just let Mike Tyson punch me in the face like 15 times at this point, because I can't take it.
Oh,
I can't.
yeah. It gets better.
By the way, let's go Mike Tyson.
tradition
That's right.
of lunch, to be gracious, after he disrespected the tradition of, I don't know, raiding your rival's house, arresting him, and calling him Hitler. I'm not inside Biden's brain. I
Oh,
don't know what he's thinking.
God,
He
shut
probably
the
doesn't know
fuck up,
what he's
dude.
thinking either. But the country needed to see these two leaders sitting in chairs by a fire and pretending that they don't want to strangle each other. We needed that. Now, Melania's absence was obviously
Dude, he just strikes me as a
admission that
motherfucker that would
Joe
like
Biden's
sit in
disgusting.
parking lots and just
Why
wait
would
for
Donald
women who
Trump
are by
hide documents
themselves.
in his
You
wife's
know what I mean?
underwear drawer
Yep. Wait,
Hey,
my
you wanna hang out?
100,000 square foot
rewind it a
mansion.
couple of
It's the
seconds.
dumbest
Rewind
hiding
it.
place
Rewind
of
it.
all
Rewind it a
time,
little
and
bit.
that's why Joe
This-
needed
this-
to see these two leaders
Okay, right here. Watch
sitting
this.
in
Listen to
chairs
this shit.
by a fire and pretending that they don't want to strangle each other. We needed that.
Right
now,
here.
Melania's absence was obviously an admission that Joe Biden's disgusting.
Like, what? Melania didn't come because she thinks Joe Biden is disgusting. Like, y'all
Yeah.
don't pay attention to the last 15 years. Melania didn't come because she don't give a fuck about this shit. She don't really care about Trump. I know personally from like 3 levels of degrees of separation that they haven't even slept in the same fucking bed in over 10 fucking years. So don't sit there and tell me that Melania didn't come because Joe Biden is disgusting. She didn't come because she doesn't give a fuck about her husband or anything. She's a sugar baby who has her son, and it's just literally the luckiest sugar baby in the entire fucking world. That's it, and she knows it.
My comment is the only time Melania comes is if batteries are involved,
For real.
because Trump does not strike me as the kind of guy that cares whether or not his partner is satisfied.
No,
Why
no, he
would
absolutely
Donald Trump
doesn't.
hide
It's either her
documents in his
batteries
wife's
or her pool
underwear
boy.
drawer
But that was
while
great
he
for
lives in a
me.
100,000 square foot
I'm
mansion?
gonna have to
It's the
go
dumbest
get
hiding
some
place of all time,
McDonald's.
and that's why Joe's a little sick.
Right.
Let's put
You
that
want
She's
some
all
nuggies?
she's
Can
all
you
just
believe
laying
Pete
there like,
Hegseth is
"Did you
going to be the
start?
next
You're
Secretary
done
of
already?
Defense? So I had a hard time
Are you
wrapping my
in?"
head around it last night.
Oh,
Oh,
And now I
commercial.
that
love
was
it.
scary. What the fuck just
And
happened?
then
Tim Pool
as I
just
was
hacked my
wrapping my head
computer.
around it, mostly thinking about how I can benefit from it. Can I use this plane to go somewhere?
No.
No is the answer. I've been told that already. And then they
hate
hit me
this
with
guy.
Gates, and I'm starting to understand Greg's pirate analogy. And it reminded me of the '92 Dream Team. Remember, Harold? When they
Dude,
assemble
this
magic.
motherfucker is saying that this Trump cabinet is the dream team for what? Lowering the age of consent
Right?
for pedophilia,
Right.
for
For
taking L's, for having Skibbity Ohio Riz, as the kids say these days. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? 92 Dream Team? Do you know what the fuck you're saying, my guy?
Nope.
Like, I'm a fucking basketball head, all right? I'm a sports head. I grew up playing sports. I grew up watching sports. I know people that fucking play that shit. Like, don't come on, shut the fuck up. 92 Dream Team, literally, bro. It's the career Suicide Squad that is fucking leading this nation right now. America loves Marvel movies so much. They were like, yo, let's elect one.
Right? They were all thinking it was like the Toon Squad, like fucking the super team with Michael Jordan, but it's actually the Monster Squad. Sorry.
The dude, it's straight up the career Suicide Squad.
Yeah,
They're all a bunch of fucking weirdos.
yeah.
Mike and Larry.
You know,
were
at
the
least
one
Mystery
team
Men,
that
like
no
they
one's
all
ever
had
thought
redeeming
about that
qualities. They
before.
were
And
weird,
now
but they were
this is what you're
redeemable.
looking at.
These
You're looking at the Dream
motherfuckers,
Team.
not
They're
so much.
assembling a constellation of stars, which I happen to know intimately.
Who talks down on their
And
opponent's son's
I've never
suicide?
been this
Use that to
excited
become
before. I am
president. He's just
so
gross. Yeah,
excited
and the
for this
thing is, I don't
country, not
even
for me
like Joe
personally,
Biden, but when
although
they
that's
started
it.
like
I'm just so
using,
excited for the change that we're going to see in the next 4
I
years.
hope they pay you their
His
money
son.
before
when they,
confirmation.
Yep.
yeah,
Not
when they
public.
started talking about that shit, that like, I don't know,
Greg,
there's
would
just
you like me
certain
to
stuff
comment on
you
what
don't
you're
do.
wearing
Yep.
or just
And that motherfucker had to lose his
comfortable, I have to
wife,
tell you. It seems comfortable to you. It
and
is
his kid at the
comfortable,
same
but
time, and then he fucking,
no, you're going to HR, Dana. That was all a trick. All a trick.
then
This
he
is
ended up
where
losing
60
another
million
kid.
people just realized another
'Cause of
media
drugs.
And then
narrative is a
fucking his
lie,
other
because
kid
they're all lies.
got
How could
addicted
that guy be Hitler
got
when you
addicted to
welcome him with
drugs
such
and
regard?
became
Enough about that.
attacked.
I'm with
Yep.
Jesse on this. I'm looking at
And
the
again,
speed
like
of
Joe
these
Biden's a piece of
nominations
shit, but at the
and
end of the
type
day,
of them.
like
And there are no
as much as I can be a
ex-given.
petty bitch, it's
It's
like,
the
man,
difference
that
between
dude had a lot
wanting
of bad
something
shit
and
happen to
deciding.
him in his life,
2016,
man. Like
Trump wanted to be
maybe
president. He
Yep.
wanted to lead. He
maybe
wanted to get
just
stuff
chill.
done. Second time around,
Yeah, they
he's
shouldn't do
decided.
ad
There's
hominem
no longer
personal
any
attacks
decision
ever.
making. You can feel it.
Ever.
There are. It's deliberate. It's definitive. We've
Them's
felt
fighting
this way
words.
before. You've wanted to move. You know, you wanted to quit a job. You wanted
Just
to
so
end a
know what hard
relationship.
really
And
is.
then there's that moment that
Look
you
at his
decide,
shirt. His shirt
and
has
boom,
fur on
boom,
it. Are
boom,
we
boom,
sure
boom.
he's not
Everyone
gay?
around you realizes, wow, this is more than a victory. In fact, it's transformational.
Are we sure he's
It's
not
not
gay?
just that the Democrats were vanquished, but an entire age
It's
has
possible.
closed. The death of identity politics
It's
is there,
possible.
of race-based reward and punishment, the tyranny of the aggrieved. And a new age has started, and I echo Jesse again. I've never been more hopeful or optimistic in my life. This wasn't just an election. It was a turning point. And I want Democrats to thrive during this period. But the only way for the
You
Democrats
want Democrats to
to
thrive
be
during
happy,
this
whether they
period?
like it or not, is they have
Brother just used the fucking Joe Biden. I want a strong, or wait, was it Biden or Pelosi that was like, I want a strong Republican Party. I can't
I think that
remember
was
who it was.
Biden.
Might have been Biden, but yeah, you know. Well, we have a
Mm.
strong Republican Party now, so that's cool.
to think
Mhm.
less about
Hey,
identity
Democrats kept one of their campaign promises.
and more about the outside world.
Let's
Start
go.
with your family,
High
and
five.
your friends, and your
USA.
spirituality. Don't listen to the
USA.
view and tell what they
That's
say. You
crazy.
should
Now
cut
we've
off
got
these people that disagree with you.
Republicans
That
saying that
is
they
a
want
mistake.
a
You see so many
striving
upset
Democrat
people right
Party,
now, and it's
while
because they become
Democrats are
obsessed about
claiming
their
that Trump stole
identity,
the
which
elections.
feeds
Like
into your
it's
ego.
like
And then when your
2016
ego takes a hit,
repeat,
you're
but then
miserable.
2020
So if you live
reversed
outside yourself and
repeat.
you remove identity
Dr.
politics,
Steele.
you remove the fuel for your ego. Identity politics was a complicated word for me, me, me. This is why when you saw people.
Oh, I saw something
entrenched in it,
recently.
they were
Trump
so
expected
miserable. They
to
were so
select Robert F.
blind, they couldn't
Kennedy
talk to
Jr.
other people.
to lead
You know,
Department of Health and
if you
Human
replace
Services.
that inner turmoil with curiosity and service
Huh.
for the outside world, you will be so much happier.
So what
It's
is
really ironic
Department of Health and Human
that Make America
Services?
Great Again is about the future,
Okay, so food.
because it's talking about the past.
Food, vaccines.
But you found out that the Dems were the past in every respect.
No.
They felt it necessary to judge present day individuals by people who existed 100, 200 years ago. We're innocent. They also relied on past media narratives about how people were. This is how black people think. This is how brown people think, right? And they missed out on the sentiment of millions and millions of people. The country no longer was buying what they were selling, and they wanted to do something. Now they decided.
And it's like everybody is back on the same page that America is an exceptional country.
Right.
And you have to participate in it in order to
You can
keep
feel it
that way.
You can feel it.
You can feel it. And Harold, you feel it too.
Yeah, Harold.
I know you feel it.
Like I said, that picture of the president sitting there, you can't help but be hopeful when.
I do have to say one thing though.
Turning
That fire was roaring, and it was
Loud.
like
Roaring.
75 degrees.
Yo,
there.
even
Yeah.
they noticed that
Click
shit, dude.
here
Because
to
they're
subscribe
fucking
to the
demons.
Fox News YouTube
That's right.
Fucking
I know.
demons.
Where are the
evil
conspiracy
fucks.
theorists out there talking about how big the fire was and this is a sign from the devil, like they do when fucking the Super
Yeah.
Bowl halftime show comes
Say,
on?
or Travis Scott has a
All right, tonight, the
concert.
Yeah. Or the
Or this lady's
Grammys.
fucking eyes, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. We're about to get.
Mhm.
Everybody, grab a crucifix.
federal investigation into Congressman Matt Gaetz has taken a dramatic turn, and it could be bad news for the Florida Republican and Trump ally. An associate who's charged with sex
Okay,
trafficking
so
is now negotiating a
This is from 3 years ago. This is our current. What did you get signed again? Attorney General.
Mhm.
Attorney General. This is our current Attorney General. Let me start it back a little bit. Our Attorney General.
Gaetz has taken a dramatic turn, and it could be bad news for the Florida Republican and Trump ally. An associate who's charged with sex trafficking is now negotiating a plea deal and may be ready to cooperate with prosecutors. CBS's Major Garrett has the late developments.
Congressman Matt Gaetz potentially in more legal
He
jeopardy
just looks
tonight.
like Beavis.
His close associate, Joel Greenberg, charged with sex trafficking last summer, is expected to plead guilty to some federal charges. Greenberg could cooperate in a separate federal probe of Gaetz. Greenberg, according to sources, used so-called sugar daddy websites to locate female partners for the congressman. Greenberg's attorney spoke to reporters today.
Yeah, he did a no contest.
See, I thought if I kept on talking and talking, I would avoid these questions and not to say, I'm sure Matt Gaetz is not feeling very comfortable today.
Gaetz, a close friend and political ally of Greenberg since 2016, has denied having sex with underage girls or paying for sex.
It is a horrible allegation, and it is a lie.
According to sources familiar with the matter, federal investigators are also probing Gaetz' relationship with Orlando doctor and marijuana entrepreneur Jason Pierizzolo. CBS News has learned.
Yo, why does he look like Zoolander's kid? Like,
For
Gates and
real.
Pierazzolo took a trip to the Bahamas
Jason
in late 2018 or early
Pierazzolo.
2019.
What the fuck?
According to sources familiar with the probe, the doctor paid for travel, accommodations, and escorts on the trip. Investigators want to know if Gates was accepting any of these gifts in exchange for political access or legislative favors.
Of course he was.
Pierazzolo provided no comment when we met him yesterday outside his Orlando office.
Did you pay for escorts for Congressman Matt Gaetz?
Meanwhile, women who work in Gates' office released a statement endorsing his character. We uniformly reject these allegations as false, the statement said. The women were not identified by name or job title. We have learned 8 women work in Gates' office, and all, Nora, backed the statement.
All right,
So with this guy, what happened was is they ended up settling out of court, which if you've ever paid attention to any of these kind of like big company being sued by some person, or big rich guy being sued by a woman for harassment, and they settle it out of court, that doesn't mean that they're not guilty. That just means that they don't have to say that they're guilty because they settled it outside of court, or came to a conclusion. So that's still, to me, the guy was guilty of hooking up Matt Gaetz with minors. At least in my opinion, when they do that kind of settling outside of court, they could
Well,
still
I was just
be
gonna
guilty.
say the general consensus from the public has always been that when you have settlements, that is basically an admission of guilt, right?
Yes.
But it's one that's done where people on the outside are like, yeah, okay, they did it. They had more money. They knew it could drag out, but they didn't want to, risk getting caught. So they just threw out a fucking number that the other person would take on. It's like either pay more money to have to see me in court all the time, or just take this money, sign this NDA, and we go about our business.
Yep.
And that's what ends up happening a lot of times. And here's the thing too, and this is something to keep in mind, because I get very upset when people say things like, "Oh, well, there needs to be." Tim Pool said this. There needs to be accountability, in the sake of the woman. It's like, no, like ultimately the woman's a victim in that sense. What the fuck are we even talking about? Like,
right?
She didn't ask for any of this. This is something that was put onto her. There's no accountability. And even so, 9 times out of 10, a lot of women that come forward, if they have like a rape kit that's used, they have to wait forever. There's backlogs for just about almost every city you go to. There are backlogs for rape kits, and the problem is you have to do it within 48 hours.
Yep.
So a lot of times, nothing ends up getting done. Nothing ends up happening. The person who committed the crime ends up having to go on their way. So trying to blame people who are victims of it, who have tried to have something done about it, and nothing gets done, saying, well, why aren't you trying to do something about it? It's just gross. And I think people, regardless if you're a woman or a man, or if you're non-binary, it's important for everybody to step up and be like, hey, that's fucked up. That's quit being a fucking weirdo.
Yep.
It's important to start standing up against those kind of talking points that are getting made, that kind of rhetoric.
Right.
Like real change, and this is something too that is also another fundamental of leftism, is fundamental change comes from within. And once you're able to better yourself, you can start focusing on other things and start focusing on helping others. And that's the whole point of life. Better yourself, better other people, better everybody around you.
All right, Matt Gaetz responds to sex trafficking allegations.
Just a couple of hours
All
ago,
right.
late this afternoon, the New York Times ran a story saying that Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz is under federal investigation for playing some role in sex trafficking and potentially having a relationship with a 17-year-old girl. There are very few details in major news outlets tonight about this story.
He
with
just
no
looks so
background on it at all,
evil.
Not even any very informed questions.
For real.
Instead, we've
He
invited
just looks so
Congressman Gates
fucking evil.
on the
He looks
show
like a
to
mixture of
respond to
Beavis
these
and
stories
Butthead too.
and give
Like
us
an evil
his
Beavis and
view of
Butthead
that.
offspring.
Congressman, thanks so
Right.
much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Hey
So
guys, I
this
just
is
got done
obviously a
hanging out at a
serious
high school
allegation.
cake party.
Tell us
Glad to be on the show
what the
tonight,
truth
Tucker.
is from your perspective.
It is a horrible allegation.
what's going on, Shock
and it
T?
is a lie. The New York Times is running a story that I have traveled with a 17-year-old woman, and that is verifiably false. People can look at my travel records and see that that is not the case. What is happening is an extortion of me and my family involving a former Department of Justice official. On March 16th, my father got a text message demanding a meeting where...
And his father, by the way, is a very big, like, political influential figure in Florida. I ended up finding out, and that's something that in the future I wouldn't mind looking into. But it's something I started reading about a little bit today.
wherein a person demanded $25 million.
Yeah,
in
Gates
exchange for
comes
making
from some good
horrible
money.
Sex trafficking allegations against me go away. Our family was so troubled by that.
Sex
we went to the
trafficking
local FBI.
allegations.
And the FBI and the Department of Justice were so concerned about this attempted extortion of a member of Congress that they asked my dad to wear a wire, which he did with the former Department of Justice official. Tonight, I am demanding that the Department of Justice and the FBI release the audio recordings that were made under their supervision and at their direction, which will prove my innocence and that will show that these allegations aren't true. They're merely intended to try to bleed my family out of money.
So the reason that you may be asking yourself, like, why is he saying that he wants to get these audio? He doesn't want the audio to come out because ultimately it's not a good look for him. But he was trying to put pressure and trying to have a talking point, so he used that because ultimately, when you're able to go on TV and say, "Hey, I want stuff to come out, but they're not letting it," I wonder why they're hiding it. For most people who've never had someone directly in their life who had, trauma happen to them, they don't understand the process of a criminal investigation, right? So names of people who identify them, statements that are made, those are all confidential and withheld from the defense for a certain amount of time until it is authorized by a judge. And he's trying to make the argument he wants them now. And it's not because he wants to be able to expose the truth. It's because he wants to be able to expose the victim. So then that way people can spend their time digging up dirt on the person who's the victim and ultimately get basically the overall general consensus to be like, oh, well, that person did it. They deserved it. They used drugs. They did this. They did that. They were a bad student. Fill in the blank. Because one thing that is definitely part of American ideology is victim blaming. It's always been, well, the victim did something to deserve it, obviously, because why would somebody just do that?
Right.
And this former
And
Department of
also, he
Justice
voted no
official
on combating
tomorrow
human
was
trafficking,
supposed
just so
to be
we know.
contacted by my father
Yeah.
so that
Yeah.
specific instructions could be given regarding the wiring of $4.5 million as a down payment on this bribe. I don't think it's a coincidence that tonight, somehow, the New York Times is leaking this information, smearing me, and ruining the investigation that would likely result in one of the former colleagues of the current DOJ being brought to justice for trying to extort me and my family.
So a couple of obvious questions that come to mind, and again, just to restate, this just happened, don't have any other information beyond what we've already said and you have said. First of all, who is this Department of Justice former employee who's trying to extort the money from you, you say?
His name is David McGee. He was a top official in the leadership in the Northern District of Florida as a prosecutor. He currently works at the Beggs and Lane law firm. As a matter of fact, one of the recordings that was made at the FBI and Department of Justice request occurred at that law firm, and the money that was supposed to be paid today that would have shown even more evidence of David McGee's work in this extortion scheme, that was foiled by the New York Times story, and I believe that's why this horrible information and these terrible allegations have been used this evening.
So the horrible allegations that he's talking about, and I don't know if they end up getting specifically, oh my God, look at fucking Tucker Carlson's face.
God.
Oh my God, that fucking piece of shit. But the allegations he's talking about. So, one of Matt Gaetz's buddies, Matt Gaetz sent him money on Venmo with the title about something like "Thanks for the girl" or for for last night or something along those lines. The guy he sent that money to sent the same amount of money to a girl who was underage that was operating off of like one of those sugar daddy sites that was like super popular back in 2016 era.
Mm-hmm.
And that was done within the same like 24, 48 hours.
Wow.
So he's trying to say ultimately, like, I just sent my friend money on Venmo, and the thing that I said as part of the memo was just a joke, and it's just a mere coincidence that this underage girl who was paid the same amount of money from the guy that I sent that same amount of money to, that's just a mere coincidence. That's just, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Well, in the court, that
So
can't,
you're
that's,
and I'll get to invest.
hearsay and shit like that. It's all assumptions. But I mean, in the court of public opinion, yeah, he's cooked.
Well, in Matt Gaetz was partaking in Florida's favorite pastime apparently because it's something that Donald Trump and Epstein used to do, where they would specifically target underage girls that came from backgrounds, that where they didn't really have that much money, because a lot of times, teenagers that don't have a lot of money, they're gonna have a lot of trauma, a lot of things that stress them out. They're not going to have access to good health care like rich kids do, so they're not going to be able to afford a therapist. They're not going to be able to afford prescription drugs, any of that nature. So a lot of times they turn to street drugs, right? So they basically pick people who fall into those categories, because even if they don't use drugs, even if they are clean, sober, even though that doesn't like really matter for me, in the court of law, ultimately, who are you going to believe? Some billionaire, some executive, or some guy who's a landowner, property manager? Are you going to believe some 17-year-old kid who's been arrested a couple times for smoking weed, or
Right.
comes from a neighborhood that's known for high crime, etc.?
Yeah.
And that's what they specifically do, because really, at the end of the day, anybody who understands how corrupt our institutions are know that the courts, 9 times out of 10, are going to go with the side that has the most money, because
Mhm.
money is what dictates law.
I mean, that's how Jeff Epstein got to be able to get away with calling those minor girls prostitutes and being charged with
Yes.
hooking up with prostitutes, even though they were minors. It's how it all goes. It happens out in Vegas as well. Sacha Baron Cohen did like a whole like those mockumentary type things where he pretends to be some other things. He went out to Vegas, asked some people asked around, like he pretended to be like a Saudi Arabian prince, asked around for some minor girls, and they actually hooked him up with it to where he had to cancel that specific episode because that's fucking illegal. You can't do it, but it was a little bit too easy than what he was comfortable with.
Hmm.
It happens.
But you're saying that David McGee was motivated by greed. He was trying to extort money from your family. That's his motivation, you're saying.
Yeah, his friend was just trying
I
to
know
extort
that
him.
there was a demand for money in exchange for a commitment that he could make this investigation go away along with his co-conspirators. They even claimed to have specific connections inside the Biden White House. Now, I don't know if that's true. They were promising that Joe Biden would pardon me. Obviously, I don't need a pardon. I'm not seeking a pardon. I have not done anything improper or wrong. But what I am troubled by is the real motivation for all of this. Just tonight, Ted Lieu, a Democrat, is calling on me to be removed from the House Judiciary Committee And I believe we are in an era of our politics now, Tucker, where people are smeared to try to take them out of the conversation. I'm not the only person on screen right now who's been falsely accused of a terrible sex act. You were accused of something that you did not do, and so you know what this feels like. You know the pain it can bring to your family, and you know how it just puts people on defense when you're accused of something so salacious and awful. But it did not happen. It is not true. And the fact that it is the basis of this attempt to extort my family tells a lot. And if the FBI and Department of Justice will release the tapes that they are in possession of, the American people will see what is really going on.
You just referred to a mentally ill viewer who accused me of a sex crime 20 years ago. And of course, it was not true. I'd never met the person. But I do agree with you that being accused falsely is one of the worst things that can happen. And you do see it a lot. Let's go back to the investigation. You say that it was
excuse me,
that it was or is underway. There was an investigation. What is the basis of that investigation? What is the allegation? That's really not very clear from these news stories.
Yeah, again, I only know what I've read in the New York Times. I can say that actually you and I went to dinner about 2 years ago. Your wife was there, and I brought a friend.
Yo, look at his face. He's like, why the fuck are you bringing me into this, dude? Do you see him? He's like, yo, why are you bringing me up? You're under a federal investigation. Shut the fuck up. I was never with you.
Friend of mine, you'll remember her, and she was actually threatened by the FBI, told that if she wouldn't cop to the fact that somehow I was involved in some pay-for-play scheme, that she could face trouble. And so I do believe that there are people at the Department of Justice who are trying to smear me, providing for flights and hotel rooms for people that you're dating who are of legal age is not a crime.
Of legal age.
I'm just troubled that the lack of any sort
Why
of
did he have to
legitimate
justify that?
investigation
Like,
into me.
Yeah.
okay,
It's
guy, I
specific.
get
I
it.
wonder.
Would then
You're
convert
dating
into this
somebody who just turned
extortion
18
attempt.
last week. I understand what you're saying, bro.
I don't remember the woman you're speaking of or the context at all, honestly. But I would
did you
like
hear
to
him?
know who.
Did you hear
so they're saying
Tucker?
there is a remember the woman you're speaking of or the
Extortion attempt.
I don't remember the woman you're speaking of or the context at all, honestly. But
He's like, dude, I totally don't remember talking to you and being at this place. I don't know what you're saying. And he's like, oh, Tucker, you're supposed to have my back, Tucker. Freddy Krueger tie, you're supposed to hold it down, buddy.
I would like to know who. So they're saying there is a 17-year-old
Isn't that
girl
his laugh?
who
Yeah.
you had a relationship with. Is that true? And who are they? Who is this girl? What are they talking about at the New York Times?
The person doesn't exist. I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old. That is totally false. The allegation, as I read it in the New York Times, is that I've traveled with some 17-year-old in some relationship. That is false, and records will bear that out to be false.
How long has this investigation been going on? Do you know?
I don't know.
When were you first informed of it?
Again, I really saw this as a deeply troubling challenge for my family on March 16th when people were, talking about a minor and that there were pictures of me with child prostitutes. That's obviously false. There will be no such pictures because no such thing happened. But really on March 16th was when this got going from the extortion standpoint.
So what happens next? I mean, you can say there is this investigation, I guess a criminal investigation. I'm not quite sure where the sex trafficking part comes in. I don't, again, for the fifth time, I don't really understand this story very well. But where does it go from here? I mean, you've made an allegation against someone by name on the air and accused him of trying to extort millions of dollars from your family. What happens tomorrow?
Well,
he's like, dude, I don't want to get sued.
Was the transfer of this money that would have implicated the former colleague of these current DOJ officials. But that's obviously not going to happen tomorrow because the New York Times story was leaked in order to quell that investigative effort. So here's what needs to happen next. The FBI and the Department of Justice must release the tapes that are in their possession that were done at their direction. Those tapes will show that I am innocent and that the whole concept of sex charges against me was really just a way to try to bleed my family out of money and probably smear my name because I am a well-known, outspoken conservative, and I guess that's out of style in a lot of parts of the country right now.
Matt Gaetz, I appreciate your coming on tonight.
Thanks for giving me the chance to tell the truth, Tucker. I appreciate it.
It's a more interesting and complicated story than that I knew from reading about it. Thank you very much.
Tucker's pissed, like, bro, you tried dragging me into this, you
He's
fucking
second
piece of shit.
guessing this, right? Holy shit.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add about Mr. fucking pedophile Matt Gaetz
Ugh.
being selected as AG?
No, I'm ready for the next one. Let's move on from this fool. He's already
Bet.
gotten enough time.
Marco Rubio, everybody's favorite. And we're not going to go through the whole entire dossier, but I'm bringing this up for those who aren't aware or have read this yet. Check it out. Ken Klippenstein, no longer with The Intercept, posted this. It's the Rubio dossier. It's one of the things that had gotten him banned from Twitter. I think it was for like a week or two. Then they reinstated him. He also published a J.D. Vance dossier that the Trump camp had put together. And it's a lot of the feelings and resentments that they had towards Marco Rubio. And the reason I brought that up is because we're going to look at the evolution of Marco Rubio before Trump turned around and decided, like, you know what, I'm going to work with that guy. I'm going to get him. I'm going to have him on my team. He's the greatest.
All right,
He's
let's
the
watch those.
best. But yeah, he's going to be Secretary of State now. So
Yep.
That's fun. That's fun, dude.
If he builds the wall the way he built Trump Towers, he'll be using illegal immigrant labor to do it. The second.
Ooh, got him. Burn. Lived up, dude. I'm so lived up right now.
Here's a guy that buys a house for $179,000. He sells it to a lobbyist who's probably here for $380,000, and then legislation is passed. You tell me about this guy. This is what we're going to have
Here's
as
the guy
president?
that inherited $200 million. If he hadn't inherited $200 million, you know where Donald Trump would be right now? Selling watches in Manhattan.
I have to say,
Senator
he lied
Cruz.
this time. He lied. 100%. 100%.
Senator you lied about the Polish workers.
Yeah.
You lied to the
38
students of Trump
years ago.
University.
38 years ago.
Oh, he lied 38 years ago. All right, I guess there's a statute of limitation on lies.
Well, I mean, seems that Marco Rubio sure thinks that there's a statute of limitation when it comes to lies. What do I mean by that?
I want to start this evening with CNN's Jim Sciutto, who is joining me on the phone on this breaking news. Jim, I just want to first get your take on hearing that it doesn't
Be right
appear
back.
this
I'm
is
gonna go
formal
refill my
yet,
coffee cup.
But if Trump
Yeah,
is
yeah,
leaning
do what you
in
gotta
this
do.
direction, and that is what all of our sourcing is indicating at this hour, what the significance of a Marco Rubio as a Trump pick for Secretary of State would be in your view?
For one, it very much, Caitlin, puts China at the center of Trump's foreign policy. The combination of Rubio and Waltz, both of whom are big China hawks. Rubio's portfolio on China.
So for those that are watching, basically, the election results that you saw and seeing Trump get into office was because of the inability to have effective messaging from the Democrats, because ultimately they work for the same benefactors as Republicans. But because of that lack, Republicans were able to poise themselves as the common sense party. They were able to poise themselves as the peaceful dove party. They were not going to be intervening in any wars, right? They were the ones who wanted to get out of Afghanistan and Iraq. But this pick right here for Secretary of State shows that this anti-China rhetoric that the United States has been very fond of exclusively over the past like 15, 20 years. Because we needed an enemy to replace, right? Once the Soviet Union collapsed, the United States needed to be able to focus on a foreign enemy, a collective foreign enemy that you could present as both a power and as, not true competition at the same time. And China was the perfect target. But China, economically and, through the military, has in a lot of ways caught up, if not exceeded, the United States. And picks like Rubio is basically showing you for the next 4 years there's going to be a lot more violent rhetoric that is going to be made towards China. I think one of the places that people should look at or look for is Taiwan and exactly what Trump is going to do legislatively that's going to affect Taiwan and thus kind of maybe instigate some sort of reaction or some sort of incident between Taiwan and China. That is something to definitely look for. I think we're going to see accelerated efforts from Israel. And I think we're going to see accelerated efforts in Ukraine. And these are all things that people from multiple political ideologies all kind of either want the United States not to fund the army or anything like that, or ultimately just don't want to be involved at all. And not so much isolationist, but more anti-interventionist.
And it goes back years. He's drawn attention to China's trade practices. He's pushed for restrictions on selling advanced technology to China. He's highlighted China's mass incarceration and forced labor of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, as well as China's intelligence gathering inside this country. So he has a deep and long resume on China. And listen, it shouldn't be surprising, given that Trump himself, of course, has made China a target both of his national security policy, but also his economic policy, the discussions during the campaign of imposing significant tariffs on Chinese goods. This would bring to his team a Rubio and a Waltz, two individuals with history there and focus on China.
And the issue is, just because Trump is a megalomaniac in a lot of ways, Trump is going to try to get into a pissing match with China, and people around him have convinced him, and he's kind of convinced himself ultimately, that the American economy can stand up against China's economy tit for tat. But the issue is a lot of the wealth that is a part of America, a lot of it's inflated numbers. A lot of it's just kind of like ghost numbers is a very like layman's way of putting it, right? So you're not going to be able to go blow for blow with China because China has the majority of manufacturing. Like they're the ones who control the majority of manufacturing. We don't really produce that much here. We import a lot of goods. We don't make goods. We import them. The only thing that we export, the only thing that we're good at when it comes to making is missiles, guns, spy satellites, aircraft. But even then, aircraft, not so much. Boeing's kind of gone to shit.
Yeah.
Um,
It's just crazy
but
to
yeah,
me when I hear them say like the prisoned in population of the Uyghur community out there and the slave labor and like yeah, like that's absolutely true what's happening in China, but America has more people imprisoned per capita than the entire goddamn world. And I'm sorry, but just recently saw a news outlet reporting on the fact that McDonald's is hiring prison inmates for pennies on the dollar daily for McDonald's. Like these regular like what's the difference? We're doing it to our own community as well, imprisoning people and making them work for practically slave labor wages, just like what's happening in China with the Uyghur community. It's just it's so ironic when I see that kind of
oh
stuff.
no, you better be careful because people are going to try to tell you no, it wasn't that at all. They just assimilated.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
shit's stupid.
And also, it's crazy to me that Marco Rubio is going to be our Secretary of State. Like,
Yeah,
that's wild to me
fucking
because
Warhawk, dude.
yeah, because when you hear like Secretary of State, at least in my head, I think Hillary Clinton when she did that interview when
Yep.
she killed the leader of Libya, Gaddafi, where she's like, "We
Yeah.
came, we saw, he died." And that's yeah, that's gonna be his spot. That's crazy to me.
Well, hopefully he gives us a good sound clip like that. But and while you were gone, I was just talking about the fact that like we are going to see an accelerated uh rate of bombs and things of that nature being dropped on people in Palestine by Israel. We're going to see an accelerated effort um and supplement of money and even soldiers in Ukraine. It's just we're going to be seeing a multi-front war, and I think that's kind of like the evolution that we've got to as society, where wars in the old days obviously would just be one war that's getting fought at once because you can't have multiple fronts. There was somebody who tried doing that, didn't work out for him too well. It was a big issue, and I think now we're kind of seeing the repeat of that. Oh, hi, Jada, and we we're I'm hopeful that I'm wrong, but I definitely do think that we're going to see the American interest become a lot more than just sending money to these different conflict areas.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how we do that, especially. I mean, people have been throwing the word draft out for years and years, but with this new Ken Kegsneth, whatever guy, that's going to be in one of the cabinet picks as well, with him saying that women should not be in the military. Y'all better hold on to your balls, man. They're gonna be drafting y'all like all you men like fucking crazy. And we're not allowed in military. Women are not gonna be allowed to be part of the draft. I'm telling you guys, like the amount of wars that we're about to have and taking out half of the fighting, and a lot of people not proper most likely choosing not to go into these wars that Trump's gonna start. There's gonna be drafts, and you men are all first in line.
Well,
Every one of you.
and don't forget they come out in posture and say things along the lines of like, "Oh well, we don't want women in the military." But if there ever does become a point where we're fighting a multi-front war, it will get to a point just like you saw in Ukraine, where they're going to start asking women to fight. They're going to start arming uh, civilians.
Yep.
So it is going to happen too. Um, but yeah, it is important to remember, like, hey, ultimately, like there are consequences to elections. I'm not operating in the sense that a lot of liberals are, where they're like, oh, haha, well, people who are people of color have voted for Trump, you're gonna have to deal, because I think that's stupid. That it's reductive. It's counterproductive. It doesn't do anything. It just creates more resentment, more animosity, more issues. It's just not a good look.
Right.
It's
It's
just
not
not good
it's not good.
politics.
It's not good to make fun of him, but it's good to let them know and show them the consequences of their actions, though.
Oh no, 100%. But you have to do it from a place of good faith.
Yes,
Uh,
absolutely. I agree.
I'm gonna return to the video. I'm gonna grab a quick drink though, so
Yeah.
hold it down for a minute if you don't mind.
Got it.
I'll say this as well.
All
That,
right, now that
you know,
he's gone. All
given
right, let's start partying,
the
everybody.
concern
I'm just
about
kidding.
some of Trump's foreign policy positions, particularly among Democrats, the outgoing Biden administration, but also some more traditional Republicans, I think it's safe to say that both Rubio
I
and
should have
Waltz
waited like 10 more seconds,
are
y'all.
not out there, as it were, right? That their positions on China are very common with other Republicans, but also, frankly, it's a bipartisan position right now in Washington, a far more aggressive China policy, both in terms of national
Oh
security
yeah, China.
and trade. Their positions on Ukraine, for instance, Rubio has been a skeptic of additional
Yep, that's
aid
gonna end.
going there. He, like other Republicans, has said it's time to bring the war to an end. But he is not a Republican who has praised Russia. He's not a Republican who has denied Russia's blame for the invasion, right? So even as he has been skeptical of additional aid,
So then what's their
he's not
opinion on
from the wing of the
NATO?
Republican
Because that's
Party
the whole
that has
point of the
questioned whether the
Russia-Ukraine
U.S.
thing.
should have been there in any way at all before.
Yeah, certainly a different view in that sense. Of course, the question is, what happens now and with what we've seen on the ground. Jim Sciutto, thank you for that. And on this breaking news, I also want to bring in CNN anchor and chief congressional correspondent Manu Raju, because Manu, as we were looking at this, I just want to note what Kristen Holmes is reporting on top of this. She says that she heard from a source this morning who thought Trump was leaning toward Rick Grenell, of course, who served as his acting director of national intelligence. Before that, the U.S. ambassador to Germany. We know Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee was also in the running for these two positions, though he seemed to have fallen out of the contention a few hours ago. Manu, though, when you look at this, if this is what Trump ultimately formally goes with, and a caveat there just because it's Trump, I imagine Rubio would have a pretty easy time getting confirmed in the Senate.
Don't buy your electricity. Generate your own.
Oh no, we got stuck with a commercial.
Bags full of cash for your power. As a matter of fact,
Hey y'all,
you can
that
take
is
advantage of this
B-roll
new
footage.
renewable energy
I
savings
have
program
that if
without
anyone
an
ever
upfront
wants to
cost.
use that
And then you don't
burning
have to
money
worry
or
about
breaking
energy
TV
prices going up,
footage.
paying for
I
taxes
have
and
that.
delivery fees
Hey,
from
I
your
have that
utility
footage
provider,
too.
or worrying about the power going out
This
ever
fucking
again.
commercial.
You
Yo,
learned
I
all
can
of
make
that in the
commercials,
past.
y'all.
Add equity to
I
your
can make
home after
commercials.
installation
I
and
have
the
this shit.
same bill forever. Yes, even 20 years.
Yeah, no question
Thanks.
about that, Caitlin. In fact, if it were Rick Grenell, that could potentially have been a problem for some Republican senators here. Rubio is different, though. He's been a long-time senator. He's got a lot of allies in the Senate Republican Conference. He's one of those senators who has straddled both the Republican establishment world and
You're
the Trump
ridiculous, by the
MAGA
way.
world. And he has,
Thanks.
despite of all of his criticism against Donald Trump back in 2016, he has very much
Oh,
aligned
thank you.
himself and been a chief defender of Donald Trump through his 4 years in office and on the campaign trail and the like. And his foreign policy views do align to some extent with the Republican establishment, but he also has broken with them as well. He did vote against.
So, what he's talking about right there, too, you know, anti-Trump 2016, now he's loyalist. That's why when any of your friends try to share a video with you, it's like Republican infighting, it's going down. They're going to take themselves out. No, they're not. No, they're not. You know what they're doing? They're fucking with liberals. Not liberal candidates, but liberal voters. They're like, yo, we're going to get them to believe they actually have a chance that anything positive is going to happen for them.
Mm-hmm.
Against the big foreign policy bill of this past year. That was a $95 billion aid package that included aid to Taiwan, aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine. He called it legislative blackmail, that bill. He contended that it should not have been all tied together. It should have done more should have went after border security issues as well, even as Ukraine was clamoring for that money at that critical moment earlier this year. So he has broken from a lot of his colleagues, including the Republican leadership, on that issue, but he is very much on Trump's side here. And assuming this pick goes through, I do expect him probably have no problems to get confirmed. But if he is confirmed to this post, then that opens up a vacancy in Florida for a Senate seat. This would give the governor there, Ron DeSantis, the ability to name a replacement to that post. So it would not affect the current balance of power right now. But I can tell you,
Fucking
without
Ron
talking to
DeSantis.
too many Republicans at the moment, with this news just breaking,
That
I will be
dude's
talking to a
licking
lot of
his
them tomorrow.
chops.
I can
He's finally
expect
relevant
many of them
again.
will be happy
Yeah.
to hear this news if it does happen. Marco
It's
Rubio
sugar,
is
man.
Major pick for Secretary of State, someone they
I'm surprised he
believe
hasn't
can
gotten
carry
picked
out
for
America's
something yet.
foreign policy effectively on the world stage. Caitlin.
Yeah,
Nah,
we saw
Ron
his
DeSantis is
fellow
unlikable.
Florida senator already coming out and endorsing this idea on Twitter. When New
Good
York
for
Times
Florida, not
reported it.
nationally.
Manu, can I ask you that before you go? Because we're also going to talk in a minute about the National Security Advisor pick and Mike Waltz, a Florida congressman. Now, 2 Florida lawmakers, it sounds like, are going to be inside the Trump administration. On that, with the House margin, of course, House Republicans were waiting to see if they have the majority here. It was already a pretty slim margin. I mean, obviously, Mike Waltz is in a pretty safe Republican district, but what would that mean, you know, in the time that it takes to call a special election if he's going there and at least Stefanik is going to the United Nations in New York?
Yeah, it's not good news. In fact, I talked to a number of Republicans tonight in the aftermath of these 2 appointments moving ahead. They're making clear that they're not totally happy about this because they're worried that if Donald Trump were to name more Republicans to the post, that it would just make it even harder to pass bills in this Republican House. This majority, well, you're right. We don't know exactly if they do have the majority.
I wonder if,
they aren't tracked.
you know, one thing I'm thinking about
majority, but
during this.
We're looking at anywhere from 220.
I'm wondering if
to
Marjorie
223
Taylor
seats.
Greene
We'll
is
see
going to
what
like
ultimately
start
plays out
playing
for the Republicans. But each
spoiler
time they
just because
lose
of how
a
pissed off
member,
she
it gets
is.
closer and closer to making it harder to pass.
Wait, is she
bills, because
mad?
if they
Why?
lose 1 or 2 votes on any single bill, that
She's
could
been
stop the
mad.
entire
I have not paid
Republican
attention to
agenda.
her
And
at
not only
all.
that, Caitlin, there's also a big
Yeah, no,
speakers vote
she's
that has
been
to
mad.
happen on January 3rd. Mike
shit.
Johnson is running for speaker.
What was
Assuming
that
they have
one
the majority.
Nazi
He has
lady
very
that
little
Trump had
margin for
around his
error.
campaign
He's lost 2
for a
votes
while?
already. 2 members already gone to the
That he ended up
administration.
kicking
So
away?
a lot riding on the size of the Republican
no
majority.
God, I wish I
idea.
could
It's
remember
hopeful
her fucking
Republicans,
name.
They hope Donald Trump doesn't pick more House Republicans.
Yeah, I'm sure Mike Johnson is keeping a close count of that. Manu, thank you for that. Also joining us on this breaking news is former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who served on the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Boo,
Congressman,
Adam
I just wonder,
Kinzinger,
first, what is
boo.
your initial reaction to the news that Trump is likely to pick Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's actually pretty good news. You know, Marco Rubio has been obviously kind of changing. I think he even voted against Ukraine aid, which was very surprising when I learned that. But he's not by no means is he like a neocon. So obviously that was important for Donald Trump. But he's somebody that understands foreign policy, and that's going to be important. So as far as picks go, I think compared to some of the other names that were floating around, people that don't have any experience with foreign policy, I think this is a pretty good one.
I mean, what does it say to you about what foreign policy would look like in a second Trump term? Because, I mean, they are about to inherit massive crises that are playing out across the world, especially, obviously, Russia's war in Ukraine, as you just mentioned there. We've seen what Senator Rubio has said in the past about Putin and where that stands now. But also the war in Gaza. As a top aide to Benjamin Netanyahu is here in Palm Beach right now. As I speak, Barak Ravid reporting that he met with Donald Trump. I mean, these are real crises that they're about to confront, in addition to what they don't know they could be dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the pick of Marco Rubio says for what their foreign policy is going to be. Again, and I'm willing to give as much leeway as possible, but Marco has shown his ability to kind of change for whatever Donald Trump demands. So it really comes down to what does Donald Trump demand. On the Russia issue, you just got to take Donald Trump into his word.
Laura Loomer.
He thinks he can solve
That's
this
what I'm
in
thinking
24
of.
hours.
Ah,
and the
Laura
Vice
Loomer.
President said, I don't care what happens in Ukraine. I hope, though, that in this
Because that whole
process,
fucking
they're actually
relationship
going to be
between
able to-
those two is
if
so
they're gonna kind
weird.
of deal with
Uh-huh.
Russia, to cut a good deal, whatever that looks like, but one that makes sure that Ukraine is able to defend itself into the future. In terms of Israel, look, this is continuing to be just a really complicated issue. There's no doubt that I think they will put less constraints on Israel from this administration. I don't think that's a question, and probably will be much more aggressive at confronting Iran, because the current administration has been kind of like living under this idea that they can somehow resurrect the Iran nuclear deal. They're not going to be able to, and so definitely be more confrontational to Iran. And really quickly, if you look at it, Iran, North Korea, Russia, China is all kind of in axis at the moment. They're all in alliance, so all of that is going to be important.
Three-toed Marge. I love that, by the way, Kayla.
I left my job to
I mean,
spend
of
more time
course,
with my
like
children.
North Korea, Russia,
It's great
China,
knowing
those
that
things
we're
are like
all
in an
covered
axis
for emergencies and annual
against
checkups.
American
New law, lower prices.
westernized colonial
Healthcare.gov.
policies.
Enroll by December 15th.
And then we're just gonna turn them into the villains. Ugh. This reactionary fucking everything, it just drives me, it's driving me insane.
Isn't it great?
No, because we would just we something happens and then we just react to it instead of looking at the root cause of things. I'm so sick of this. Every little thing, every scope, every little bubble you can think of in every part of the world, that's all we do. We just react to something happening instead of looking at the root cause. It's nuts. It's driving me crazy.
Confronting Iran would spell out war with Russia. Russia doesn't give a shit. Dude, Russia
Iran
doesn't
would
give a
whoop our
shit.
fucking ass. Russia would whoop our ass. China would whoop our ass.
You know what Russia would do? Russia would sit back and let the United States and Iran duke it out.
Yep.
And fuck each other up.
Yep.
As much as possible.
And then third party it.
Yep. Come in and fucking third party.
Yep.
How you come lately, head ass.
Fucking bush hiders.
Real campers, dude.
For real. But I mean, it's kind of smart if you think about it, though. As a fellow bush camper, it's smart to let them sit there and just fucking wear each other out because at the end, you win.
Exactly. Speaking of, we definitely need to do a gaming stream in the future.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Especially with this new like Overwatch 1 shit that's out. Oh God. We just meme it up while talking politics.
Good times. So we're gonna talk about Tulsi Gabbard.
Right.
Because I think a lot of people have either two reactions when they hear the name Tulsi Gabbard. The first one, and I envy these people. Who is Tulsi Gabbard? I wish I was you. I wish I didn't know who the fuck Tulsi Gabbard was. I wish my life was better. And the other reaction is, oh, I like Tulsi Gabbard. She's a moderate. You know what I mean? She's not whatever. But, and this is something I brought up a few times and people think I'm just talking out of my ass. I wanted to bring it up a little bit before we go into a little bit of a story I want to tell with good old Tulsi. Everybody knows her. Everybody says she's great. She's the best. So, she has a connection with somebody named Chris Butler, who has basically a cult that is known as Science of Identity Foundation, SIF, a spiritual organization that was founded by Chris Butler in the 1970s, based out of Hawaii. Condemnation of homosexuality and hostility towards Islam have been heavily criticized. He was the son of a communist and an anti-war activist, which makes things really interesting. It's kind of weird, but overall, yeah, they're super homophobic. They're very anti-Islam. They're an extremist cult. And Tulsi Gabbard, a candidate for the Democratic nomination in the 2020 United States presidential election, two-time U.S. Representative of Hawaii's 2nd Congressional District, was associated with the SIF since her childhood. Not in her adult life, her childhood. And accepts Butler as her spiritual guide. So not only is Tulsi having this guy be in her orbit, this fucking guy's a mentor. Okay? Passing on information, spitting them facts. He's got that fucking the Riz. He's the Rizzler in this situation. God, I hate myself.
Mm-hmm.
I hate myself for saying that. Forgive me. She had a father, Mike Gabbard. He was a Hawaii state senator, noted for his opposition to same-sex marriage. Was also associated with SIF, viewed spirituality as a weapon against sexuality, deviant practices. Wife was the treasurer. So she has connections to like these far-right, like theocratic type agencies. But she's keep in mind, she's a moderate.
Wow.
And
I never knew that.
Right? Isn't that weird? It's so crazy that somebody who can, just have these very extreme beliefs can still be seen as somebody who's in the middle and not extreme. But we're gonna dial it back a little bit because Tulsi Gabbard started off as a Democrat, and that is something that is often pointed to by people who say, well, she is a moderate. She started off as a Democrat and abandoned the Democratic Party. So let's go ahead and watch a little bit. Let's see the evolution.
Aloha. I'm Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. As a veteran of 2 Middle East deployments, I know firsthand the cost of war. I know how important it is that our commander.
She knows the fucking cost of war firsthand because she works for the CIA and has been responsible for numerous proxy wars and campaigns that are going on right now. And she totally fucking coordinated with special ops to fucking do these things. But
Yeah, but in
continue.
this ad, the way that she talks, it makes you think that she's anti-war.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. This is stuff that happened after the fact. I'm just
Right. No,
I just
and
had to get
it's
that
just
out.
interesting because I'm seeing this through all that I know now, and I've already just in the first sentence seeing the media training that she's having, or that she's already had, just to be this, good centrist Democrat, looks progressive, but actually she's really not at all whatsoever. Because
She was a
a lot
career
of
Democrat.
Well, a lot of us, when we first heard about her when she was running with Bernie or running against Bernie and then with Bernie, we just saw her as this anti-war Democrat, a progressive. My friend was the campaign manager for when she was running for president in 2020. So we thought that she was just this anti-war person who's been, like Abby Martin's husband, the guy that went in, to Iraq and then came back and was just super anti-war, talking about all the bad stuff. That's what we thought she was. I mean, she was anti-war in Syria too, so we were like, "Oh yeah, this is the girl that's gonna end all the wars." We had no fucking idea, like no clue about all this stuff about her. It's just crazy, like seeing just even the first sentence, like her knowing what we know now about her and her never even mentioning any of this stuff and making it sound like she's anti-war. That's wild. You could already see the media training in her first 12 seconds of a video.
Well, say what you want about the Democrats, but they know how to put out those moderates. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Chief has the sound judgment required to know when to use America's military power and when not to use that power. As a vice chair of the DNC, I'm required to stay neutral in Democratic primaries, but I cannot remain neutral any longer. The stakes are just too high. That's why
She just
today
can't do it. She
I'm
can't sit
endorsing
by.
Senator Bernie Sanders to be our next president and commander-in-chief of the United States. We need a commander-in-chief who has foresight, who exercises good judgment, and who understands the need for a robust foreign policy which defends the safety.
And you know what she was trying to do here? No, that's not a very good
secure-
pause. Hold on. I can't do that to her. Even though I don't like her, I can't do that to her. That's fucked up. But what she's doing right here, she's trying to fucking be vice president pick for Bernie.
Yeah.
She's trying to be like, hey, tap me on the shoulder. I'm ready. And if I don't get picked for VP this run, I'm going to run for president next one. So.
Yeah,
of
very
the American
presidential.
people, and who will not waste precious lives and money
And she did that.
on
She did just
interventionist
that.
wars
Like,
of
literally
regime
did that.
change. Such counterproductive wars undermine our national security and economic prosperity. As these elections continue across the country,
Interventionist wars
the
of
American people
regime
are
change.
faced
She's
with
supporting
a very
those
clear
now.
choice. We can elect a president who will lead us into more interventionist wars of regime change.
Oh, she used it again.
Or we can elect a president who will usher in a new era of peace and prosperity. It's with this clear choice in mind that I'm resigning as vice chair of the DNC so that I can strongly support Bernie Sanders
And also
as
get
the
tapped on the
Democratic
shoulder
nominee for
for
president of the United
vice
States.
president.
And now I ask you, stand with me and support Bernie Sanders.
We should have had him. We should have had that fucking old, bald, beautiful bastard. We should have had him. This guy right here. This
I
guy right
know.
here. Not her, but
Look at
the
that
angry old
picture.
guy.
Look at the picture of him. His hair. He's just so
Uh-huh.
adorable. I know.
She was a useful tool in ensuring Bernie didn't even win. No, for sure. I mean, she started gagging any sort of power that he was making.
Who was
Any
the
sort of argument.
president or the chair of the DNC after she stepped down? Wasn't there like this big old fight and like
It was a fight, and I thought it went to Debbie Wasserman Schultz after that.
okay.
Didn't it?
Okay.
Wasn't that when that got
I
passed down to her?
I don't know. I just remember it being some kind of centrist. Debbie Wasserman
Debbie
Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was.
Kayla, our resident,
Our verifier.
yeah, our resident fucking political genius over here. The way she speaks is like she's talking about some holy thing. Yeah. That's what I was gonna
Well,
say.
yeah,
Like that.
because she comes from a super extremist fucking family. But go ahead,
Yeah,
sorry.
it almost seems like that's like the Scientology of Hawaii. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What's really
So here we
sad is
go.
like this is the politics that has come to Hawaii, and we colonized it like 70 fucking years ago, not too long ago, and they've already gotten to this point.
Yo, this lady looks excited. So here, that was Tulsi Gabbard fucking bowing out and putting her support behind Bernie Sanders. This is the DNC 2016, and this is Tulsi Gabbard speaking to the DNC.
On behalf of Senator Sanders.
Please welcome
Yo, no.
Representative Tulsi
No.
Gabbard from Hawaii.
Okay.
What's that?
Nope, it's just Tulsi Gabbard talking. I thought we were gonna watch when Bernie Sanders said he's not gonna run anymore because this shit made me cry when I watched it live. I was like, I'm gonna cry.
Yep.
Ugh.
I thought I was going to see Hawaiian culture. I was in Hawaii, and that was sad. It was basically America. Yeah, well, I mean,
Yep.
100%. It,
Yep.
it is America. But the main issue is they don't really get a lot of funding. They don't really get a lot of assistance, and they have to pay larger taxes on goods compared to others because of
Yep.
how far they are and because how expensive it is.
Yep.
So they get fucked over quite a bit, but they are
Mhm.
definitely Americanized. And it's done because, ultimately, when you have that kind of scarcity and you have to rely on somebody like the United States, it's almost kind of like a Stockholm syndrome where it's like, oh my God, thank you so much for, giving me this food and, only charging me a 25% fucking tariff on it.
Yep. It's American
Hawaii's
colonization.
Hawaii's been colonized and the culture dismantled. Yeah, and their culture has been dismantled, but it's been appropriated in a sense where like they can market it, right? Like it's been appropriated to make sure that when people land in Hawaii, they can see people doing the luau dances, they can get the fake lei and the whole 9 yards. They still have it for that, but when it came to actual indigenous people trying to practice any of that, it was, illegal, it was outlawed, it was persecuted.
Yep.
But that's what happens when you have a colonial, imperialistic type regime that's in control, or someone who's colonizing you.
Yep.
Your identity gets removed.
Absolutely.
Only 4% of people speak the language. I was so disappointed. Yeah. Well, again, that's because there was a lot of Christian missionaries who started going to Hawaii, and assimilation was very important. Here in America, I can't speak for Europe, but specifically in America, you have things like the one drop rule, right? Where essentially the concept of race is one that's used to where if there's any percentage whatsoever of, what's not considered white ethnicity in your heritage, then you are, that other heritage, you are not white. Even if you're more majority white, right? Like, it's really sad, and it's depressing because there's so much history and there's so much values that just get lost in the dirt. And just think about all the great stories and possible books that could have been sprung from some of the knowledge, and it's just it's a shitty feeling.
Yep.
My fellow Democrats,
You just tickled stream elements.
I just tickled myself. Get the fuck out of here.
The stream elements wanted me to tell you 11001010.
My fellow Americans, aloha.
Aloha.
You know, people have asked me.
Oh, cookies.
Cookies, you tickle
Hi.
me.
Maybe even sometimes
Hi.
grumpy.
Would you like the
70-year-old
tickle me
guy
Elmo?
could become the voice for millions,
Cookies, open your mouth.
connecting seamlessly with
Cookies, I need
laborers from the Rust Belt.
cookies. There's a sound bite in my Discord. Can you add it in? It won't let me do
In
it.
his aloha, in his
Hirsch
deep
needs it
love
really,
for
really bad.
others and our Mother Earth.
Yeah, shout out Mother Earth.
As Bernie
Like
has
she
said,
gives a fuck.
the truth is, when you hurt, when your children hurt, I hurt. When my kids hurt, you hurt. This, my friends, is a movement of love. Love which calls upon
You got
us
it, Cookies. Thank you.
to care.
Love unless, you're gay or Muslim.
Ooh.
To care for families torn apart by our criminal justice system. To care for folks whose jobs have vanished because of destructive trade deals. To care for those barely
She
scraping
hates people
by
like
at
me.
minimum
Exactly.
wage,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
those
Fuck her.
crippled by college debt. To care about our environment and future generations.
It's perfectly rational to have
about
a
lives
stance
lost,
where people's
lives
identity
ruined,
is
and
something that
countries
you support
destroyed
and that
by
you're protective over,
counterproductive
and that
regime
you're willing
change
to not talk
wars.
to somebody if they're in defiance of people's identities.
To care to care for
And don't
our
let
veterans
don't let
who have
anybody
put
else try
their
to tell you
lives on the
differently.
line for our country, who now face unacceptable delays and inadequate
Like
care.
you can't be friends with people who deny your humanity.
This movement of love and compassion is bigger than any one of us. It speaks to our nation's conscience and to our hearts.
Listen to your
This
heart.
love opens each of our eyes to the truth
Yo, why does that look like
that
popcorn?
every hungry child
Right.
is my child.
Or is that just because I'm a fat ass and
every
kind of want some
worker
popcorn?
Seeking
That's
the
probably what it
dignity of a
is.
job
Yeah.
is my neighbor.
Probably.
Every senior
It looks like those
citizen
fake
Probably.
in
plasticky
need
white
of
ones that
care
you give to like
is my
elementary
parent.
kids.
Yeah. It
That
does
an attack
not
on
look good.
anyone
Mm-mm.
because of their race, religion, or sexual orientation is an attack on all of us.
I've dealt with a lot of people like that who are Green Party supporters and deny Jill's VP pick stances on trans rights. Yeah, that's because a lot of those people are like the Jimmy Dore-esque type lefties who they feel the only way that you can communicate around like economic populism is just by abandoning and throwing marginalized and persecuted groups under the bus, and that you have to like abandon them for anything to happen, where that's not true. And ultimately, if you're a leftist, your understanding of it is that first and foremost, like, you have to improve the material conditions for everybody. So that's everybody. And when you improve the material conditions for everybody, you can start making other improvements as well. And that's not to say that the other needs and wants aren't priority and, shouldn't be prioritized. But if you want to make any sort of like actual monumental gain, if you want it to be everlasting and not just short term, you have to build the basis of it, and it's just like what Jimmy and I have talked about when it comes to third party options. If you want to have an effective third option for American voters, you have to build it off of actually doing shit. What do I mean by that? Boots on the ground activism, programs, whether it be free lunch, free breakfast, whether it be daycare services, whether it be literacy programs, whether it be free legal services for people, whether it be protections for people who are undocumented, whether it be protections for people who are here, like as J1 residents, fucking work visas. Put in that work, run for local elections, run in positions that are uncontested, so there's at least another choice, and start getting the name out there. Because even if you lose, you start getting the name, it starts getting recognized, and people start realizing that they actually do have a different option. Not being an opportunist only shows up and sets up shop during a presidential election. Yeah, no, and I saw a graphic too where it was like Jill Stein's Twitter activity like every 4 years. And it fucking literally it's the same thing every 4 years, right? As election stuff starts getting put into the cycle, she starts chirping.
Mm-hmm.
Girl
It
boss,
is
slay
when
queen.
we truly care for
That's
each
right.
other, choosing inclusion and love over division and hatred, that this great country is
Inclusion and
truly
love.
at
I
its
wonder what her
greatest.
fucking SIF buddies had to say about that.
Let us draw inspiration from the words of Mahatma Gandhi. A small body of determined spirits, fired by an unquenchable faith in their mission, can alter the course of history. Now, my friends, because this is a movement fueled by love, it can never be stopped or defeated.
But it did.
Now, on behalf of millions
It got
inspired
compromised.
by Aloha, determined to seek a future rooted in love, compassion, and justice for all, and dedicated to a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, I am truly honored to nominate Bernie Sanders for President of the United States.
That's how I feel. Anything you wanted to add before? I can't watch anymore. It hurts. It hurts.
Yes. Here, wait. I have something to say.
Jesus,
Wait.
you're ready for the soundbite.
I can't wait to add it.
USA.
I can't wait.
USA.
Oh wait.
USA.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
I'm gonna come. Okay. So, was there anything that you wanted to add, or should I just play the next video?
Yeah, nope. Just play the next video.
Okay. So this next video is Tulsi Gabbard announcing that she is done with the Democratic Party. This is from 2 years ago. So after the Bernie fiasco, who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen this coming?
She's leaving the
Who, I
Democratic
say?
Party and called it an elitist cabal of warmongers.
Yo, a cabal of elitist warmongers, and then what party did she end up going to?
Did she
Oh, the
just say-
party that doesn't have elitist warmongers. That's right. That's the one.
Oh God, I hated this timeline. I
Gabbard
hate
called
it.
for other common sense, independent-minded Democrats to exit with her.
Oh yeah, common sense Democrats.
Gabbard represented Hawaii's
They love
second
that phrase,
congressional
common
district
sense.
from 2013 to 2021 as a Democrat. In 2020, she ran an unsuccessful bid for the Democrat presidential nomination.
Oh damn, she was unsuccessful. I wonder why.
Gabbard launched a new YouTube show called The Tulsi Gabbard Show.
I wonder why the person who basically ran the Kamala Harris and Nikki Haley campaign in 2020 was unsuccessful. I wonder how that worked.
The first
Ooh,
episode
that's
on
a
her
good
channel is
comparison.
titled Why I'm Leaving the Democratic Party.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to
Fuck you, George. Fuck you, George. Okay.
Snuffleupagus.
This is like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Keep in mind, we've been showing this story of good old Tulsi Gabbard, lifetime Democrat, then an independent 2 years ago. 3 weeks ago, she's a Republican. And then what happened just recently?
You know, I
We'll
was a
find out.
Democrat for over 20 years. Today's Democrat Party is completely unrecognizable, which points to the clear choice that we have. When you look at the party of Kamala Harris, she is anti-freedom, she is pro-censorship, she is pro-
Because, Republicans are not anti-freedom or anti anything, or they're not pro-censorship either. They don't like canceling people.
open borders, and she is pro-war. Now, to those of you here or those watching at home who are independent-minded people like myself, the Democrat Party has no home for people like us. But we do have a home in the Republican Party where we are welcomed with open arms by President Trump, and it is because of my love for our country, and specifically because of the leadership that President Trump has brought to transform the Republican Party and bring it back to the party of the people and the party of peace, that I'm proud to stand here with you today, President Trump, and announce that I'm joining the Republican Party. You know, I was a Democrat.
Who could have seen that shit coming? That's crazy. Was there anybody else who was like, hey, yo, I don't know about this Tulsi Gabbard lady, like this fucking former military, intel, CIA, deep state fucking operative? I don't know. Something seems weird about her. It's like, nah, dude, nah. It's actually a good thing. It's a good thing that she has CIA connections, and it's a good thing that she works in the intel department of the United States military. It's a good thing.
It's gonna be amazing.
USA. USA.
You're fucking Cookie.
That's
was
fucking
awesome.
amazing.
Thank you,
That's
Cookies.
fucking amazing. Shout out, Cookie. Shout out to you, dude. Love you. Smoochies. That's beautiful.
Aw.
USA. USA. USA.
There's no
People
way.
are clapping. Nobody ever clapped that, man. USA. How do you say it so weird, bro?
I know.
How do you
Yo.
say it so weird?
USA. I mean, like the surfer dudes
USA.
sound like that, but
USA. USA. Like, I mean, it's really simple. It's a fucking easy beat. Even the most unrhythm white person
yep,
can maintain it.
yep.
USA. USA. Like every time he says A, it's almost as if he's presenting the letter as a question. Like, do I say A? Like,
Yep.
United States of America?
Yep. That's what
Question mark?
happens when you put an autistic guy who thinks he's like a genius in front of thousands of people with no like like training to like public speaking training whatsoever. It's like the Will Smith in Talladega Nights where he wins and he's like, I don't know what to do with my hands, and his hands go up.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing. That's what happened. You put him up on stage, and the dude automatically is like, "I'm a surfer from California, USA."
USA. USA.
Fuck. for
Women
real.
like me. I'm very smart. USA. USA.
Jeez.
Hey, Matt Gates, you know any high school keg parties going on? USA.
What were you saying?
USA.
What were you saying earlier? That was it Matt Gates? Matt Gates is gonna be the coolest
Yeah.
kid at his fucking
Dude,
high
Matt
school
Gates.
party tonight.
Yeah, Matt Gates is about to be the fucking man this weekend at high school parties across Florida. Like, they're going to be like, hey, yo, our man Matt Gates is in the house, man. He's going to be running shit. He's in a cabinet, presidential cabinet member Matt Gates.
They could fucking drag fucking Elon Musk out of Mar-a-Lago because he practically lives there now. They could just have Elon in the back of the party, just USA, USA the whole time.
USA. Dude, he's just in the back seat. They're all going to the mall. USA.
USA.
USA. Anybody want to get Auntie Anne's pretzels? I love pretzels and cheese. It's the best.
You would so
USA.
fucking do it.
USA.
You are starting to get too close.
What's consent? What's consent? What's consent?
Oh God. All right,
Fucking, oh, I hate this
distracted.
fucking world.
I know. All right, back to Tulsi. Jesus.
No, I think we're done with Tulsi.
Thank
I think
God.
we're done with Tulsi. We
All
are
right.
done. Yeah, she's a Republican now.
Yeah.
So
The
yeah,
most depressing. She's so
3 weeks.
depressing.
So just keep in mind, 3 weeks ago, she was like, "Yeah, I'm a Republican now. I have Republican values." 3 weeks ago, and now she's in a position of power.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, what spot is she getting?
Motherfucker, we just got done watching it, and you're seriously asking me?
Yeah. Yeah. You can't
Take a
remember it
guess.
either. You
No,
can't remember
take a guess.
it.
No, take a guess. I just want to see how much of like a Joe
Uh,
Biden brain that you have.
Secretary of Defense.
No, national intelligence.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Because there isn't a lot of stuff surrounding her in terms of like whether or not she might be like a double agent or some shit for
Yeah,
her
CIA.
far right Hindu fucking nationalist group.
Holy shit.
USA.
Okay. That makes sense. I see the timeline.
Yeah. DNI. So we got Led Zeppelin in the house. Ramble on. Trump's EPA pick. Now, EPA, what the fuck is it? What do they do? Well, I mean, EPA makes sure that the water we drink and the land that we live on is, safe and checked for quality, etc.
Why does Trump look like he has liver problems? That's what sucks is he doesn't drink, so he doesn't. I think he has like a type of skin cancer, honestly.
Dude, I don't even think it's a spray tan. I think he just consumes so much Diet Coke and so much French fries from McDonald's that like it's kind of like Agent Orange, but for Americans.
Yeah.
But this article, I maybe wanted to reflect on the title of it. Lee Zeldin, Trump's EPA pick, brings a moderate face into a radical game plan. And it's a very smart pick if you're Donald Trump, because ultimately, as Donald Trump, that whatever pick you have, you're going to have both liberal media and conservative media coming at you because they want their people. And he's not picking necessarily their people. He's picking on the motherfuckers that eat the leftovers from their people, but not their people, and that's upsetting.
Right.
One of the key things that a lot of people have when it comes to this new EPA pick is during the 70s or 80s, he had worked alongside a bunch of fishermen over on Long Island and protected them from a corporation that wanted to just dump a bunch of toxic waste and chemicals and shit into the water. So he had that, and he's kind of always been flip-floppy when it came to climate change. But overall, he has a couple things on his record that he can at least hold on to and pearl clutch and say, "Oh, well, I have the history of doing X, Y, Z." But really, when you look at it, it comes down to the fact that he's more like just a loyalist. He's somebody that if Trump comes in and says like, "Hey, we want to make sure that we get to drill on this nature preserve," he's going to make sure that any of the red tape that surrounds it gets removed. So you're going to see national parks have, oil dredges and all sorts of shit at a certain point. If Donald Trump gets his way, I think there's going to be a lot of major consequences on national parks and just the environment itself entirely.
As we reported, President-elect Trump's new team will include a former Republican congressman to head the Environmental Protection
He looks like
Agency.
Sean Spicer. He looks like Sean Spicer. You guys tell me he doesn't look like Sean Spicer.
No, he definitely does.
I'm gonna ask a little off-topic question. Might sound stupid. No, of course you can ask.
No. Ask.
Ask away, please.
No, and this is a stream where we want people to ask questions, and hopefully in the future we will have some people who have done a little bit more boots on the ground stuff on a larger scale. because I know Jimmy has worked on campaigns. I've worked on campaigns before, but I do want to start talking to a lot more leftist-based activists and people who work on campaigns for, whether it be the Socialist Party or even, the DSA, things of that nature.
Is it easy to get wrongly sent to prison in the USA?
Yes.
Yes. And even more so depending on the skin color.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to get executed and put to death in the United States, even if there's overwhelming evidence to point to your innocence.
There's no DNA evidence to point that you're guilty, even though there's DNA evidence there and it doesn't match you and they still actually execute you, which was what happened a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's happened countless times.
Yep.
And there was recently a court provision in the Supreme Court that ruled homelessness a crime.
Right.
So if you are homeless and you're sleeping in the public, you can be arrested and you can be jailed indefinitely because you're homeless. You don't have money. You can't afford bond.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you could go to jail easy peasy. Cops like to plant things. There's a thing here in America where you can plead no contest. And so you don't have to go through trial and all this, all this stuff like it going through trial or even pleading guilty and having to go through that process takes a lot of money, especially if you're poor, you can't afford that kind of stuff. You're not even, you can't even afford a lawyer. You're given a public defender, which is just somebody who works with prosecutors and the judges and shit and pretends like he's on your side. So by pleading no contest, you actually the judge and the court system usually likes to give you a shorter sentence. So you can, if you're looking at 2 years and you want to plead guilty, even that you could still get that 2 years. But if you plead no contest, nothing gets brought up, there's no court cases or anything, and you usually get a percentage of that time. And a lot of people choose that, even if they're innocent, they choose to do that because they don't have enough money or they can't afford to go through all the court processes. So it's easier just to do 2 weeks in jail for something that you didn't do and get it over with and then continue on with your life. So yeah, a lot of people go to jail for things that they're not even guilty for a lot of the time. I mean, in my own anecdotal evidence, I knew a lady that was in jail, and she was in not even prison. She was in the public jail for 2 years, and she was like in her 70s fighting a case. And because she couldn't even afford to get out of jail while fighting the case, she had to sit there in jail for 2 years. Not even prison where you can go outside for like a couple hours a day. In county jail where you're stuck inside 24/7 all day long on your bunk. It sucked. And she was like in her 70s. So it happens. It's just sometimes it's easier just to even plead no contest. And sometimes you can't even fight it. That sometimes the entire justice system is against you because they want to meet their quota and prosecute you for it because they want it done and over with. So they turn you as the bad guy and make it look like you did it. It's bad out here. It's very bad.
And then you add in the fact, you have for-profit prisons, privatized prisons.
Right.
Where they get more money, depending on how many people that they have jailed.
Yep.
So if your incentive is, you get more money for the more prisoners you have, you use your power to get politicians to write more laws and to write laws that don't punish people extensively to the point to where like it might cause them to refrain from committing it, but leave them lenient enough to where you'll have habitual criminals, people who constantly repeat offenders as using the language that they use.
Right. They use the term repeat offenders. We use the term revolving door.
Yeah. And it's all done by design.
Yep.
It's all very much intentional.
Yep. Absolutely. You got it. Yeah. If you have a business that's for profit and their profit is the amount of bodies that they have inside their building, then you're going to want more people inside that building to make more money. And that's why, like just a couple years ago, there was a news article out here in California where the prison system was telling the police department that they need to start arresting people more because they need more people in jail. That's insane.
Yeah. No, and I think too, a lot of times one of the major misconceptions that people have for people who are leftists, such as myself, is they think that we're completely fine with crime, or that like we support crime or pro crime, whatever the case is. But the argument that, that I myself make and people like me make is that we ultimately want to see the improvements of people's socioeconomic conditions and their material conditions. And the belief is that when you improve people's lives, when they have more dignity, when they have more autonomy over their own life, that there is less incentive for them to commit crime or to be a criminal, and opens up room for jail for people who actually are criminals, for people who just for whatever reason cannot be rehabilitated. Because it's important to iterate to people that the majority of crime that's done is out of necessity. What do I mean by that? A lot of people commit crime, whether it be robbery, selling, drugs, selling stolen merchandise, whatever the case is. They do it because they need money to survive. Whether it's to, support themselves, to support a family member, to support whatever. And when you are able as a government to step in and ensure people are covered and taken care of in that aspect, there's less reason for them to want to have to commit a crime because everything else is taken care of. And again, that leaves you room and time for police to actually go after people who deserve to be fucking arrested and investigated. Like people like Matt fucking Gates.
Mhm.
Instead of worrying about some teenager smoking pot.
Yep. Yep. We
Like,
have.
get a fucking grip.
Yep. Yeah, no, Rez, we have those same kind of policies out here too. There'll be I think there was a black man that was choked to death by the police for selling single cigarettes, and they were arresting the people who were videotaping it. They had arrested the people that had videotaped that. Um what was another one? We were just watching the movie Liar Liar recently. Jim Carrey even makes the joke in that movie about a guy who comes into a house and robs the guy, and he slipped on a knife and hurt himself. So the guy that robbed the house owner sued the house owner and got money off of it. And even Jim Carrey in the movie made the joke of like, oh, he only got that much. I would have gotten him this much, and it was like a lot higher number. So yeah, shit like that happens out here all the time. You're not punishing the crime, the people that are doing the crime themselves, like the police officer that's, choking the guy to death, or yeah, like George Floyd. You're punishing the people who are recording it happen, giving the proof. It's wild how it happens out here as well. So yeah.
Agency.
Eric Garner, yeah.
William Brangham takes a closer look at the stakes for energy, environment, and the climate.
Now, that nominee is former Representative Lee Zeldin of Long Island, New York, and he has long been a staunch Trump ally. Trump has called climate change a scam and has argued that addressing it hurts American business and consumers. This, of course, comes as scientists say that 2024 will likely be the hottest year in recorded history. To understand what this means for the country and for the climate, we are joined again by Coral Davenport of the New York Times. Coral, so nice to see you again. Zeldin was, I think, as your reporting showed, a somewhat unusual pick. He's not someone that has shown a lot of interest or expertise in the climate. But one of the major initiatives we know he will likely undertake is what Donald Trump has said all along, that he wants to undo Biden's signature environmental law, the Inflation Reduction Act, which plowed hundreds of billions of dollars into this green energy transition.
And this is a video that I put in. I haven't watched it yet, but I hope he brings up the fact that the policy that they're looking to get rid of is one that not only was trying to chip away at just how detrimental inflation was hitting rural areas, and specifically, farmers and people in the agricultural business. Well, here, let's just see. I just want to see
if Trump has the Senate and likely the House, how likely is it that Lee Zeldin and Trump will be able to undo that act?
So it's interesting. President-elect Trump has been really clear. He wants to undo or repeal the IRA, as you said, Biden's signature climate law, historic climate law. But that's not something that can be done with executive authority. The president can't just say, make the law go away. He will need both chambers of Congress. And even
Which he has.
You know, even with the Republican majority in both chambers of Congress, it's not entirely certain that that will happen. Remember, with the Republican efforts to undo Obamacare, that was the health care law. In the first Trump administration, they had both chambers of Congress tried again and again to repeal it and did not have the votes.
The famous John McCain thumbs down moment.
Exactly. And in this case,
John McCain isn't here anymore.
Well, and the other thing I want to point out is that the environment is much different than fucking healthcare. Because not everybody agrees that the environment is important to protect, but everybody can agree that healthcare is important.
One thing that's really interesting about the IRA is so much of that clean, green energy money is by design 80% going into Republican districts.
Okay, she's bringing it up. That's exactly what I was going to bring up as the second part. Is like also, you know, a lot of that money is going specifically to red areas to ensure that they still have jobs and they're able to keep up and like modernize. Right? Like a lot of the Inflation Reduction Act was a way of being like, hey, we know rural America is hurting. We know that the rise of prices continue to fucking hurt you more than it hurts people in the city because you're not able to have those city paying jobs. How are we going to do that? Oh, let's try to make sure we subsidize this. Let's make sure that we give grants for that. Let's make sure we have programs that pay people to train to transition to these pro-green energy initiatives. And the thing is that it was successful and people were liking it because they were getting paid more. Because it's a more taxing job in the sense that it requires a lot more critical thinking. It requires a lot more know-how. It's not just brute force type work.
So a lot of that money is flowing into clean energy factories in Republican districts. Those factories are being built, have been built, they're already creating jobs. And so it's not at all certain that there will be a Republican majority to take that money away. It will be very interesting to see, you know, that political kind of resilience is built in to the structure of the law. And so it'll be really interesting to see the contrast between the money going into districts and the loyalty to Trump and how that plays out in the fate of that law.
Green money into red districts.
Exactly.
There are other plans, obviously, to get out of the Paris Climate Agreement, to eliminate any so-called environmental justice initiatives, to perhaps even move the EPA out of Washington, D.C. Are there any things that the Biden administration can do before it gets out of office to sort of solidify its environmental legacy before Trump comes in?
So
the only thing I don't like about the idea or the framing of a federal job guarantee is because not everybody is guaranteed to be able to work. There needs to be specific exemptions. And I think, if anything, instead of a federal job guarantee, there needs to be, instead of a UBI type system, there needs to be a UBN type system, a universal basic needs system. I think things like healthcare and housing are something that should be completely covered and completely subsidized by the government.
Good point.
So I think if anything, if you could make it to where healthcare and housing were fundamental federal rights that were given and that were promised and guaranteed, I think if you had those things, it would ultimately remove the need, first off, of any sort of like job guarantee or anything of that nature, because people wouldn't have to worry about going completely fucking broke and losing their home.
They don't have a
because
job.
it's guaranteed. Exactly. Right. Because it's going to be guaranteed that they're going to have their home.
No, I like that. That's a good new solution to people who like the federal job guarantee and tie it in with the UBI. It's actually a little bit better.
But to everyone, what do you mean? Like when it comes to everyone, yeah, I think regardless of like what your background is. I think everybody should be entitled, because ultimately there are more vacant homes and vacant buildings in the United States alone than there are homeless people in the United States.
I think it's like for every one empty home, there's 3 homeless people. It's like 1 in 3.
Yeah. And it costs more money to have them sit empty
Mm-hmm. And they're wanting to
than it
build more.
would. Yeah, and then they're gonna go build a new house
Mm-hmm.
instead of filling the one that's sitting vacant.
Yep.
Like if you have
Yeah, Rez,
millions, you can
if
get a home from the state. Yeah,
yeah,
I'll
sure.
let you go ahead.
Give them a trailer. Sure. I mean, they've already got like 15 houses and mansions. Give them a trailer. Sure, why not? That's what I always wanted to know. Like, if you were going to give everybody a house, like, what about the millionaires who already have one? Do we just give them like
If
less of a house, a shack?
No, it's not that you give them less of a house. It's just that ultimately, if you remove housing from being a commodity, then you remove the incentive to have, gated communities, large mansions, things of that nature, because a lot of people view real estate as an investment. They don't view it as, a nest egg as it kind of used to be. And I think when you have like a universal basic needs type program, public housing would be it, right? Like the idea and concept of home ownership is something that people would have to abandon. And how do you get people to abandon that? You have public housing and you have it to where everybody, again, is guaranteed. It's not to remove the right away from people who maybe want to like purchase a property, but have it to where, regardless of where you come from, you are guaranteed a home. It's not so much that like, you remove everybody and everybody just kind of gets it like split up evenly. It's just more so that the allowance of public housing is made.
That makes sense.
I don't agree with everyone gets a house, but if you need a home, yes, then you get a home. Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying. Like it's with universal basic needs program, it's people who have a large amount of wealth won't be affected by it because they already have, their property or properties. So they're not affected by it. It's not an issue for them. The only people who are affected by it are the ones who can't afford it, and those are going to be the people who are going to be taken care of. So
I agree. And food
if
too.
anything,
I think that
if
we
if
should
any,
not be paying for food.
well, I mean,
I'm sorry, but I personally, in my utopia, if you need it to live, I don't think you should have to pay for it.
um, my argument is if people's basic needs like housing and healthcare were taken care of, then food costs wouldn't be a problem, and it would also help out farmers, and you could remove corporate farming and move back to more localized, which would be a lot healthier and a lot better overall.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think, and Rez, my stance is that I think everybody should be able to live in a place that has electricity, that has plumbing, that is safe.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody deserves that. I don't care if I fucking disagree with you on stuff or not. Like everybody deserves that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think every family has a right to not have to worry about going to the doctor because they want to be able to afford groceries or they want to be able to pay bills.
Mm-hmm.
We need a 21st century economic bill of rights. Yeah, we do. We need to be very specific on exactly who's deserving of rights. And we do have and it's really hard because you're asking people to abandon the normal point of thinking that's been ingrained in our minds for, I can't even tell you how long. and you're asking people to abandon that by going like, oh well, fucking, you have to, instead of it, let's say for example, if you're a woman, you're saying to women, all of the justified anger that you have at men and the patriarchal system, you have to just shut the fuck up and put that aside, and understand that, like, even men who are responsible for a lot of the pain and subjugation that you've been put through, they have a right too. And that's really hard for people to hear, especially people who have been victims of the same system that people are trying to change now. Because for so long, whether it be women, whether it be people of color, whether it be people of the LGBTQ community, for years and years and years, they have been screaming at the top of their lungs, saying that things are happening, they are not good, they need help, they need allies, and nothing was fucking done about it. And now people are admitting to it, and they're acknowledging it, and they're saying, you know what, we understand, but just deal with it, and we're going to move on, it's going to be okay. And you can't do that. You have to acknowledge the pain that's there. You have to acknowledge the resentment that's there. And once you do that, then you can move on and you can say, okay, listen, we are at a critical moment to where the ultimate enemy is not just men or just women or just gay people or just trans people or just immigrants or whatever. It is the elite. It is those who hold financial power. It is the capital owners.
Mm-hmm.
They are the ones who are responsible for the atrocities that we face on a day-to-day basis.
Mm-hmm.
But people use the system over you too nice. Well, my argument to that, Rez, is that you're always going to have people who are going to try to take advantage. I would rather have somebody who has next to nothing try to take advantage of a system than have somebody who owns multiple homes, multiple cars, and takes advantage of the system as well. Right? Like, I would much rather have that. 9 times out of 10, if a couple people take advantage of a system, but it makes sure that everybody else gets taken care of, I'll take that every single day. That's a price that I'm willing to pay.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It's kind of like that feeling when you're in a team and that one person messes up, but and so like the whole team can't do anything anymore. It's like, well, that's not fair because one person messed up when we're all doing good. If everybody was doing good and there was one person messing up, that would be a different subject. But yeah, if one person's taking advantage of a system that's going to take care of you no matter what, fuck it, let it happen. I don't like that feeling of the whole, well, if one person messes up, then none of you get it. It's like, well, fuck, that's not fucking fair either.
Yeah. So there has to be a law so they don't get abused by greedy people. Oh, so you're talking about the greedy people and whatnot. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
get that. But yeah, and that's why I think it's important. Again, you don't have to throw communities that have been under attack and communities that are marginalized under the bus while simultaneously promoting a message that exclusively talks about the fact that, like, you need to fix a system that allows for the continuous economic burden to be passed on people that haven't been able to afford to go on vacation for like 5 or 10 years because the cost of living has skyrocketed, or for the person who hasn't gone to the dentist to fix their teeth because the amount of money that it would cost would put them in medical debt that they wouldn't be able to get out of, and that their family would have to inherit. Like, it's no, you're fine. You're
I
fine,
know,
Rez.
yeah.
We're picking up what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
You good, girl. You good.
The Biden administration
I hate writing too,
was
girl. I
pretty
get it.
clear-eyed about the possibility that this would happen.
No, and plus, you know what I mean? Like,
there would
English
be a
is your
second
second
Trump
language.
administration.
So,
And so they
I'd
have
say
been
all
working
things
for the past
considered, you're
couple of
kind of
years
kicking ass.
to try to
Yep.
legally shore up their climate their climate protections. One thing they did is in all these climate regulations that they put in place, they put back the old ones and they made them stronger. Again, a big regulation designed to compel Americans into electric vehicles. Very
USA.
controversial. Trump has been very clear
USA.
about wanting to get rid of that one. Other regulations, again, on shutting down coal plants.
And you know, like, this is the funny thing about Elon Musk. Like, he's literally partnering with a guy who wants to fucking punish anybody who goes, you know, green energy. And Elon Musk is literally on the board for a company that does electric vehicles. So,
Yeah, he was the first one that was allowed to mass produce it to the public. That's crazy.
USA.
But he's
USA.
but he's working with a president who literally says more fracking, please. That's wild.
And I bring that point up because I think my hope at least is this election cycle that we stop worrying about like the hypocrisy baiting and just focus more on like what we can do to combat combat talking points or different activist type activities we can partake in.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Could I join your chat for a short second to explain something? Jimmy, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, Rez, do you want to hop in real quick and explain yourself? That's fine.
I
We
love
can do
this
that.
show. This is the coolest.
Right? Isn't this nice? Like it's actually legit really cool just getting to like just have conversations with people.
Yep.
But also like, and if people don't want to talk, we have our own shit that we want to talk about anyways. So
I love it. I love it. This is the
it's
kind of
great.
stuff that you see on like Hassan's show or Destiny's show. Just nobody with these kinds of talking points that we have.
Exactly. Fun fact, Medicare for all would be deflationary. I would save the average US citizen between 10 to 12K per year. Yeah, but you're talking shit that takes away money from people that are job creators, and that's very anti-American of you. So I'm gonna need you to slow the fuck down, girl. Okay? I need you
Rez.
to chill.
No, I just wanted to like clear up something. You got my misunderstanding earlier, but as one of what they say is the richest countries in the world, we have the opportunity to take in people that are less fortunate, and we can take in a lot of people from outside of Norway and stuff like that, and same with Sweden. And we have so much arguing because people in Norway are so furious because Norway uses so much money on immigrants coming in compared to the people that are already struggling in Norway. Because I can say I've lived on the street, I've slept on the street, and I'm Norwegian, so like, and people come in here, and we have had people who ask for loans for get started. Start a business or something like that, and we don't get it, but because we have different laws for immigrants, they have the right to like a fresh start and all that stuff, but those laws doesn't apply to us. So a lot of people get very frustrated, and like we have people that are not having a good life here, and you just put all the money into other people, and they live off of what you call it. I don't know these things in English because do you call it social? No, what do you call it?
Like a
Social
welfare
services?
program.
Yeah,
Yeah.
welfare program, right?
Yeah.
So like there was this big deal. There was this family that came in, and they were not having any education, nothing like that. They were living on welfare, both the mom and the dad, and they got a loan to buy a house, like buy a house, and it would be theirs, and they were paying it down with their welfare money, and everybody was like, "What?" No Norwegians would be able to do that. No, none of us would be allowed to do something like that. We don't have laws that makes it able for us to do that. So there's a lot of like people, and I think that's why we have separated the laws, that immigrants have those like perks, but Norwegians doesn't, because they're scared of people who have money and hides money and stuff like that. would want property in that.
What was the last part? You started breaking up.
No, like because here in Norway, people have a tendency to, like my dad, for instance, he moved, like on paper, moved away from my stepmom, and they got more money because they lived apart instead of like living together and having less money. Because when they're together, there's only one lease, like. But
Right.
if you live apart, there's 2 leases, so you get accommodations for both leases. So on paper, they were living apart, but they were actually living together. And there's like so many stuff like that, and people abusing the law in that kind of way, and people who like pretend they don't have money and they actually have it, they hide it, and seriously, legally different, bizarre ways. And I think like if you are not already a country who has, like, everybody's gonna have a house. Like if you don't have a house, if you lose your house, if you go broke, the state is by law has to give you a roof over your head. Like you have to have a home. Like people don't normally by law are allowed to sleep on the street here, but when you actually come into the practice of doing this, it's a whole other different thing, and than talking about it like you guys are doing now. Like, because it's so easy to say like everybody should have a home and everybody should have a house, and the practice, like actually sitting down and doing it, having the manpower to do it, having the housing to do it, having and all these things. Like, yeah, you said there are a lot of vacant houses, and that's of course a great way to do it, but it's actually really hard in practice to
No,
maintain
it
that.
is, but the
It's
but the main
insane.
difference is, at least in America's sense and not in Norway's, we have the infrastructure ready to do it. Like the infrastructure is already there. It's
Yeah.
ready to go. And not only that, we have the money to do it. Politicians will try to come out and say we don't have the money to do these programs because austerity politics are growing, right? Like people are in love and infatuated with the idea of cutting social safety nets because they want to cut down on federal spending, because for whatever reason people are more worried about federal budget deficits than people's welfare and well-being.
And
So
I assume also that if you were a good Samaritan and you wanted to help someone and you knew, okay, this house is vacant, let's fix it up a little and make it livable for some homeless people, you would probably get in trouble for that. You would get fined or you would go to prison or something, I
yeah,
guess.
you would get in trouble. You would
It's
not be
so
allowed to do that.
bizarre.
But the whole point is, and the reason why I myself advocate for public housing, and Jimmy does as well. Um, at least the reason why I advocate for it is because, again, I think it is quite possible. I think the infrastructure is there for Americans specifically. I can't speak to the homeless situation, whether it be in Norway or any other European Union nation, or even the UK. But I know in America, there's enough money, there's enough infrastructure, there's enough manpower where you could implement programs that allow people to have public housing. And
Yeah.
I want to go
Like
back
the
for a
law,
second.
like you have to look under the law into it in more, and then you.
You're breaking up at the moment. I don't know if that's just me or not.
Yeah, she's breaking up a little bit.
Okay.
The service might be
There,
bad.
there's a law following it, right? So there's a law following the praxis, and the law has to collide with laws that are in motion, like right now, and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm totally with you, and I do think that it's a good thing to do to have housing. Everybody should have a home. Everybody should have heat and water, and I totally agree with that. And my point was just that people, as we see now, as we talk about now, people are greedy, people are disgusting, and people use wherever they can use. Like they what's it called? they use people, they use the state, they use anything they can use because that's what people do. And
No,
that's the
and I
thing
hear
that
you.
like. So it's like it's hard, and that's something we struggle with specifically here in Norway. Is like we waste money? Are we actually helping people? And I remember I had one of my best friends in school. She was like, "I'm only here to become a doctor, so I can go home and be a doctor home. Like that's my big dream. I just want to help my homeland to build and be better." And I was so proud of her, and we had so much in common talking about like helping people. And I would love to like have everybody come here and have an education in Norway and help whoever they want to help. You know, that would be amazing. But yeah, my point was just like the housing. A lot of people, and Norway is so small. If you think about how small Norway is in compared to USA, like that is insane. And like in practice, for me, like that seems so overwhelming. Like thinking about how many people doesn't have homes in the USA compared to how big the country is, and it is a really overwhelming thought. But it's worth it. It's worth working for it. It's worth pushing for it. So, but my point was just like I wasn't thinking about people in need taking advantage of the rules. It was more like people that doesn't need help that take advantage of the rules.
Yeah. No, and I definitely hear that. And I do appreciate your input and coming in here and clarifying. Because really, at the end of the day, one of the main reasons why Jimmy and I started doing this is because we want people to interact and be able to express their thoughts and be able to do it in a place where they can do it clearly and without fear of somebody coming at them. Now, obviously, if the thoughts revolve around like the harm or any sort of dehumanizing rhetoric that's aimed at like a specific group because of their identity, that shit's gonna get shut the fuck down. But when it comes to just people that are in here genuinely trying to learn, expand, and also just kind of speak their truth, I'm always for getting to have those conversations because they need to be had, and people do need to understand that ideas are great, but you do have to think about the ultimate practice of them and how they're going to be executed and how things are going to work. And I do hear you. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add.
No, I was just like wanted to say also like when I'm sitting and listening to you guys while I'm playing, and I gotta say there's so many things I don't understand. Like sometimes when you can talk maybe for half an hour and I don't understand shit. Not because, but it's just so many words that are very political words that you're saying that I don't understand at all.
And
But
I'm so
so that's what.
happy. I'm so happy that you say that. If there is ever a word that we say too and you can't figure out what it is, type it and text it to us because I would love to spend a day, like an hour or something, breaking down because that's how I learned a lot of this stuff is like watching something and then I was like, I don't know what that word is, and then just spending a whole day Googling and researching what it meant. Yeah, that's how I learned what laissez-faire politics are. That's what I learned, what communism and socialism really is. So if you ever get stuck on a word, please just send it to us and I would love to go over it and talk about it.
Yeah,
And
because what you said right now, like communism and what is
socialism.
socialism? Yeah, and then you say liberal and what's the other liberal and
Conservative.
Conservative.
Yeah, I have no fluffing idea any of that. Like I probably know it in Norwegian, like if I knew what it meant in Norwegian, I would probably know what it was. But I guess like the meaning of the word is kind of semi-different. Maybe I don't know.
It's different in America. No, you're 100%.
And like socialism in America is probably something else, and what socialism is in Norway.
Oh.
So that also plays in a big difference because, like, yeah, it's views, isn't it? Like socialism is a view. Yeah,
Yep.
like,
It's an
that view.
ideology.
Yeah, so like socialism, the view that Americans have is probably different from what socialism is in Norway or what we think about what it is.
Absolutely. I think there's a
Well,
country I was watching that was like electing a president or a prime minister or something, and they're like, he's super right wing. And I was like, oh, that's not good. And then come to find out that's actually really left wing comparative to American politics. They just call it right wing
Yeah.
out there. So it's very
Mm.
confusing depending on what country you live in for sure.
Yeah. So
well,
when
and
you talk about stuff, that's probably why I get like a little confused, and sometimes like if I'm trying to get a point across, some things might be like hard to understand, and in top of it, on the top of that, I'm like writing a language I'm not that good at writing. I feel
Right.
like I speak better than I
Right.
write.
Right.
So
And
it's like
when it comes to your country too, like by the size of it, I can see why the importance of immigration is big there. I see why a lot of the social programs and welfare programs and loans and stuff go to a lot of immigrants there. And I think that that's where we can agree on is that the housing basic needs is definitely important even for citizens of that country because like,
yeah.
I think the immigration policies in your country are from what I heard are great, but the
Mm.
neglect of the people that live there, I think that's where the government itself is kind of like, okay, well, there's the right turn that we were probably expecting, and where we can come to the
Yeah.
agreement of the basic needs is super important.
Yeah, and I think like
so to
that's
give you an
socialism.
example,
Right.
what's happening right now with whether it be Norwegian politics, whether it be politics in general, just on a global perspective, these policies that specifically grant more social safety nets to those who are immigrating, it's done in a way that allows for division to be had amongst people who share the same class. So those people who are immigrating ultimately are going to be working similar jobs, if not jobs lower than what the average, citizen for whatever country it may be works, right? And when you have a basically a class of people who were rated as basically second degree citizens, because a lot of them, they get work visas depending on, what country it is. They'll have like a work visa where they have to pay more in taxes and, blah blah blah.
Mhm.
So I hear the point of like the frustration of like, oh well, people who are born here have to deal with a lot more and they're not getting the same help. But you have to understand that those programs that I was just talking about, they're done in a way to where it helps that group that is coming in, because unlike people who are born or who are citizens of that country, they don't have family here who have businesses to hire them. They don't have the connections here to get a job. So it's a way of allowing them to jump into the economy and kind of get bolstered into it, right? But it's done so at the expense of people who are citizens. And that's a very liberal approach. And the reason I say it's a liberal approach is because it is a policy that is focused on the individual, and it is a band-aid policy. It is one where you can champion it and you can say, hey, look it, we are good people. We are politicians that care about people,
Yeah,
even
I get
even
that.
those who aren't cared about, right? And it creates angst and resentment from those who normally probably wouldn't be racist or bigoted, but they
Mm.
start becoming that way because they're not getting help from that same government. And I
Mm.
think the important thing is leftism, socialism especially, is the argument of saying like, instead of focusing on just trying to better this person's life or that person's life and basing it off of, ideas like race, ethnicity, gender, make it to where everybody's material conditions improve. So there is no
Mm.
resentment. There is no like, well, how come I have to go without and they don't? You're not going
Mm.
without either. You have a full fridge. You have a home to go
Yeah.
to. You have a
That is the issue, and that's why a lot of Norwegians are angry, because they think socialism has we brought socialism way too far,
No,
Like,
and that's
like,
the issue,
and
right? Like, so that's not social. They're not mad at socialism. They're mad at liberalism.
yeah, probably, but they say socialism. They say like we are helping too much, and we're not setting boundaries or limits or stuff like that. And so people are like, we're helping too much, and our like my daughter can't do this, but that immigrant's daughter can do it because they have funding for it, you know. And I get how you say like they don't have the like the connections and stuff like that, but at the same time, every single life is different. Every single like situation is different, so it's so hard to like talk about it in such a big picture, and like put a ruler on it like this is how it's going to be, because everybody is different. And that's like something like we in Norway try to work against, like look at people individually, like okay, but you actually need this amount of help because you're maybe you have social anxiety, you can't get out of the house without breaking down, or but you can go work, so we expect that from you, you know. So it's like see individual, like okay, you can't go to work because you're actually sick, but you can go to work, so we expect that from you, you know. Like so it's like my cousin, he came right from school, directly from school. He's like, oh, I'm graduating tomorrow and I'm gonna go get go to social services to get money tomorrow. It's like, you graduated, you're ready, you can go out, you can get decent work. Why do you jump straight into the social system, or like into the system, instead of like getting a job and actually get your money? You're healthy, you're young, you're like, it's so bizarre how people view it, basically.
Well, the thing is though, a lot of those people that have that kind of resentment and who make arguments against people who are immigrants having any sort of social safety net, a lot of that just comes down to like a lot of nationalistic hatred and like nationalism just kind of being part of like their fundamental belief.
I feel like it's kind of greedy. Like, you don't need this money. You don't need the help that you're now seeking from the state. You
But
you
see,
have
the thing
three
is,
places to choose from. You can work at these three places straight out of school, and you can actually be able to have more money than what you would do if you were to go get like help from the state. Like, why would you just because you sit home and play video game and get money into mailbox and not do anything, that's why you do it? Like, it's so frustrating.
yeah, but that's a very small percentage versus the amount of people who are productive, and I'd rather focus on the majority.
Yeah, that's the
and
point. Like, people who
that's
need help like should get help, and should like
no,
people who
the
want
thing
to do
is,
things, you know.
my thing is that everybody should get help, regardless of what your background is, and that's like a socialist perspective. That because the point that I was trying to make is like, it's a neoliberal perspective to have, for example, here in the United States, we have this thing called affirmative action, and it was a policy that was implemented that basically was trying to ensure that more companies had people of color in managerial positions, or just hired in in whatever position, but they preferred managerial.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a band-aid policy, and what I mean by that is it was a way of them admitting that there are discrepancies in the system that exclusively hold out and against people of color in the United
That's true.
States. Okay.
Mm.
But it got to say, well, you know what? We're going to make sure that we hire 2 or 3 or 4, or they put a specific number. And so a lot of the argument that you saw here from the United States from the white community was, well, those affirmative action hires are taken away from my prospects. What about the white American? Why am I not getting taken care of? Right?
Yeah.
And the issue is, the person has a right to be upset that the government is not helping them ensure that they have a chance at a job, but they're not right for using ethnicity and race as a justification to say some fucked up shit, right? Like,
Yeah, that's true.
so
But yeah, as I wrote earlier, like for me, it doesn't matter where you came from, where you what if you're purple, have blue feet. I don't give a shit. Like as long as you're kind and as long as you're a human being, like everybody should get the same, like everybody should have right to the same stuff, you know, and the same security and food and have a good life, you know? Like so personally I feel like it's weird that we still are talking about like race and ethnicity, or if it's he or she or whatever they identify as. It doesn't matter. They're a human being, and every human being should live a good life. Like, and that's what we should strive towards. You know.
no,
And I
and
think like it's so weird that we are even talking about it. To me, that is so absurd. Like it's so bizarre to me that
well,
it's even
the
an issue. You
unfortunate
know?
problem. No, well, that's the thing. The unfortunate problem is like, I think both Jimmy and I agree with the sentiment that you made. But the unfortunate problem is that we do live in a system that is built on the oppression of
Mhm.
people, specifically, unprotected communities, whether it be women, whether it be, people of color, whether it be
Yeah.
people who are, gay, non-binary,
Mm.
bisexual, you name it. I think, and I think overall that is the main issue. But I was going to ask, is there anything else that you wanted
Yeah.
to add
I
on
was
to
gonna
that?
say
Or
I've been drawing you guys way far, way
no, no, no,
way
you're
away
fine.
from your meaning or what
No,
you
no,
were
no,
trying to
no.
talk
You're
about.
perfectly fine. Like we said, we love having these kind of conversations. I'm
Yeah.
glad that you were able to clarify, and hopefully
I think,
we were able to at least clarify a couple things for you.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think you're
hope you
gonna.
don't think I'm like mean or that I'm like trying to be difficult or anything.
No.
Like,
No, 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 no.
And that's
no,
why I wanted to
okay.
say that you're going to see a lot of resentment in all different kinds of countries, especially um, in countries where people are lacking. So this resentment that you're seeing towards, like in your case, the immigrants that are coming,
Mhm.
it's the resentment with the lack of empathy, the lack of putting themselves in other people's shoes, but also along with the lack and the neglect of the basic needs that these people also have. So um in a way they're wrong, but in a way, they're kind of right at the same time, also with the history of, you know um uh people of color and immigrants being put down to a lower level than humans, and them seeing that as normal life, and seeing a little bit of immigrants being brought up makes them feel like that's kind of unfair, and we just kind of have to let them go through that process of mourning to get over a lot of that. And I think people will start to realize that it's just their lack of empathy and the government's neglect of the people who live there by prioritizing other people and neglecting certain people. Not saying that that's wrong, but I'm just saying that I think we're in agreement. And just remember that you're going to see different types of resentment everywhere. And just like what Hirsch was saying, there's multifaceted different types of resentment out here. There's people out here in America that are mad about the $15 minimum wage for kids working at fast food restaurants because they're a construction worker making 20, and they don't think it's some fast food kid should be making the same amount as them coming out of high school. So it's not. I don't like, with the people that I know like that, I don't blame it on them. I blame it on the neglect of our government taking care of these people that feel like they're being neglected by making a normal life of otherizing and being okay with giving people less that don't look like them, which
Yeah,
is it's
it's
a
bizarre for me. Like, it's just
weird.
I just yeah, and thing is like this is why like I don't normally watch the news. Like, I didn't even know that Trump was elected for president because I am so fucking sensitive. It's ridiculous. Like, I can watch the TV and some people don't have a home, and I can sit and cry about it about fucking 2 or 3 days, and I'm like, what can
Oh
I
my
do?
God.
I need to do something. I'm so fucking sensitive.
Oh, girl,
Earlier when we
welcome
were
to the
talking about
club,
that old
baby.
lady,
I'm giving you like
you
a
know that
digital hug right now. I'm so the
like
same.
when you told me about that 70-year-old lady in the fucking, I thought about my grandma, and I was like crying my eyes out.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'm just like a fucking hippie tree hugger. Like, just love each other for fuck's sake,
Oh yeah. No, I'm the same. I see these Honda commercials where they're like they buy out this whole entire lady's yard sale, everything that she was selling, and I just start bawling. I'm like, I love this so much. It's pathetic. I'm so sensitive. I
Yeah.
feel it. I feel that so much.
And that's
It's
why I can't, like, I got rid of my TV because I couldn't look at like the news or anything like that because I got so I was just depressed,
yeah,
just generally depressed because it's just bad news all around. And I can't deal with it.
it's
I'm like,
everywhere.
I need to nurture love. I need to do it base here with me, like, and then I need to get it outwards, like
Yeah.
from where
Well,
I am because I
you're
cannot deal with all this bullshit.
you definitely have a good community here with Hirsch and all of his community in the Discord. I'm telling you, it is a breath of fresh air to be able to get a lot of this out. A lot less burnouts, I'll tell you that, since I've been able
Yeah, I
to
always
come in here.
I'm just so nervous because since I'm like not speaking English, I'm always like scared that I'll be misunderstood or that someone will think I'm rude to them because like that's the last thing I would want.
Yep.
So I'm always like I'm more quiet online like normally
Yep.
because I'm scared that there would be like someone will misunderstand me and get really hurt or whatever, you know.
Nope.
So
Nope. Not
like
at all.
I'm through this whole conversation, I've been sweating like an idiot because I've been so nervous.
No, no. There's safe space here. I
Yeah,
promise.
no
So yeah.
judgment, and if anybody gets nasty, usually I myself or Cookies or Jimmy step in and
Yep.
we intervene.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I just want everybody to be happy and to feel
Same.
loved and just be good.
Yes.
I don't want anything bad.
Yes. I love your
But
voice,
yeah.
and do I have permission to clip you out for our intro in case it happens?
Yeah, of course.
Thank
And
you.
I would love to leave now.
Yes.
yeah, no problem.
That's
No
okay.
problem.
Wait. Hold on. Before you go, hold on. Okay, now you can go.
What happened?
You didn't hear it? God dang it.
I
It's
heard
not
a scream or something.
good. All right.
USA, USA, USA.
It almost sounds like he says, "You are gay. You are gay."
I
Well, it's
mean,
he kind of
I am,
seems.
so. But
we
why
do
am
love
I gay
Texas
if I'm bi? Why do people say I'm gay because I'm bi?
because they don't
I don't get
understand the
it.
difference, and it's
It's a way
funnier.
to reduce. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
way to reduce by identity because unfortunately, people who are bisexual are frowned upon by um, those who are part of the LGBTQ community for whatever reason.
Because they're
Okay,
partially straight.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
gay has just become like a really like a term that a lot of kids use when they're saying like instead of saying like you're stupid or you're dumb, it's kind of like become a bad word for them. So it's just easier when somebody's like, I'm bisexual, they can be like, oh, you're fucking gay. It's just to them in their head socially, it's funnier, quote unquote. So that's why.
It's so weird because
Deducing.
whenever people say I'm gay, I'm like, okay, put some glitter on me, bitch.
Right?
You know?
Right?
I'm not offended by it. Like, but it's just weird. Like,
I know.
so I've run around thinking like, am I gay? Like, do I go under gay because I'm bi?
Yes,
Like,
absolutely. Yes, yes.
I'm
Do it all.
so gay.
Yes. Make sure you roll out a rainbow carpet everywhere you go, okay? And then walk on that bitch. 'Cause Slay Queen. But thank you for coming. I appreciate you and your voice. You're awesome.
I didn't mean to take up so much time.
no,
Absolutely
you're
not. You're
fine.
good.
Thank you, Rez.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go dry up now.
Okay.
Yes, enjoy it. Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Heyo.
Heyo. That's what I
Hey.
thought.
That's what I'm saying. High five. We
High
made
five.
somebody wet with politics.
Yes. Yes. My
Hell
dream has
yeah.
come true.
No, and I like that. And hopefully everybody else that is in here watching, listening, I hope you enjoyed it too. And again, it's something that brings joy to me just because when we started doing the show, it's all around the concept of allowing people to have a space where they can express themselves and have a chance to learn.
Yep.
Because that, it revolves around our ideology. We want people to grow. We want people to be better. So
Yep. And
We
outside of
do appreciate.
politics, we're all fucking friends. Like Rez is from Norway. We're from America. Cookies is from Australia. There's people in here that are all around the world. So we could literally all learn from each other some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
And that's
And
what's
the
cool.
fun thing is, Rez, the more that you come around the streams, we're gonna have streams that we talk about socialism. In fact, we have somebody that's in here lurking who was running for the presidential ticket and in the Socialist Party. So there is going to be plenty of episodes where we dive into what do these words mean. I definitely want to have an episode where we talk about the idea of what communism is,
Mm-hmm.
what Marxism is,
Mm-hmm.
what capitalism is,
Yep.
because there has been a bastardization of each of those concepts when you have things like McCarthyism, and people are probably saying, what the fuck is McCarthyism? McCarthyism is in reference to the Cold War era, where the United States government was spying on its own citizens in fear that they were Russian spies, because to the United States government, the biggest threat to safety, the biggest threat to capital was communism. So they made sure that they could do everything they could to not even leave a smidgen of hope for people to organize together and form labor unions, or anything that led to socialism, which ultimately, in a lot of cases, leads to communism. But the distinction is socialism is not communism and communism is not socialism. However, the two can be very much synonymous depending. It's a very tricky and complicated thing. But again, we will have episodes in the
Yes.
future.
And there is a
About
difference between democratic socialism and communism, and compared to the dictatorial communism and socialism that we have seen throughout history all over the world.
Yes, and that's another good distinction too.
Yes.
And like I had talked about earlier, we've never really seen any form of socialism or communism actually have a chance in the global world, because the United States and the United Kingdom were like, no, we can't have that shit. Embargo, coups, deep state,
Eliminating
puppet
pollution from
governments.
oil and gas drilling. They have worked incredibly hard on legally bulletproofing those regulations. And we have an early sign that
No,
some of
don't
that
feel
has been
stupid at all.
effective. One
You were
example,
absolutely
one
great.
of those big
Yes.
regulations designed.
Rez, you were ESL, okay? English second language. Your English is phenomenal. It's better than most people who grow up speaking English.
Mm-hmm.
Your typing, even with misspellings and typos included, is better than the majority of people who went to school here in the United States.
Facts.
You're a fucking rock star. And if anybody ever tries to give you shit over a few misspelled words over a second language that you speak, tell them to suck your nuts.
That's
Your
right.
big hairy nuts. Big
Mhm.
veiny hairy nuts.
to shut down coal-fired power plants. There was a legal request to put a pause on that.
Oh, we're gonna
There's
stop the
already
bot. It's our
litigation. So
show.
the
I do what I
Supreme Court
want.
did
She
not
is
back
so
down.
adorable.
So
She's so
USA.
the ultimate outcome of that will
USA.
be a Supreme Court that has a conservative
our show, Rez.
supermajority, including justices
It's called the Rez Show
appointed
now.
by former President Trump. So it's
No,
not a sure
Jimmy.
thing. but
Jimmy's
that's
fucking.
kind of
She's like me.
certainly within the
We
Biden
kind of just
administration,
go
they
where
were
the wind takes
trying
us.
to prepare.
You're good.
Yep.
Trump's election also comes at this critical
And
moment.
that's why I
The
love this show.
UN's
Like, it's not
annual
serious. It's
climate
not any of
summit
that.
is
It's just
happening in
two people who
Azerbaijan
like
right
talking
now.
politics
We also
and
know
want
there's
to
this
learn
belief that
with
major
other people
emitters around the
and
world have
be
to
part
cut
of
their
that journey.
pollution by 50%
That's all this is.
compared to 20 years ago. Trump's election
I'll crack your
seems
knuckles,
to
Cookies.
upend America's
understand me?
commitment to all of that. I mean, just what are the global stakes here?
President-elect Trump has been crystal clear that he will do exactly what he did in his first term, which is withdraw the United States from the global Paris Accord.
So can
He
you
did that his
explain
first
what the Paris Accord is?
So the Paris Accord was basically an agreement amongst like most developed nations to reduce their carbon emissions by like I forget what year it was, but it was a specific year. I think there were still like 10, 15 years for it to for them to be like, okay, let's see if we've hit it. it was signed in Paris, so that's why it's called the Paris Accords, or the Paris Agreement. It's not that like Paris came up with it or whatever, but it was the United States government's way of trying to pass off blame for climate change on places like China, right? Because if you look back at a lot of American politics, specifically in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, a lot of it focused on the idea of climate change, but it's like, yeah, if China didn't have all these coal factories, if China didn't have all these production factories that were emitting all these fucking CO2 and greenhouse gases,
Mhm. And then
they
in
were
the
very much
2010s, we blamed it on cow farts.
cow farts was another one that we started doing. So I mean, like the perpetual blame was always getting passed down, and it was for a specific reason, like I said, China.
Okay. So we just signed up for it to kind of say, hey, we were just saying that we care about climate change, but we didn't.
Yeah.
Trump took us out of it though, right?
Yeah, Trump took us out of it. And just to quickly like recap too, so like basically it was all of the developed nations signed it, and like they had a certain amount that they had to get down, and then like I think like China and India like had a larger amount. We can watch a video here in a little bit, but like from what I remember, it was specifically written where like countries that were deemed heavy polluters had to decrease the percentage of carbon emissions more compared to those that weren't large polluters.
Okay.
So that was a big part of the climate deal.
Okay.
President Biden put the U.S. back in. Trump is going to pull back out. This time, however, it seems likely that Trump will not just pull the U.S. out from the
single
agreement,
largest
the
polluters, the
accord,
military
but from
industrial
the
complex,
underlying
100%.
United States, United
Ask the
Nations
people in
legal
Hawaii.
structure for that entire
Ask
accord,
people
which would
that
make it a
lived
lot more
in
difficult for the
fucking
U.S. to ever rejoin. It would
bases
be
on
a
the
much more
coast
permanent step, and the
or in
message
water
that sends
sources.
to the rest of the world is very much the days of
I'm not
thinking
going to
that
start
the
on
U.S.
agriculture
will
and
ever
environment.
be
No,
a reliable
start.
partner
Talk your
on
shit.
addressing global warming are over.
Mhm.
The U.S. will never have credibility in this space again. And as you say, it's coming at a crucial moment. Scientists say there's about 5 years left. By 2030, the major economies have to cut their emissions in half.
So 2030, I think, yeah, I think that was the year. 2030 was the cutoff line.
The U.S. will not meet that target.
Coral Davenport of the New York Times, thank you so much.
Always great to be here.
And that was, something that Obama signed in, and because Obama signed it because it had to do with the climate, it was another way that America was weak.
Mhm. I hate when presidents do that. They're like, we're gonna fix this problem that everybody's everybody wants fixed now in 20 years.
Yeah. Well, and so like another good example of like American politics, right? Like when it came to climate, when it came to the environment, there was this huge movement where it's like, you know what? Stop using plastic bags, buy these reusable bags. Stop using
Straws.
plastic straws, use these cardboard straws. And, you yourself are going to save the environment. And that itself is a neoliberal policy, right? Because again, liberalism is focused on individualism and how the individualism or how the individual themselves can affect the majority. And so it brings in that concept into ways that you can solve issues, right? Like an army of one. That's why the army of one thing was like a very popular phrase because it's all about the individual.
Mhm.
But that doesn't work
Nope.
because you can fucking use all the cardboard straws you want. You can use glass straws all you want. You can use reusable bags all you want. That's not going to stop a corporation from dumping toxic chemicals in the river. That's not
Right.
going to stop a corporation from dumping shit in the ocean. That's not going to stop them from fucking using up all the water that's in the aquifer. That's not
Mhm.
going to stop a corporation from drying up rivers because they're taking all the water and using it for their brewery company or for their water bottling service or whatever.
Thank you. Yep, that's what I was gonna say. That's why that shit never fucking worked for me because during that same fucking time that people were using or paper straws trying to save the environment, literally Nestle was stealing water and winning cases it was just like, wow, you guys are, it's nuts to me. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So,
I already feel
I
like we're
think
too late to be saving the environment anyway. I think we're already past the point of no return. The East Coast is literally on fire right now, like the West Coast. That doesn't happen. The middle of America is getting earthquakes immensely more than it used to because of oil fracking. You don't have lubrication for those cracks to move slow or move smoothly. They're dried up now, and so you're going to cause earthquakes. The flooding that's going on down where down by Florida and all the hurricanes and it's already too late. It's already happening. This 2030 thing. It's just to procrastinate any time to actually have to make change so these companies that are causing all this stuff to happen can just quickly grasp at straws and try to make as much money before anything needs to be done. Really needs to be done. And it's going to be way too late by then.
Yeah. No,
Sorry.
I think we've definitely passed a certain threshold, like a point of no return. That's not to say that we still shouldn't try to mitigate as much damage as possible.
Yep.
But so we have a video that's up right now. This is John Ratcliffe, the CIA director that Trump has picked. This is him talking about being a peaceful dove and being anti-intervention and being totally anti-war, because that's what Donald Trump is. That's why people voted for him, and the economy, because Donald Trump's going to be good for the economy too. We didn't talk about tariffs and how they're going to be absolutely detrimental to the American consumer. That's not a thing. What are you talking about? That's crazy. Ha 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 ha. John Ratcliffe, ladies and gentlemen, new CIA director.
Secret that that the Democrats want to obtain a ceasefire in advance of the presidential election coming up to help Kamala Harris, and in so doing, they're really willing to put politics above our national security. And it is troubling, Maria, because how
he just said right there that trying to negotiate for a peace deal between Palestine and Israel puts America at a national security threat. What the fuck do you think that means? Why is it a national security threat for Palestinians to have a ceasefire deal? I wonder if it's a lot. I wonder if it's Islamophobia. I wonder if it has anything to do with that.
How far are they willing to go? Well, they're, as you point out, they're willing to ignore acts of war. I mean, when our own intelligence community tells us that they're hacking into the Trump campaign to help Kamala Harris win the election, when they engage in an act of war of trying to assassinate President Trump,
Okay,
wait.
So he's talking about Iran. He's talking about Iran right now.
Okay. I was like, you're not telling me that
politics
Palestinians
above
are
our
hacking
national security.
into shit.
And it is troubling, Maria, because how far are they willing
he's talking about Iran right now because, remember, one of the major spins after the second attempt on Trump was that it was Iran.
To help Kamala Harris win the election.
And then, the Republicans had to have their own Russiagate too. So,
yep.
Just like Democrats need to have their own January 6th. Stop the steal. USA. USA.
When they engage in an act of war of trying to assassinate President Trump, and perhaps most importantly, when they engage in the act of war of firing through its Houthi-controlled rebels ballistic missiles at 3 U.S. warships, and there had been no actions and no consequences to those acts of war by Iran, it unfortunately tells you how far the Democrats are willing to go to stop Donald Trump. And, I think larger at play here, Maria, is not just this short-term election, but that it really reveals the failed strategy of the Democrats over the last 10 years in dealing with Iran. The famous Obama doctrine, which was that, look, we can deter Iran diplomatically and it won't come at the expense of Israel. Well, Barack Obama was wrong. He missed.
Okay, so I I fucking hate this right now. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this because it's going to sound like I'm defending Obama. I'm not defending Obama. I'm not defending Obama. Let me say it one more time like it's Beetlejuice. I'm not defending Obama. But one of the few good things he did when he was in office was the Iran nuclear agreement. When he was able to negotiate with, at the time, a very hostile Iran, and understandably so because of what America, specifically Michael fucking Bolton, was doing after the remnants of fucking Donald Rumsfeld had done with the area. He was able to do that at a time when the majority of the military industrial complex, they were going on fucking TED Talks and all sorts of shit talking about, yeah, Iran's going to be the new threat. They're going to be the fucking superpower. They're going to be the ones that we go to war with next. I mean, I don't know if anybody else remembers that in American politics, but I remember that. I remember seeing the fucking general, what was his name, go on TV and talk about, like, yeah, Iran's next, and then who knows, maybe Syria.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that was back when conservative before MAGA were MAGA people were going around saying that the New World Order was coming and we need to stop this.
Yeah. Yeah, the New World Order. He looks like an Xmas tree even up his ass. Oh, the dude from before? Yeah, yeah. Why is Obama bad? I thought he was good. So Obama was bad. And the media did a good job of propping him up as a good person. And one of the main reasons is that he was a very charismatic guy. And what he campaigned on was something that the media turned around post legacy. They took what he campaigned on and acted as if that was his legacy. When Obama was campaigning, he was campaigning on a progressive background. One of the big things that he campaigned on, and it was a big deal for Americans, specifically those that are on the left in America, part of his campaign promises was not just the protection of whistleblowers, it was the incentive of creating even more whistleblowers. He wanted more whistleblowers in different departments because he wanted transparency. He was the transparency candidate, and that was important for Americans in the Obama era. Why? Because we just got done having 2 terms of Bush, who lied to the American people specifically about Iraq and Afghanistan, and also had left enough speculation for people to, form the conspiracy that Bush was responsible for 9/11. Not just Bush, but also Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney. The people that Kamala Harris was parading around on her campaign. Yeah, those people.
And for the right leaners, we were just at that time really tired of seeing a lot of our friends and family either dying overseas in the Middle East because they were in the military, either dying or coming back fucked up. So when Obama was running for president, he promised to take a lot of the soldiers out of Afghanistan and Iraq and all those other places in the Middle East. And within the first, I think, 3 months that he was president, he took 60,000 troops and sent them to the Middle East. He actually added more uh, when during the campaigning he promised to take it out. So just a lot of things like he campaigned on really good stuff, but then he backtracked and did the complete opposite. I mean, like even the ACA, Obamacare, his healthcare thing, it was actually started off to be universal healthcare, and he kind of, my new favorite word, capitulated to the right and took on the rights version of what they wanted as in the healthcare, and that's what became
Yes. No,
Obamacare.
I'm so glad you fucking brought that up. Keep
Mhm.
slaying.
Yep.
Keep
No,
slaying.
go ahead.
No. I go ahead and finish. I was just saying, you're fucking slaying it.
Oh, so yeah, we were supposed to have universal health care. But then now if you hear other people, they're, save the ACA, it's the most amazing health care ever, when actually we could have had better. So Obama is considered to be from everyone else a good guy, but if you actually look at his historical record, he promises one thing and then he backtracks and takes it back and does pretty much what we've been saying all the Democrats are doing, the ratchet effect of just not actually making any change whatsoever. Because if you think about it, Obamacare, ACA never took out health insurance to anyone. And to even get like a welfare Medi-Cal program it's jumping through a lot of hoops just to even get it. So yeah, that's what do you have to say about him?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, in terms of the transparency part, that was something that he platformed himself on, and it was something that got my brother interested in Obama. That was the first election that I was actually going to vote in. Was the first Obama run,
Mhm.
and um, he instead of being the transparency politician that he had platformed on, what he ended up doing was punishing and going after and trying to gag any sort of whistleblowers. That's where you saw the issue with Chelsea Manning. That's where you saw the shit with Snowden. That's where you saw the shit with Julian Assange. These were people who came out and spoke out on the atrocities that were being committed in the Middle East. And Obama was like, "No, you're not supposed to talk about that. Shut the fuck up." So that was one of the reasons why we consider him bad, Jimmy and I. Another reason is because he was a mass deporter. He built cages, like he had children in cages. He ripped families apart. Um, Sent children back to war-torn countries alone by themselves that probably ended up in trafficking or became part of cartels, what have you. He had set a record for the most executive orders used to drone strike people. Um, he was on record for killing multiple innocent civilians, and
Yeah,
there were no.
he was the first president to use drones in military operations and in war.
Yeah, he kind of set the precedent, and um, got certain political figures who are in power today implemented with the idea of using drone technology as a means of like plausible deniability when it comes to like any sort of like accountability, right? Like, we didn't kill him, we just kind of flew this little drone around and it dropped what you call it. And there were instances where like he would bomb weddings, he would bomb funerals, he would bomb family compounds and all sorts of shit. So yeah, Obama
Mhm.
was not the great guy that he was made out to be.
Yeah, way to
And
dilute the personalization of going to war. Like you just get to your military base and you sit in front of a video game. Like, did you know during World War II in the Middle East, during World War II, motherfuckers were still fighting on horseback? And now we're motherfuckers are playing video games and killing people. It's nuts.
yeah, don't you be no. Rez, we're never gonna get mad at somebody who's asking a question in good faith.
Hmm. I agree. Hi,
Um,
Roxy.
hey Roxy, what up, girl? Hey, girl. Hey.
She's like, you guys are never playing Overwatch. Did you delete it?
Oh God, poor Roxy.
I know, poor babies.
Uh, don't all politicians lie to get the job, and then do what they want when they have got it? So, I mean, yes and no. There's a lot of times where politicians use certain rhetoric and
Yeah, it's
things of that nature.
like the AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm pretty sure everything that she said on her campaign, running for office, that she meant, in all sincerity, she meant what she was saying. She really thought that she had a chance to really change everything, and that's, once in a blue moon, you get people that get into politics like that. But we've talked about this before. Once you're in City Hall, once you're in Congress Hall, once you're in the social part of all of it, it's hard to not just give in and fall into those practices because you're extremely replaceable, and these people have the power dynamic is so massive It's like some new person coming into acting, trying to compete with, Angelina Jolie. The power is just, it's so different. And sometimes people just give in because they don't want to lose, maybe in hopes that they could change it in the future, or multiple different reasons. But yeah, most of the time, yes, a lot of them are lying to get, benefits for themselves or good income or whatever the power. But sometimes the culture definitely does not help, especially good people with good intentions. It does not help.
Misunderstood the lethality and the evil nature of the Iranian regime. And what Israel has done is essentially employ the Trump doctrine, a maximum pressure campaign, understanding that the only way to deter terrorists like Iran and their proxies is to put your foot.
So, just quickly before we wrap up this video, another thing that you can expect over the next couple years is we're going to see a lot more propaganda about Iran. We're going to see a lot more articles that are going to come out, terrorist plot from Iran nationalist, foiled by FBI or by the CIA or what have you. There's going to be a lot of fluff pieces that are going to be done. There's going to be some major breaking news, and they're going to be like, yeah, we found what we thought was nuclear material, but we stopped him. We got him. It's just going to be a lot of bullshit. It's going to be a lot of Hollywood propaganda-esque, because right now, Donald Trump has the perfect opportunity. He has the House. He has the Senate. He has the Supreme Court. And he has executive power as president that has been granted even more power at the executive level thanks to the Supreme Court that he's responsible for stacking. And not just him, but people like Mitch McConnell. Because people like Obama didn't fight back against Mitch McConnell when Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and all those other Republicans were blocking Obama from replacing people on the Supreme Court when he had vacancies. There was a vacant seat for a certain amount of time during Obama's term. I wonder why. And you know what Mitch McConnell's argument was? Oh, well, he just won the presidency and people weren't sure about what they were voting for. So that's why he can't win. And then when Trump got into office, as soon as he got into office, within a few weeks of getting into office, he started picking and assigning Supreme Court justices. And guess what Mitch McConnell was saying? He has every right to do it. He is sitting president of the United States of America. Something that he denied to Obama. Now, again, that's coming from somebody who's critical of Obama. But that's bullshit. And Obama should have fought back. Democrats should have fucking fought back. But they didn't. They capitulated. They said, you know what? We're gonna be civil. We're gonna be bipartisan. We're gonna focus on civility. We're going to be the good guys. We're going to lose
on their throat. And Israel has done that. We should be assisting Israel in doing so. But again, political expediency and the quest for power by Kamala Harris and the Democrats is resulting in American national security taking a back seat, unfortunately.
That's quite disturbing.
Man, get the fuck out of here. National security is not at play because of Iran. And dude, if anything, Iran has been so restrained. If you think about all the shit that Israel has done to Iran in the past year specifically, and the fact that Iran has not done anything major, they are fucking restrained, dude. They are not monsters. They are not stupid. They are not animals. They are fucking people. It is a government.
Mm-hmm.
And people aren't often reflected by government, and the government doesn't often reflect people, is another important thing that people have to keep in mind when they think about places that maybe they don't like or agree with.
Yep.
We have Donald Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan. And again, this is a guy that this is somebody who worked for Obama. He was the director of ICE under Obama. He was in charge of Border Patrol, I believe, under Trump's presidency, and now he's just in charge of the border in general. He's the border czar.
run it again. And we know what happens to these children, Sean. And look, the illegal aliens coming across the border, people need to understand, 31% of women that make that journey get raped by criminal cartels. Children get raped. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 that have been raped multiple.
Yo, why are you talking to little girls, dude? It's kind of fucking weird. And why are you so focused on rape? That's kind of like, dude just jumps right off the fucking gun talking about rape. It's kind of weird.
Times. These cartels are animals, and that's why President Trump's going to take them off the face of the earth. They have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world, and President Trump is committed to calling them terrorist organization and using the full might of the United States Special Operations to take them out.
So you're probably asking yourself, take out who? What are you talking about? Well, let's read. New, Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan says they are going to use special U.S. operations to wipe out cartels off the face of the earth. The illegal animals coming across the border, 31% of women that make that journey get raped by criminal cartels. These cartels are animals. That's why President Trump's going to take them off the face of the earth. We'll use the full might of the United States Special Operations to take them out. Now, people might see this and be like, okay, well, the cartels are, bad people, and that's kind of cool. That's good. And you're not going to get an argument from me that, whether or not cartels are bad people. But what you have to keep in mind is this. There are numerous cartels that are funded, supported, and trained by the United States Department of Defense and the CIA. Why are they trained, funded, and supported by? Multitude of reasons. Could be for money laundering, right? Using drugs, using, whatever, fighting communism in Latin America, fighting communism in the Middle East, fighting against anybody who might be Arab or Muslim, right? So, Jimmy, is there anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just realized I went on a rant.
Yeah, to add on top of that too, a majority, like, okay, just saying, these cartel members, just for example alone, these cartel members are bad guys and are doing this to this people. I mean, just side note really quick, like, why are these women running from wherever they're running to America? We need to be asking that in the first place. But for a thing that kind of just popped in my head too, a majority of these cartel members are bringing people across the border to America, which means that a majority of them are Mexican citizens. You're telling me that you're going to have special operation forces killing off Mexican citizens, which in turn is going to cause a war against Mexico. You're pretty much causing or claiming war on Mexico because they're Mexican citizens.
Yes. No, and I'm glad that you brought up that perspective because what I was gonna go into was also the fact that the United States Department of Defense often runs intel through different cartels, and they often work hand in hand sometimes to kind of take down, high priority targets. And they get a lot of information from the cartels because the cartels are trying to trade favors, right? They figure if they drop the dime on a certain cartel that is responsible for, an increase in fentanyl production, it gets the United States government off their back, and it allows them to have their competition taken out for them to where they don't have to use violent measure. They're able to move in, grow their market, blah, 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 blah. So that is the other aspect of it too. Like when you go in there and you're talking about just eliminating them, you're getting rid of informants. You're getting rid of people who are going to help you prevent large, infiltration movements, as Border Patrol and ICE say, when it comes to immigration crossings. So really, you're just doing more damage than you are fixing anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is Christy Nome. And Jimmy, we had talked about earlier how she is a certified dog killer and brags about it. She's absolutely insane. She's a piece of shit. This is free speech advocate Christy Nome.
Yep, this is
who
a lady
is
that admitted to killing her dog in a book, and then when she got interviewed about said book, she said that she didn't write it and practically admitted that she had a ghostwriter for this book that admitted it for her. And she hadn't read the book before release completely to know that the ghostwriter had given up something about her killing her dog. Like she should. I hate stereotyping, but she needs to dye her hair blonde. Like this is just her blonde moment for the day. I
no.
get it.
You know what that was? It was she saw the backlash that came out from it. She thought it was normal, and then she was like, "Oh, it was just a ghostwriter. It wasn't me. I promise. I totally didn't know about that. Totally wasn't me, dude."
All right, saving
It's
face.
just like fucking Caitlyn Boo Boo Bennett. Like, no, I totally didn't shit my pants in school. What are you talking about?
Today, this means crushing anti Semitism at home and supplying the state of Israel with what it needs, when it needs it, without conditions.
So, yeah, this is free speech advocate and anti-war, anti-intervention Kirsty Noem.
To achieve total victory in the face of evil. Today, this means.
In the face of evil. So, yeah, you know, shout out to all the fucking Trump supporters who were telling us that Donald Trump is a peaceful dove and he's not going to have war hawks in his cabinet.
Hey.
USA!
USA! USA! USA! USA! Ah!
Oh!
Yes! Yes! Everyone's laughing and clapping their hands. This is cool.
I have something I want to ask you to do, though. Because, obviously,
Yep.
we're
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not anti-war. People are just fucking stupid, and people will sit there and say that this person right here. Let's watch this clip again. People will say this person right here is a fucking moderate. Let's just remind you. People will say that's a moderate. Oh, Hirsch, what do you mean when you say that that person's a moderate? So when people say moderate, especially in the United States of America, they think of moderates as people who look at the left and look at the right and say, well, there's some bad people on the left, there's some bad people on the right. I'm just going to be in the middle. I'm just going to take some of the best ideas from both of them, and I'm just going to put them up there, and I'm never going to be confronted with having to define things past surface level. It's perfectly fine. There is such a thing as the center, right? Well, this is a centrist. This is somebody that people say, oh, she has some left-leaning quality. She's appealing to Democrats and Republicans.
Today, this means crushing anti Semitism at home and supplying the state of Israel with what it needs, when it needs it, without conditions to achieve.
So, Israel, who is committing, genocide and partaking in apartheid, we're going to give them as many bombs, as many bullets as we want without condition. No ceasefire agreement, no nothing. Shut the fuck up. Just die. That's what's going to happen. That's going to be the new norm. But here's something that's funny. Shout out to Matt Gaetz.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited. I mean, just
Ew.
Everyone thinks
Ew.
you're crazy.
Look at that
I don't think
face.
you're crazy. People think you're a pedophile. I don't think you're a pedophile at all.
Look at the face.
The charges against him are totally false. They're totally false. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you.
You see Marjorie Taylor
Thank
Greene
you.
just run out of there like I don't want to be any part of it. And then the
Yeah.
smile that dropped from Matt Gaetz' face. God.
Yeah, he instantly was not feeling himself.
Nope.
Another thing that I wanted to bring up was this post by Kyle Kulinski, and he kind of hit the nail on the head, and it's kind of iterating a point that I've been having when it comes to a lot of the Trump policies and the Trump mandate. Post says, "Dear MAGA, I know many of you are upset at Trump's pro-war picks. You expected him to be anti-war. I hate to tell you, but your favorite independent media hosts have been lying to you the entire time. Here's Trump's first-term foreign policy. Increased drone strikes by 432%. You see this number right. 432% increase on drone strikes. 2,243 drone strikes in his first 2 years alone. More than 8 years of Obama. First 2 years, he did 2,243 drone strikes. Kept us in Iraq. Kept us in Afghanistan. Keep in mind, he didn't get out of here. He negotiated the deal, but he didn't get out of there. That was Joe Biden who got us out. 330% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan. 330% civilian deaths.
Ugh.
Bombed Syria twice. Remember the mother of all bombs?
Yep. Moab.
Yep. Bombed Somalia. Occupied a third of Syria to take the oil. Where was Tulsi Gabbard for that?
Right.
Maybe she was busy in fucking Somalia. Sorry. Increase the military budget every single year. Let Israel illegally annex the Golan Heights, which is Syrian.
Yep.
That's a big thing right there.
Yep.
Assassinated a top Iranian commander who was fighting ISIS. Wait, I thought ISIS were the bad guys. Why would they kill somebody who's fighting ISIS? That doesn't make sense. That's weird.
Was that Mohammed bin? No, that's fucking the leader of.
Bad Swami.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Tried to coup in Venezuela.
Yep.
Ripped up the Iran nuclear deal. Armed Saudi Arabia as they committed genocide in Yemen and vetoed a bill to cut off the weapons for Yemenis people. Dropped the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan. Hired John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, Gina Haspel, all insane neocon warmongers, and let them run his foreign policy. Pardon Blackwater war criminals.
Yep.
Signed pro-torture executive order. First military raid as president killed an American girl. Yeah, that was. It was like I think it was like a 12-year-old girl. They had like a bad intel, and they came in blasting, and they ended up killing an American girl. And they were
Oh.
trying to be hush hush about that.
Oh.
I remember that.
That's sounds about right.
I haven't even included in this list what he says he wants in the second term. War with Mexico, allow Israel to annex the West Bank. And that's a big one right there, right? Like the West Bank is going to be gone. The West Bank is going to be gone. They continue, Ben-Gvir continues to arm and expand settlements. I think the West Bank is going to be gone.
Yep.
By
There's
the end
people
of
live streaming that shit
2025.
on TikTok to this day still.
Yeah. The war with Mexico, we're basically going to see Ukraine get fucking slaughtered, and we're just going to stand by. And it's not that, like, I want America to be intervening in that war. It's just going to be very sad to see people get slaughtered because America gassed them up and lied to them and was more focused on just selling guns and ammo and weapon systems.
Yep.
So, that's cool. And then Secretary of Defense is a Fox News host and former military, and he also has not washed his hands in over 10 years. So he's fucking gross. He's a weirdo. And ladies and gentlemen, Trump's cabinet.
Like, imagine shaking that man's hand and not knowing that about him. Ugh.
Germy hand boy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
gross.
What I don't understand is how nobody has just told him, like, dude, you're fucking gross. Like, take a shower.
For real. I don't either. It's disgusting. Germs are not a real thing. Ugh.
Ooh. We have an update. We have an update on the Matt Gaetz situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an update on the Matt Gaetz situation. This was posted 4 hours ago.
What is it?
I'm about to show. God, stupid.
Right, stupid.
Stupid or something. Let me pop this on.
I think our RFK got a position as well today.
Yeah, for the Department of fucking Health and
Health.
Human Services.
Yeah.
Yep. So, welcome back polio. Welcome back measles.
Man.
We start with breaking.
So yeah. Okay. So here we go. Woman said she had sex with Matt Gaetz at 17 years old. Sources tell ABC News. Now, the reason this is breaking news is because when Matt Gaetz stepped down, the House Ethics Committee, which investigates people who are in either parts of Congress, when you step down, you can no longer, the Ethics Committee no longer has jurisdiction to investigate you. So there's been a lot of movement, a lot of push for people to release the documents from this situation. Earlier during the show, we showed you Matt Gaetz trying to say, show the footage, show the proof is on my side, blah, 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 blah. This was posted 4 hours ago and is a major development to Trump's new pick, and it's probably has the Trump campaign running around in a frenzy because this is not good headlines to have for your cabinet picks.
News here today in President-elect Donald Trump's nomination of Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. ABC News is now learning exclusively that the woman who accused Gaetz of having sex with her when she was just 17 years old shared her claims in closed-door testimony before the House Ethics Committee. That is according to sources that are familiar with this investigation.
The House Ethics Committee that just had to drop their investigation because he, was offered a position. She testified.
Wow.
In front of them.
Wow.
And there's certain people who are part of the Trump cabinet that are part of the House Ethics Committee and possibly could have told him what was said and what was done in the committee. And probably told him, take the fucking position. That seems pretty logical to me.
Yeah, something snaky. Something sneaky.
Investigation.
Sneaky,
Gaetz
sneaky.
has long denied.
Look, I'm sorry. All I gotta say, the fact this dude was able to get away with not going to jail for fucking sex trafficking and having sex with a minor tells me one of two things. This guy is either money, or he's an FBI informant.
Mm-hmm. Yes, California. This is the guy who has an adopted Cuban son.
Yeah, like a pool boy, essentially. That whole thing is fucking weird, too.
Yeah.
His whole relationship with that, it's like fucking, what was that one guy who adopted a kid and then, raised her and then married her?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right. I always think of Bone Oko. I can't see. No. Yep. You're right. Woody Allen.
These accusations. Yesterday, he stepped down from Congress following his nomination for Attorney General. Let's get now to ABC News' Jay O'Brien, who's live for us on Capitol Hill. So, Jay, this is quite stunning news here. What more are we learning here about what she potentially said in front of the House Ethics Committee?
Yeah, Kana, ABC News has learned, according to multiple sources, that the woman at the center of this investigation into Matt Gaetz for allegations of sex trafficking told the House Ethics Committee when she was interviewed by that committee that she had sex with Matt Gaetz when she was 17 years old and in high school, and Matt Gaetz was a member of the United States Congress. That, again, according to multiple sources who spoke with our Will Staken and our investigative team here at ABC News. Previously, the Department of Justice investigated these allegations of sex trafficking into Matt Gaetz. They did not bring criminal charges. Matt Gaetz has denied any wrongdoing. And then there became this House Ethics Committee investigation into Gaetz, which looked into similar allegations. And it's over the course of that investigation that ABC News has now learned that this woman in question said that Matt Gaetz had sex with her when she was 17 years old, and he was a member of Congress, and she was, of course, a minor. Matt Gaetz has said on Twitter and in other posts that he never had sex with anyone under the age of 18, and again, he has denied any wrongdoing. That ongoing House Ethics Committee investigation into him ended when he resigned from Congress because he was nominated, as you said, by Donald Trump to be his nominee for Attorney General. Because when you are no longer a member of Congress, ethics investigations conducted within the Congress into you end. We now know the committee, according to sources, was wrapping up its investigation as Gaetz resigned. and they were preparing to potentially release a final report with their findings, which presumably would have included this key detail, which again is that the 17-year-old at the center of this investigation says that when she was 17, rather, she and Matt Gaetz, as a member of Congress, had sex with her when she was in high school. This detail was not previously known. We knew those details about allegations of sex trafficking, etc., but not this before, Kana.
And we have known that in the past investigation here, perhaps there were some questions about the witnesses. We know that back in 2022, prosecutors declined to actually bring charges against him. As you point out, he has denied this over and over again. But this has been an ongoing investigation. And if this were to be released, there would be a lot of information. And it sounds, Jay, like there's growing calls here for this report to be released, and also some concern that if it's not released, it just might be leaked.
Right. That report is held in the hands of the House Ethics Committee, which...
And ultimately, I think there's two sides of people that want it to be leaked. There's one side that wants to get to the truth, and there's one side that wants to be able to dismiss the truth, and if it gets leaked, then they can say it's fake, it's phony, it's not an official release, etc. So, that's the one issue that I have with that.
Yeah.
Could be wrong too. What do you mean could be wrong? Guess we'll find out more soon. But the thing is, there's not more to find out. When they did the investigation, they found that Matt Gaetz sent, it was like $700 to his buddy on Venmo. In the memo, it said for taking out blah blah blah. It was like the girl's name or something. I'll see if like Majority Report has video about it. But anyways, that friend of his ended up sending $700 to a 17-year-old girl that just came out and or didn't just come out, but had in a closed door session admitted when she was 17 she had sex with Matt Gaetz. So I mean, like, it happened, dude. Like, it fucking happened. It's not a matter of like, oh gee, I don't know, man. It's just like, we can't base it off of ultimately like, oh, well, the courts, the Florida court didn't find the guy from Florida whose dad is a very influential person in Florida politics guilty of rape. Just like, you guys remember when there was that swimmer who fucking raped that girl in the alley and didn't have anything happen to him, even though there was monumental evidence that pointed towards him doing it, and people were saying, what the fuck, dude? How was it that he was able to get away? How was it that he was able to do this? That's crazy. You know why? Because of situations like this. Because law does not fucking matter. The only time that the law is applied is if people cannot afford a lawyer who is good enough to get them off and just get them probation or get them fucking therapy or whatever it may be.
Yo.
Is being 17 a minor in every state? So federally, the age of consent is 18. Some states have laws like Romeo and Juliet laws. Some states have it to where like the age of consent is 17. Some have it to be 16. I think the youngest in the United States is like 15 or 14, unfortunately, which is gross.
It's like Utah, right? Like the polygamy
Yeah,
one.
like Mormon type.
Yeah.
Because in Norway, you can consent to sex at age 16, not drive a car before you're 18. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, that shit's gross.
Mm-hmm.
Like, 16 is
Not a good age.
No.
Has said that it won't release the report because that investigation is over and Matt Gaetz is no longer a member of Congress. So this investigation doesn't have...
All I'm saying is, even if you're skeptical of whether or not this fucking demon Beavis and Butthead fucking Spawn, even if you're skeptical of him being part of like human trafficking and fucking underage girls, even with all the evidence, let's just say, don't you find the timing just a little suspicious. Just a little suspicious, because I want to look something up specifically, because it's something that I think is important. Who is on the House Ethics Committee? Let's find out. Michael Guest, David P. Joyce, John Rutherford, Fishbach, Mississippi. So John H. Rutherford. Oh, Florida. Let's look up John H. Rutherford, shall we? Oh God. Ugh. Let's see, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. So he was part of the police force in Florida.
Yeah.
Bet you he wasn't corrupt. Nah. Kansas City, Florida sports conditional for the open seat. She was reelected. Navy primary reelection. Caucus memberships. Main Street. Investigation. Investigation for what? Let's see. Stating that there was substantial reason to believe Rutherford had not filed timely disclosure reports as required by federal law and House rules. The House Committee on Ethics released a report on May 31st, 2022, indicating it was investigating one of its members over repeated violations of the Stock Act, combat insider trading. Interesting. Enacted in 2012. Members of Congress, violations. OCE, 800.
I wonder if these investigations are going to continue now that he's head of a
Ethics Committee. How is the guy who's in charge of the fucking Ethics Committee under investigation for fucking Nancy Pelosi doing, you know what I mean, levels of like fixing the stock market?
Right. The guy who is being investigated by the Ethics Committee is about to run the Ethics Committee.
Earmarks. I just want to see. I wanted to see if this guy had anything to say about like age of consent laws, because if he's friends with Matt Gaetz, he's definitely one of those guys that like, man, age of consent laws, dude. It's not messed up that I'm fucking in my 30s and I'm talking to a teenager, dude, because it's legal. Like those kind of fucking losers. 2 seconds if you want to take over for a second.
Okie dokie. House Committee. Wait, let me look up and see who's in the House Committee. Hold on, US. Do we have a House Committee? Oh yeah. Okay, House Committee. So what these like committees pretty much are, so there's agriculture, armed services, budget. They're like these little side groups of like congressmen and senators and stuff. And like the House is Congress. So it's select people from Congress that specialize, they're little special committee side groups that specialize in that certain area. So there's an agriculture one that, an ethics. So the one that we're just talking about now is the ethics one, the ethics committee. There's a foreign affairs, House administration, judiciary committee. So these are just little side committees that are specializing in that area to make sure they're doing good or not.
So let me explain it to you from like a socialist perspective now. What the and I'm not saying that like you did a bad job or nothing. I'm just saying that like that's the explanation, but like a socialist explanation of it. Um, Things like the House Ethics Committee is a way for politicians to investigate fellow politicians and decide whether or not what they're doing is against their code of ethics and goes against the status quo, the fundamental reason of being. And ultimately it's the same thing as different committees where you'll see, police investigate themselves. And it's always funny because like 9 times out of 10, whenever you have like an ethics committee investigation or whenever you have the police investigate themselves or whenever you have like a self-involved investigation, they never find anything wrong. They never find any wrongdoing. And it's always really interesting how that works, that like, the people who have to examine themselves never find anything wrong with themselves. Like, I don't know. To me, that's just kind of red flag-ish. But what do I know?
Yep. It's like Israel investigating themselves right now for war crimes. You think they're gonna give that up? No. Come on. It's like America investigating itself on war crimes in the Middle East. They're not gonna. Yeah, you're not gonna give yourself up like that. Sorry.
Yeah. No, but I think overall we did a good job this episode of breaking down exactly how this image of Trump being anti-war, Trump being anti-intervention, Trump being anti-establishment is very much an illusion. It's as much of an illusion as saying that anybody who's part of the Democratic Party is anti-war, or fill in the blank, right? Like it's just not true.
Right. Can you read that last comment so I can clip it later?
Hirsch, you complicate things. Thank you, girly pop. I understood you. What do you mean I complicate things?
Thank you.
What do you mean I complicate things?
Nothing. You're good. You did it. You did good.
No, I want them to get specific.
No, don't do it. Don't do it, Rez. You just opened up Pandora's box, girl. No, you're good. You are more professional with it. More, yeah. I kind of dumb things down for you, if that makes sense.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Okay.
That's what we'll go with.
Okay. Good.
But yeah, I think we painted the picture showing just exactly how this facade and this idea that the candidate who was best for the average person won, when that was further from the truth. And again, that's not to say that Kamala Harris was. I don't believe she was either. It was just frustrating because we've already had a Trump presidency. He already showed exactly who he was. And people were just like, yeah, I'd rather try that again than, go with Kamala, which I can't necessarily blame them because she ran a really shitty campaign.
Yep. We're in the age of populism. That's just how it is.
You go in depth and I cannot follow. Yeah, that's another problem of leftism is like a lot of times you have to explain a lot and go into context for a lot of things and people don't like that.
Mm-hmm. I'm here to dumb it down for you though. I got it.
Yeah. No, and that's one of many reasons why we have each other on the show.
Yep.
Because I think Jimmy does a good job of kind of not dumbing it down, but breaking it down in a way that is more simplified as
Easy
to where
digest, yeah.
I try to give the contextualization of it. Like I try to let people understand that there is a larger dynamic to it.
Yep.
So
I love it.
it is what it is.
It's great.
It's been great. Honestly, we've been going at it for almost 5 hours. That's another 5-hour stream, talking straight politics nonstop.
Yup.
all up in your ear. Um, is there anything you wanted to add before we wrap it up?
Thank you, everybody, for talking in the chat. Thank you, Rez, for coming on, and Kayla for holding it down, and everybody else that came in here too today. You guys are awesome. I love this. I'm really excited to learn more about more of the picks that he's going to be bringing up more often or in the future. This show was really great today. I think we did a really good job at fully understanding the people that he picked and who they really are, and not just what the media or the people themselves want us to see. So it was a good job today. It was good. I had a lot of fun. By you.
I mean, honestly, ditto. I've really been enjoying excuse me, the new content. I've really been enjoying a lot of the feedback from everybody who's watching. It's awesome seeing the fact that we had a very good amount of lurkers today. There's a lot of people who were just kind of chilling, listening, relaxing.
Mhm.
And that's really cool because it lets me know that, people have us on in the background and, maybe they're learning something, maybe they're taking notes for stuff to look into themselves. Which is great because at the end of the day, the whole purpose of us doing this show is to help people learn, to help people expand their mind, understand what things like socialism and communism and capitalism and imperialism and all these fancy words that I might drop, to eventually get you to a point to where you understand that, and not just understand those words, but you can start dissecting what people are meaning when they say certain things, because language is important. And symbology is something that is also important when it comes to political movements. So I promise you, if you stick with our course and donate $50 a month, no, I'm just kidding. If you guys stick it out and come in here with an open mind and open hearts, I guarantee you will come out of here with more knowledge, not just about things that are going on globally, politically, but things that are going on with yourself. So please stick with us, continue to grow with us, continue to learn with us, and thank you for the support.
I agree.
But with
All
that
right.
being said,
Yes.
love, peace, chicken grease,
Stay high, free
and,
Palestine.
and don't forget to tell 'em.